Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 1051, Chapter 1051, 1051, Chapter 1051, Endless Skeletons, Starlight Cage. With just one strike, over 10,000 skeleton god generals were destroyed. Lu Hong's voice echoed through the starry sky. Mere puppets, thinking they can stop me? Wishful thinking. Lin Moya remained unconcerned. Whether it's wishful thinking, you'll find out soon enough. The skeleton god generals launched a fierce counterattack, countless sword energies slashing through the starry sky and landing on Lu Hong. Lu Hong didn't dodge or evade, his entire body glowing with starlight. The starlight law transformed into a shield, blocking the attacks of the skeleton god generals. Lu Hong was like a bright star in the starry sky. With 30% control over the laws, Lu Hong could wield them freely, turning decay into magic. It's useless. My starlight armor is impenetrable. Lu Hong's voice rang out again, and starlight burst forth once more. This time, the power was even greater, and a large number of skeleton god generals were shattered on the spot. Lu Hong's words showcased his strength and exerted immense psychological pressure on Lin Moya. Lin Moya remained silent, and more skeleton god generals surged forward. At the same time, the previously killed skeleton god generals silently revived. Death Dragon Knights swooped down from the starry sky, breathing dragon fire and turning the starry sky into a world of dragon fire. The dragon fire carried the undying law, corroding and burning Lu Hong. Lu Hong laughed heartily. It's useless. You don't understand the power of a divine king. There's an insurmountable gap between us. Lin Moya stared unblinkingly at Lu Hong. Protected by starlight, Lu Hong appeared unscathed, seemingly indifferent to the attacks of the skeletons. But Lin Moya noticed that his starlight shield was not unchanging, it was weakening at an extremely slow rate. It's the undying law. Lin Moya realized that the starlight shield was being corroded by his undying law, albeit very slowly, so slowly that even Lu Hong himself hadn't noticed. But the undying law was indeed corroding Lu Hong's starlight shield. As long as it works. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the skeleton god generals' attacks became even more ferocious and frenzied. 1,000,000 skeleton god generals and 200,000 death dragon knights surrounded Lu Hong tightly. The skeleton god generals and death dragon knights killed by Lu Hong would silently revive on the outermost perimeter. Lu Hong hadn't noticed this. He only felt that no matter how many skeletons he killed, they never seemed to decrease. After countless waves of attacks, the number of skeletons hadn't diminished at all. After advancing to the true god realm, the fusion degree of the Undying Spirit reached 110%. Undying Spirit, fusion degree 110%. Members of the undead army will not die after receiving a fatal attack and will be reborn to their peak state. Each undead has 5 chances to be reborn within 150 seconds. In 150 seconds, they could be reborn 5 times. Lin Moya only needed to manage the rhythm, ensuring that each skeleton god general had enough rest time and didn't die more than 5 times within 150 seconds. In this cycle, the skeletons were unkillable. Gradually, Lu Hong also noticed something was wrong. The starlight shield on his body had dimmed significantly, but the number of skeletons hadn't decreased at all. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that the skeletons he had killed had revived completely intact. Reviving puppets. Lu Hong was astonished. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out which family could create such skeletons. Lin Moya observed Lu Hong's expression and knew he had discovered the secret of the reviving skeletons. So you found out. A bit later than I expected. Not very smart, it seems. But so what if you found out? Do you have a way to counter it? Lin Moya's eyes were playful, showing no concern. Lu Hong was surrounded by layers of skeletons. Although the starlight shield blocked all attacks, it was also being consumed. If this continued, he might be worn down by Lin Moya. If the difference in strength wasn't too great, even ants could bite an elephant to death. Each of Lin Moya's skeleton god generals had the combat power of an 8th tier true god. Even without the ability to revive, they would be enough to give Lu Hong a headache. With the ability to revive, Lu Hong even felt a sense of despair. His eyes turned cold, and his soul locked onto Lin Moya. Capture the leader first, he shouted, and a giant spear made of starlight appeared before him. Lu Hong grasped the spear and forcefully created a path, breaking through the encirclement of the skeleton god generals and charging towards Lin Moya. The skeleton god generals, fearless of death, advanced instead of retreating, actively blocking Lu Hong. Lu Hong only managed to advance less than 10 kilometers before his momentum was exhausted, and he was once again surrounded. He tried to break through several times, but each time he was blocked. The skeletons were too numerous and fearless of death, using their bodies as shields to block Lu Hong. Lin Moya slowly retreated, continuing to widen the distance. After several attempts, the distance between Lu Hong and Lin Moya not only didn't decrease but actually increased. Lu Hong, enraged and humiliated, shouted, "You brat, you've angered me." A war blade appeared in his hand. The war blade emitted the aura of a divine king level treasure. Failing to break through, Lu Hong finally used his treasure. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. With a divine king using a treasure, his combat power would significantly increase. Star-shattering slash. Lu Hong shouted, and the war blade emitted dazzling starlight. In the starry sky, countless stars shone brighter than ever. Countless starlight laws converged on the blade. The blade's light illuminated the starry sky, clearing a large area in front of Lu Hong. With this strike, at least 100,000 skeleton god generals were destroyed. There were no more skeletons between Lin Moya and Lu Hong. Lu Hong grinned, "You're dead." He raised the war blade and charged towards Lin Moya. His soul locked onto Lin Moya, and he swung the blade. In his eyes, Lin Moya, a mere first-tier true god, would be easily killed without the skeleton puppets. The wings of the undead spread, and soul power surged, causing Lin Moya to disappear instantly. The soul lock was severed, and Lu Hong's blade struck empty air. Lu Hong hadn't expected Lin Moya to sever his soul lock. His eyes scanned the starry sky like lightning. Soul power surged like waves, filling the starry sky. The moment Lin Moya reappeared, Lu Hong charged again. As a divine king, Lu Hong's speed far surpassed Lin Moya's. Lin Moya could only rely on the wings of the undead to continuously sever Lu Hong's soul lock, barely avoiding his attacks. Lu Hong's laughter filled the starry sky. "Brat, you're quick to dodge, but I don't believe you can dodge forever." Lu Hong was determined to eliminate Lin Moya. Inside the Battle King Tower, Gu Qingxian tightly gripped the jade pendant, watching anxiously. She wanted to crush the jade pendant several times to summon the projection of divine sovereign Yefan, but Lin Moya's words still echoed in her ears. Lin Moya had told her not to worry, that Lu Hong couldn't kill him. Lin Moya dodged Lu Hong's attacks again and again. Gradually, starlight shot from all directions, weaving into a large net in the starry sky. Lin Moya was like prey caught in the net, unable to dodge any longer. Lu Hong laughed heartily. "Let's see how you escape now." Chapter 1052. Chapter 1052 1052. Chapter 1052 Counter-killing Lu Hong, True God slays Divine King. Unbeknownst to Lu Hong, he had set up a massive net. The net occupied thousands of kilometers of the starry sky, cutting off all of Lin Moya's escape routes, leaving him with no way to dodge. Lu Hong laughed maniacally and began to close the net. Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, countless skeleton god generals and death dragon knights instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of him. Using the skeleton god generals and death dragon knights as shields, he protected himself within them. The starlight transformed into threads, tightening around them. Wherever the starlight touched, space roared. All the undead army that touched the starlight instantly turned to dust. Gu Qingxuan's pretty face changed dramatically. She felt that Lin Moya was in danger. Just as she was about to crush the jade pendant, Lin Moya's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "It's okay, I won't die." Lin Moya's words made Gu Qingxian hesitate again. After thinking it over, she decided to trust Lin Moya, just as she had trusted him before, believing that Lin Moya could handle it. The wings of the undead flapped rapidly, and a strange star rose behind him. The law domain opened, shooting towards Lu Hong. The net woven by the starlight law had no gaps in all directions. The only breakthrough point was Lu Hong himself. Lu Hong naturally knew he was the only breakthrough point. Seeing Lin Moya flying towards him, he laughed heartily. "I'll send you on your way." He raised his warblade, and a brilliant starlight slashed through the starry sky. Star-shattering slash. Lu Hong's ultimate move, the star-shattering slash. This strike was more powerful than any previous one, and a massive star even appeared on Lu Hong's body. The appearance of the stellar technique indicated that he was using his full strength. This strike was already infinitely close to the second tier of the Divine King realm. At this moment, Lin Moya was only 100 kilometers away from Lu Hong, very close. At such a close distance, even without the net formed by the starlight law, it would be difficult to dodge. However, Lin Moya had no intention of dodging. As Lu Hong swung his blade, Lin Moya's soul body suddenly leaped out from the strange star. The soul body held the soul-slaying sword, and with a point of his finger, the soul-slaying sword disappeared with a swoosh. In the next second, Lu Hong's entire body stiffened. The soul-slaying sword had entered Lu Hong's soul world, aiming to slay his soul. At the same time, Lin Moya lightly tapped his finger, casting the fusion spell, Time Curse. In the starry sky, the million-meter eye of the undead appeared. 3 soul attacks landed on Lu Hong almost simultaneously. Lu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror. He never expected Lin Moya to suddenly use soul attacks, and such powerful ones at that. Especially the small sword. Although it was also a Divine King level treasure, there were differences even among treasures of the same level. His warblade was only a lower tier Divine King treasure, while Lin Moya's small sword was at least an upper tier Divine King treasure and a soul treasure at that. This shocked Lu Hong. Soul treasures were extremely rare, and high tier Divine King level soul treasures were even rarer. Even he didn't have one, so how did Lin Moya possess one? The star-shattering slash engulfed Lin Moya, and the net formed by the starlight law tightened to its limit. Under the double attack, Lin Moya had almost no chance of survival. In the end, I still won. Lu Hong laughed heartily, but there was a hint of lingering fear in his laughter. The soul attack just now, if it had been a bit stronger, he might have been in grave danger. Lu Hong's soul was injured, and his soul armor was almost destroyed. While he was feeling relieved, he didn't notice that the eye of the undead in the starry sky hadn't disappeared. In the distance, the undead, after several collapses, revived once again. At this moment, a faint light flickered in the starry sky, and a small sword flashed. Lu Hong, who was laughing uncontrollably, suddenly froze in place. His eyes showed disbelief. "How are you not dead?" After just 5 words, the light in Lu Hong's eyes quickly faded and eventually dimmed completely. Lu Hong was dead, his soul slain by the soul-slaying sword, completely perished. Lin Moyo let out a long sigh of relief. He still couldn't fully control the soul-slaying sword, at most wielding it for 2 or 3 strikes. Moreover, soul attacks were more powerful at closer distances. He pretended to be forced into a desperate situation, pretending to have no choice but to break through head-on. When Lu Hong thought he could kill him with full force, Lin Moyo launched a fatal strike. He endured Lu Hong's attack, and the undead army collapsed 4 times in an instant. 3 times were due to the star-shattering slash, and the other was due to the net formed by the Starlight Law. But 4 collapses weren't enough to kill him, not even enough to activate his talent. Lu Hong also endured Lin Moya's soul attack, his soul injured. Then, when Lu Hong thought he had won and let his guard down, Lin Moya launched another soul attack. 2 consecutive soul attacks finally killed Lu Hong. Everything was premeditated by Lin Moyo. The soul-slaying sword, worthy of being an upper-tier Divine King-level soul treasure, had extremely powerful attack power. Combined with his 4th-tier soul, it was surprisingly easy to kill a 1st-tier Divine King, but it was also because of his good planning. If he had used it from the start, Lu Hong might have escaped long ago. If a Divine King wanted to escape, Lin Moya knew he couldn't catch him. In this, Lin Moya and Lu Hong had the same thought: either don't do it, or do it thoroughly and decisively. Lin Moya collected Lu Hong's corpse. A Divine King-level corpse, whether used for resurrection or as material for corpse explosion, was excellent. With Lu Hong's death, his warblade became an ownerless object, and Lin Moyo unceremoniously took it. After all, it was a Divine King-level weapon, worth some money. The net that had trapped the Battle King Tower, a true god-level treasure, also scattered in the starry sky, becoming an ownerless object. Lin Moya naturally took it as well. He also took Lu Hong's storage ring, curious about its contents. Unlike his small world, in the Great World, people didn't have personal storage spaces. In his small world, once someone successfully changed professions, regardless of the profession, they would have a personal storage space. As their level increased, this space could expand. Lin Moyo had thought people in the Great World were the same, but they weren't. People in the Great World didn't have personal storage spaces. Instead, they crafted items like rings, bracelets, and necklaces with storage spaces. These items varied in size. Some were smaller than his personal storage space, while others could hold entire planets or even star systems. This difference made Lin Moya realize how unique his small world was. He had been puzzled by the lack of personal storage spaces in the Great World, despite their advanced use of space. Personal storage spaces were much more convenient than storage rings. He had even checked records, finding that none of the countless small worlds in the Great World had people with personal storage spaces. Only a few special races had internal spaces. But those were other races, not humans. He considered himself unique, except for those from the previous era. Unfortunately, those people seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace. Lin Moyo couldn't find any information about them. Chapter 1053. Chapter 1053, 1053. Chapter 1053, The Disciplinary Team, The Red Light. The teleportation array slowly activated, and Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian returned through it. Not long after they left, a figure appeared in the starry sky. Lu Fei's face was pale, trembling with fear. He couldn't believe that Lu Hong, a Divine King, was killed by Lin Moyo. A mere 1st-tier true god managed to kill a 1st-tier Divine King. This was simply defying the heavens. Lu Fei didn't dare to hide, he didn't dare to show his face, not even to collect Lu Hong's body. Only after Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian left did he dare to come out. His eyes were filled with fear and intense hatred. "Lin Moyo, this isn't over. Killing someone comes with a price," he said viciously, activating the teleportation array to leave. After he left, another person appeared from the void. His aura was faint, almost imperceptible, a 1st-tier true god killing a 1st-tier Divine King. Truly defying the heavens, the Domain Master completely underestimated him. The Lu family definitely won't let this go. This matter must be reported to the Domain Master immediately. As he spoke, he took a step and disappeared. At the moment he stepped out, a phantom Lost Star River appeared under his feet, revealing the aura of a Divine Sovereign. For a Divine Sovereign, a teleportation array was just the most energy-efficient method, not the fastest. A medium-level teleportation array could only transmit 10 light-years per second. A Divine Sovereign traveling at full speed was much faster than a medium-level teleportation array. Returning to Star 50, Gu Qingxian still hadn't fully recovered. Lin Moya's feat of killing a Divine King had shocked her too much, it felt unreal. That was a Divine King, even the weakest Divine King, but still a Divine King. Out of tens of thousands of true gods, not even one might become a Divine King, yet Lin Moyo killed one. Lin Moyo was only a 1st-tier true god, 8 minor realms and 1 major realm apart. Cross-realm battle? Damn cross-realm battle. Cross-realm battle usually refers to a 9th-tier super god fighting a 1st-tier true god, or a 9th-tier true god fighting a 1st-tier Divine King. It doesn't mean a 1st-tier true god fighting a 1st-tier Divine King. Lin Moya not only fought but also killed the Divine King. What kind of situation was this? No one would believe it if told. Lin Moya looked at Gu Qingxian, finding it amusing. "Senior sister Gu, we've arrived." "Oh." Gu Qingxian responded woodenly but didn't move, still standing in the teleportation array. Lin Moyo had no choice but to pat Gu Qingxian's shoulder and use soul communication. "Senior sister Gu, we've arrived." Gu Qingxian trembled all over and finally came to her senses. "Junior brother Lin, where are we?" Lin Moya chuckled, Vermilion Bird Star 50 to 1. Gu Qingxian looked around for a long time, finally confirming they had indeed returned. Gu Qingxian transmitted, Junior brother Lin, did you really kill Lu Hong? Lin Moya smiled, do you want to see his body, senior sister? Gu Qingxian quickly shook her head, no, it's just that the upcoming matters will be very troublesome. The death of a divine king wasn't a big deal, but the problem was that the divine king was killed by his own kind. The Human Emperor Network has always been strict about such matters. As far as Gu Qingxian knew, it wouldn't be long before someone came looking for them. The human race has a team specifically for handling such matters, known as the disciplinary team. The disciplinary team rarely acts, but everyone who knows about them fears them. They are ruthless and powerful. Ordinary members are divine kings, and the team leaders are divine sovereigns. Moreover, they only take orders from the Human Emperor Network, not from anyone else. Even the domain master of the Vermilion Bird Star region can't command them. Lin Moya didn't know about the disciplinary team, but Gu Qingxian did. Gu Qingxian explained the disciplinary team to Lin Moya. Lin Moya shrugged, we'll take it one step at a time. I believe the Human Emperor Network is fair. Gu Qingxian nodded, in any case, I'm involved in this too. I'll face it with you, junior brother Lin. Lin Moya smiled and said nothing more. The two entered the mission center to submit their task. This was Lin Moya's first task after reaching 4th level permissions. Completing this task would unlock some new privileges. The most important one was access to some of the human race's rankings. At the mission center counter, they waited in line. The mission center was crowded, with both 4th level and 3rd level permission holders submitting tasks. Although 4th level permission holders could submit tasks anytime, Lin Moya chose to go to the counter for his first submission. Completing this task would mean the Human Emperor Network truly recognized Lin Moya's abilities, allowing him to take tasks anytime in the future. Many 4th level permission holders also took tasks this way for convenience, avoiding trips to the mission center. However, some special tasks still required visiting the mission center. While waiting in line, Gu Qingxian quietly explained some key points to Lin Moya. They stood close together, looking like an affectionate couple, drawing envious glances. Gu Qingxuan's beauty and slightly cold demeanor always attracted attention. Lin Moya's extraordinary aura, as the master of a world with the power of belief and world power, made him stand out. Together, they looked like a perfect match to many. After a while, it was their turn. As the task leader, Gu Qingxian communicated with the staff at the counter to initiate the task submission. 2 beams of light from the mission center enveloped them. This light from the Human Emperor Network synchronized their information with the network. Although the Human Emperor Network monitors the entire human world, it can't do so in real time. Some information needs to be synchronized afterward. The staff politely asked Gu Qingxian, you are submitting the task, clearing the non-life star system Vermilion Bird 100,182, correct? Gu Qingxian took out 1,000 law beads. Yes, these are my law beads. Lin Moya also placed his law beads on the counter. The staff collected the law beads, verifying, please wait. Gu Qingxian said, we completed the final objective of the task, clearing all strange creatures and placing a high-level star restoration array in the star. The staff looked up in surprise, are you sure? Gu Qingxian nodded, yes, I'm sure. The staff quickly operated the counter and said, please wait, we will verify this. Lin Moya noticed the light around him thickening, indicating the Human Emperor Network was verifying the task. He didn't know the exact verification mechanism, but the Human Emperor Network had never made a mistake in thousands of years. Especially with tasks, it was incredibly accurate, preventing any false claims. Fortunately, the conversations at the counter were confidential, so outsiders couldn't hear them. Otherwise, it would cause a huge commotion. The verification took some time, but Lin Moya and Gu Qingxian waited patiently. Suddenly, the light above turned red, and an alarm sounded in the mission center. Gu Qingxuan's face changed dramatically. Everyone in the mission center looked at them. Chapter 1054. Chapter 1054, 1054. Chapter 1054, the disciplinary team arrives, have you been to the battlefield? Lin Moya didn't feel threatened by the red light, but it made him very uncomfortable, as if he had been branded. The red light not only shone on his body but also penetrated his soul. His entire soul world was filled with an eerie red color. What's going on? Lin Moya didn't know the exact meaning of the red light, but he knew it wasn't a good sign. Gu Qingxian seemed to have anticipated this, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. She explained, this is the Human Emperor Network marking us. Once marked, we are considered dangerous individuals. No matter where we go, the disciplinary team can find us unless we leave the human world. I knew the disciplinary team would come for us, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Lin Moya wasn't worried instead, he was curious, so it's just a mark. I thought it was something more serious. Gu Qingxian understood the terror of the disciplinary team better than Lin Moya. The disciplinary team is very domineering and unreasonable. I need to inform my master. This time, Lin Moya didn't stop her. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could defy the rules of the human race. If Divine Sovereign Yefan intervened, things might become much simpler. While Gu Qingxian contacted Divine Sovereign Yefan, Lin Moya turned to the staff and asked, how's the task verification going? The staff was already a bit shocked. The red light indicated that Lin Moya and Gu Qingxian were dangerous individuals. Suddenly hearing Lin Moya's question, the staff was startled. Task verification was one thing, the danger mark was another. The two didn't conflict. The staff quickly checked the task verification status. The task verification is still ongoing, but the Human Emperor Network has sent a message saying that once the verification is complete, the reward will be sent directly to you. You don't need to wait here. Lin Moya nodded, that's good. Pu Qingxuan's consciousness returned from the Human Emperor Network. I've contacted my master. He's on his way. I don't know when the disciplinary team will arrive, or if my master will make it in time. Lin Moya suddenly looked towards the entrance of the mission center and said calmly, he probably won't make it. They're here. 3 people walked into the mission center, all dressed in identical spotless white robes, so white they were blinding. The 3 were tall and looked very similar, like triplets. As they entered, their gaze swept across the mission center and instantly locked onto Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian. The crowd quickly made way, seemingly afraid of them. The 3 didn't hide their identities, their names and levels were clearly visible. Xing Feng, Xing Hua, and Xing Shan. All 3 had the surname Xing, which Lin Moya guessed might be a characteristic of the disciplinary team, deliberately choosing such names. All 3 were 6th-tier divine kings, exuding immense power. Among the divine kings Lin Moyo had seen, only Deus Qingjian was stronger than them. As for someone like Lu Hong, a first-tier divine king, Lin Moyo felt any one of these 3 could kill him with a single finger. The 3 approached Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian. The leader, Xing Shan, frowned as he scrutinized them. Lin Moyo, Gu Qingxian, the names match. One is a first-tier true god, the other a second-tier true god. Xing Shan found it strange. According to their information, Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian were suspected of killing Lu Hong, but Lu Hong was a first-tier divine king, while these 2 were far from that level. How could they possibly kill Lu Hong? Despite his doubts, Xing Shan proceeded with the usual questioning, did you kill Lu Hong? Lin Moyo openly admitted, Lu Hong did die by my hand. He admitted it, which only made Xing Shan more puzzled. Lin Moyo was just a first-tier true god. Claiming he could kill a first-tier divine king like Lu Hong was hard to believe, yet Lin Moyo admitted it so straightforwardly. Xing Shan glanced at Lin Moyo, in that case, come with us. Lin Moyo asked, where to? Xing Shan snorted coldly, to where you belong. Don't ask too many questions. From now on, don't speak unless we allow it. Domineering, that's the disciplinary team's style. Lin Moyo understood that they were being polite now. If he made any sudden moves, they would likely act immediately. Whether they would injure, cripple, or kill him on the spot was uncertain. The 3 exuded a faint killing intent, and Lin Moyo believed they had killed before. In his view, the disciplinary team not only handled matters openly but also did things in secret. Such killing intent couldn't be accumulated by killing just 1 or 2 people. Lin Moyo glanced at Gu Qingxian, and they nodded to each other, following the disciplinary team without speaking. As they left the mission center, the 3 led Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian away from star 50-1. A divine king-class warship was docked in space. Xing Shan and the other 2 entered the warship without a word. Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian followed them in. Although the disciplinary team was domineering, they didn't make things difficult for them further. When Gu Qingxian entered the warship, it remained unresponsive. But when Lin Moyo entered, a light suddenly shone on him. Xing Shan and the other 2 were momentarily stunned. Xing Shan looked at Lin Moyo, you have military merits. Lin Moyo nodded and revealed some of his information. The information of a 3rd-tier warrior was displayed. Seeing this, Xing Shan continued to ask, a 3rd-tier warrior. Tell me, how did you earn your military merits? Have you been to the battlefield? Upon seeing Lin Moya's military merits, Xing Shan's attitude improved significantly. Lin Moya said, I went to the battlefield once, completed a task, and killed some true gods of the demon clan. Lin Moya spoke lightly, but everyone knew how dangerous the battlefield was. Given Lin Moya's current cultivation, he barely met the requirements to go to the battlefield, essentially cannon fodder. But his military merits were real. A 3rd-tier warrior represented 3,000 military merits. For a 1st-tier true god, that was quite a lot. Xing Shan thought Lin Moya might be a genius capable of fighting above his level, possibly the one who killed Lu Hong. Xing Shan said, since you've been to the battlefield and earned military merits, you've contributed to our human race. We will thoroughly investigate this matter. But for now, we still need you to come with us to the branch. Lin Moya replied, as a member of the human race, it's my duty. I will explain everything clearly. Xing Shan nodded and said no more. Xing Feng and Xing Hua, standing beside him, remained silent and expressionless, like wooden statues. Lin Moya found it strange. He felt that Xing Feng and Xing Hua didn't seem like real people. The warship started and instantly entered subspace, traveling at speeds far exceeding the speed of light. Chapter 1055. Chapter 1055, 1055. Chapter 1055, the human race must stand tall. In the mission center, thousands of people watched as Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian were taken away by the disciplinary team. Everyone knew that these 2 were finished. It was well known that those taken away by the disciplinary team rarely had a good outcome. The human race imposed severe punishments for those who killed their own kind. For a moment, people were abuzz with speculation, trying to figure out what had happened. News quickly spread from the mission center on star 50-1 to the outside world. Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxuan's names also quickly became known. Lin Moya never imagined he would become famous in such a way. The news soon reached Lin Tang in the star 50 system. Upon hearing the news, Lin Tang was slightly taken aback. Lin Moyo killing someone? Impossible. Based on his understanding of Lin Moyo, he didn't think Lin Moyo was the type to slaughter his own kind. Lin Moyo always gave him the impression of being gentle and composed, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. He didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. Feeling something was off, he immediately contacted Zhu Tian. The disciplinary team's branch in the Vermilion Bird Star region was located near the Vermilion Bird 3 system. It wasn't within the star system but rather independent of it. From the outside, the disciplinary team's branch bore some resemblance to the Temple of War. One could vaguely see the shadow of the Temple of War. In fact, this was true. War god Xiao Zhantian not only founded the Temple of War but also led the establishment of the disciplinary team. The purpose of the disciplinary team was to eliminate internal strife within the human race, using punitive methods for supervision. The warship stopped outside the disciplinary team's main hall, and Xing Shan and his two companions led Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian inside. Because Lin Moyo was a third-tier warrior, Xing Shan and his companions treated him with some courtesy. Moreover, Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian didn't resist at all. The main hall of the disciplinary team was filled with a solemn atmosphere, very oppressive. Lin Moyo sensed the law of slaughter, and it was far stronger than the one he controlled. The law of slaughter enveloped the entire hall. If anyone dared to cause trouble inside, this law would immediately activate and directly kill the troublemaker. This law of slaughter must belong to a divine sovereign, and not an ordinary one, Lin Moyo thought as he observed the hall. The hall was somewhat empty, and the lighting was dim. At the top of the hall, there was a fireball less than a meter in diameter, providing light for the entire hall. Lin Moyo could tell that this fireball was also unusual, filled with killing intent. If anyone made a move inside, the fireball would also serve as a fierce means of attack. At the very top of the hall, a divine sovereign sat cross-legged. Yen Tu, an 8th-tier divine sovereign. This setup reminded Lin Moyo of ancient times in his previous life, the high and mighty courtrooms. And Yen Tu was the judge in this courtroom. Sir, Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian have been brought. Xing Shan saluted Yen Tu. Xing Shan continued, Lin Moyo has military merits and is a third-tier warrior who has been to the battlefield. Xing Shan didn't waste any words, clearly stating Lin Moyo's identity. It seemed that in the disciplinary team, having been to the battlefield earned one different treatment. Yen Tu slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed all this time. He glanced at Lin Moyo as if it were nothing. Lin Moyo, did you kill Divine King Lu Hong? Lin Moyo didn't deny it. Indeed, he died by my hand. He didn't offer any further explanation. Based on his understanding, the disciplinary team, though domineering, was also very fair and would naturally give him a chance to explain. So there was no need to rush. Yen Tu found it strange that Lin Moyo admitted so cleanly and didn't explain. Why don't you explain? Lin Moyo replied, because you haven't asked yet. Ha ha. Yen Tu chuckled. It was the first time he had encountered someone so interesting. Usually, those who came here were eager to explain and vehemently deny. Someone like Lin Moyo was rare. You're quite interesting. A first-tier true god who killed a first-tier divine king, quite extraordinary. Having been to the battlefield and earned military merits, you are indeed talented. You admitted it, and I have confirmed through the Human Emperor network that Lu Hong did indeed die by your hand. After saying this, Yen Tu looked at Gu Qingxian. Young lady, do you have anything to say? Gu Qingxian took out a jade stone. Sir, everything I have to say is in here. Oh. Yen Tu's thought transformed into a large hand, taking the jade stone from Gu Qingxian. The jade stone was activated, immediately projecting a scene. The scene recorded Lu Hong's arrival, his threats to Lin Moyo, the ensuing conflict, and Lu Hong's eventual death. This was recorded by Gu Qingxian at Lin Moyo's request. When Lu Hong arrived with the aura of a divine king, Lin Moyo sensed something was wrong, so he used a recording stone to capture the entire process. Lin Moyo was no longer the naive newcomer to the great world. Now, he had some understanding of the great world, at least knowing about tools like the recording stone. After watching the entire process, Xing Shan, Xing Feng, and Xing Huo were all a bit shocked. Lin Moyo had indeed killed a divine king head-on, without any tricks, just a direct kill. This showed that Lin Moyo's strength was truly extraordinary, far beyond ordinary people. Yen Tu asked in a deep voice, did you set up the star restoration array on the star? Lin Moyo replied, didn't you just see it, sir? Yen Tu continued, those skeletons, are they your spells and not puppets? Lin Moyo pointed, and a skeleton god warrior appeared beside him. With your keen eyes, sir, you should be able to tell. Actions speak louder than words, and Yen Tu could indeed see that Lin Moyo was using spells, not puppets. Yen Tu chuckled, you have quite the courage. Few dare to speak to me like this. Lin Moyo said, if you act righteously, you can stand tall. I believe you, sir, also want to see a proud and upright human race, not one that grovels. Yen Tu's eyes sparkled. Well said. Xing Shan, bring Lu Fei here. Xing Shan immediately obeyed and went to the back hall, returning shortly with someone. It was Lu Fei. According to the rules, since Lu Fei reported Lin Moyo for murder, he had to be present. The human race doesn't accept anonymous reports. The accuser must confront the accused. Compared to Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian, Lu Fei was far less composed. As soon as he arrived in the hall and saw Yen Tu, he knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Yen Tu's divine sovereign aura was not something ordinary people could withstand. Lin Moyo's soul was strong, and Gu Qingxian was used to being around a divine sovereign, so as long as the aura wasn't directed at her, she was fine. Yen Tu snorted, clearly looking down on Lu Fei. Lu Fei, according to you, Lin Moyo used countless puppets to cruelly kill your uncle. Yen Tu continued, but according to Lin Moyo, Lu Hong deliberately provoked the conflict, intentionally blocking the way, and deliberately caused Lin Moyo's flying treasure to crash into him. He wanted to use this as an excuse to kill Lin Moyo and seize the law divine flower. Lu Fei shook his head repeatedly, absolutely not. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out. A majestic voice echoed from outside the hall as Zhu Tian and divine sovereign Yefan entered together. Chapter 1056. Chapter 1056, 1056. Chapter 1056, Forbidden Medicine, Seeking Truth Pill. Lu Fei knelt on the ground, cautiously looking back, almost scared to death. It was Zhu Tian who had arrived. As someone from the Vermilion Birdstar region, how could he not recognize Domain Master Zhu Tian? When Yin Tu saw Zhu Tian, he slowly stood up and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, Domain Master, Divine Sovereign Yefan. Zhu Tian also cupped his hands in return. Captain Yin Tu, long time no see. Divine Sovereign Yefan smiled slightly. Yefan greets Dea est Yin. Yin Tu curiously asked, what brings you two to this desolate place today? Zhu Tian chuckled. Lin Moyu is a close friend of mine. Since he has an issue, I naturally came to check on him. Divine Sovereign Yefan glanced at Gu Qingxian. Qingxian is my direct disciple. If my disciple has an issue, I must come. Their words made Yin Tu slightly surprised. He didn't expect that both of them had significant backgrounds. Lu Fei was already scared stiff. He realized he had messed with the wrong people. One was a friend of the Domain Master, and the other was the direct disciple of a Divine Sovereign. In the human race, a direct disciple could be even closer than a parent or child. Had he known this, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Lin Moyu and Gu Qingxian even if he were beaten to death. Divine Sovereign Yefan's eyes showed a doting look towards Gu Qingxian. Anyone could see it. As for Zhu Tian, being the Domain Master, he was high and mighty. It was unheard of for him to have a close friend. Now he claimed Lin Moyu as his close friend, which was a significant endorsement for Lin Moyu. Yin Tu speculated that Lin Moyu must be a junior highly regarded by Zhu Tian. This thought was natural, especially after seeing the recorded footage of Lin Moyu's incredible combat power. Lin Moyu had left a deep impression on him. Such a genius naturally needed to be nurtured with full effort. However, the disciplinary team had its own rules. Yin Tu slowly said, Domain Master, Dea est Yefan, regardless of your relationship with these two, you should understand the rules of the disciplinary team. Zhu Tian said, of course, everything will be done according to the rules. I won't interfere. But I have something that might be useful. Zhu Tian flicked his finger, and a pill flew out, landing in front of Yin Tu. Yin Tu looked at it. Seeking Truth Pill. Yes, it's the Seeking Truth Pill. Zhu Tian nodded. Yin Tu's eyes gradually turned cold. I thought the Seeking Truth Pill had long disappeared. I didn't expect there to be any left. Domain Master, this pill is a forbidden medicine. Zhu Tian said, indeed, there are very few left. At least in the Vermilion Birdstar region, it has disappeared. Then how do you explain the origin of this pill, Domain Master? With Captain Yin Tu's keen eyes, you should be able to see the clues. Zhu Tian didn't answer directly but instead asked a question. Yin Tu looked at the Seeking Truth Pill in front of him, feeling its aura. Suddenly, his expression changed. This pill comes from. Before he could finish, Zhu Tian interrupted. Since you already know, there's no need to say it out loud. Let Lu Fei take this pill, and the truth will be revealed. Is this the will of that person? Yin Tu asked again. Zhu Tian nodded, yes. At this moment, Lin Moya's status in Yin Tu's eyes changed once again. If Lin Moya were just a junior highly regarded by Zhu Tian, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if that person also favored Lin Moyu, it was a completely different matter. No matter how high and mighty the disciplinary team was, that person. Yin Tu didn't hesitate. With a thought, the Seeking Truth Pill exploded, turning into countless tiny lights that shot into Lu Fei's body. The pill could be taken orally, but Yin Tu's method was more domineering. Lu Fei groaned and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Moya whispered to Gu Qingxian, what is the Seeking Truth Pill? Gu Qingxian shook her head, I've never heard of it either. A pill labeled as forbidden must be extraordinary. From its name, it seemed to seek truth and enlightenment. But Lin Moya knew it couldn't be that simple. Yin Tu explained, the Seeking Truth Pill doesn't seek truth and enlightenment but seeks the truth. This pill was born on the battlefield, and its origin is too complex to explain. Lin Moya was surprised that Yin Tu would explain this to him. These words should have come from Zhu Tian, not Yin Tu. From Yin Tu's eyes, Lin Moya saw another layer of meaning. Yin Tu seemed to want to get closer to him, not necessarily for Zhu Tian, but for the person who provided the pill. In the human race, strength is respected. For someone like Yin Tu to lower himself, that person's identity must be extraordinary. Since that was the case, Lin Moya decided to give Yin Tu face. I wonder what this pill does and why it is forbidden. I'm very curious and hope you can enlighten me. Talking to smart people is always comfortable, and Yin Tu was very satisfied with Lin Moya's attitude. Anyone who takes this pill will have their soul confused and will reveal everything they know without any falsehood. But the side effect is that the soul confusion is permanent, and the person will never progress in cultivation again. Because of this, the pill was banned after the war and is no longer made. So that's what it is. The Seeking Truth Pill, for those who don't know, might be deceived by its name. Such a significant side effect indeed makes it undesirable. Moreover, with the Human Emperor network now, most truths can be uncovered. The pill's usefulness has greatly diminished, and with its side effects, it's understandable that it was banned and destroyed. Lin Moya glanced at the unconscious Lu Fei, feeling a bit sorry for him. But he also believed that pitiful people often have something detestable about them, so he didn't sympathize. Zhu Tian's methods were indeed sharp, hitting the mark directly. Lin Moya saluted Yin Tu. Thank you, Senior. Then he saluted Zhu Tian and Divine Sovereign Yefan. Thank you, Domain Master and Senior Yefan. Zhu Tian chuckled. No need for thanks. There are always some dirty things within the human race that are hard to eliminate. Lin Moya naturally understood this principle. Even if Zhu Tian didn't say it, he had already figured it out. Often, the calmer the surface, the more turbulent the undercurrents below. A few minutes later, Lu Fei woke up. His eyes were dull, devoid of any light. His soul was confused, and now he would answer any question truthfully. Yan Tu asked, Lu Fei, explain the whole situation. Lu Fei trembled and immediately recounted everything. The facts matched the recorded footage by Gu Qingxian. Lu Fei knew that Lu Hong was stuck at a bottleneck and was searching everywhere for the Law Divine Flower. So, as soon as he got news of the Law Divine Flower, he informed Lu Hong. When Lu Hong arrived and couldn't get it from Lin Moyu, he devised a plan to kill Lin Moyu and seize the Law Divine Flower. But unexpectedly, he was counter-killed by Lin Moyu. Not only did he fail to get the Law Divine Flower, but he also lost his life. Who would have thought that a mere first-tier true god could counter-kill a divine king? It was simply defying the heavens. After hearing Lu Fei's account, everything was clear. Zhu Tian gave Yan Tu a look, meaning, you handle it. Yan Tu was in a bit of a dilemma. According to Lu Fei, although he called Lu Hong, the subsequent actions were all Lu Hong's doing, and Lu Fei wasn't much involved. But Lu Hong was dead, and Lu Fei was at most guilty of false accusation. For that alone, the punishment wouldn't be severe. But Lin Moya's identity was special. If the punishment was too light, Zhu Tian wouldn't be satisfied. After all, Zhu Tian was the domain master. Moreover, he had to consider Lin Moya's feelings and hope to satisfy him. Suddenly, a light shone from the starry sky, passing through the disciplinary hall and landing on Lin Moyu and Gu Qingxian. Chapter 1057. Chapter 1057, 1057. Chapter 1057, Light of the Human Emperor, ranked first on the potential list. The light from the Human Emperor network was golden, not blinding, but soft and brilliant. Light of the Human Emperor. Divine Sovereign Yefan exclaimed, his face showing a look of shock. The light of the Human Emperor is a recognition from the Human Emperor, only given to those who have perfectly completed an extremely difficult task or made a significant contribution to the human world. The meaning behind the light of the Human Emperor is extraordinary. Zhu Tian and Yan Tu were not surprised by the sudden appearance of the light of the Human Emperor. Zhu Tian had already received reports from his subordinates and knew what Lin Moyu had done. Yan Tu had also seen the recording stone earlier and knew what Lin Moyu and Gu Qingxian had accomplished. It was only natural for the two to be illuminated by the light of the Human Emperor. Divine Sovereign Yefan, still surprised, asked, Qingxian, what task did you and Lin Moyu complete together? Before Gu Qingxian could answer, a voice suddenly echoed in the hall. It was the voice of the Human Emperor Network. It was emotionless, filled with seriousness and justice. Lin Moyu and Gu Qingxian have successfully completed the 4th level task, clearing the non-life star system Vermilion Bird 100,182. Upon inspection, the task completion rate is 100%, rated as perfect. Both individuals will receive additional rewards as follows. First, each will receive ordinary points. Second, each will receive 500 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, with no level restrictions. Third, each will receive 1 Human Emperor contribution point. As the 3 rewards were announced, the light of the Human Emperor quickly dimmed and disappeared in an instant. Lin Moyu was curious about what the Human Emperor contribution point was. It was something new to him, something he had never encountered before. He knew that the entire operational system of the human race was far more complex than he had imagined, and he had only scratched the surface. Now, a new element had appeared. Lin Moyu was curious but remained calm, showing no change in his expression. In contrast, Gu Qingxian was visibly excited. She could remain calm with the 100,000 ordinary points, but when she heard the second reward, 500 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground with no level restrictions, she was ecstatic. This was an unimaginable reward for her. She had accumulated only 200 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground through all her tasks up to now. Unexpectedly, this one task had given her more than she had accumulated over the years. How could she not be excited? The third reward, the Human Emperor Contribution Point, was also something she had never heard of and had no concept of. As the saying goes, if you don't understand, just ask. With Divine Sovereign Yefan right beside her, Gu Qingxian didn't hesitate. Master, what is the Human Emperor Contribution Point? Divine Sovereign Yefan, in a good mood, replied, this is a very valuable thing. Gu Qingxian asked, is it better than time in the Human Emperor Training Ground? Divine Sovereign Yefan immediately said, they are not on the same level and cannot be compared. Even 500 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground is not as valuable as a single Human Emperor Contribution Point. Gu Qingxian was even more shocked, covering her mouth, is it really that precious? But what exactly does it do? It has many uses, but for you right now, its greatest use is to save your life. With a Human Emperor Contribution Point, you will receive strict protection from the Human Emperor network within the human race, making it very difficult for others to harm you. Deist Yen, am I correct? Yan Tu smiled wryly. He knew that Divine Sovereign Yefan was displeased with him for interrogating Gu Qingxian, but he had no choice and was just following the rules. Yan Tu said, indeed, as long as you haven't committed a major betrayal against the human race, a Human Emperor Contribution Point can save your life. Lin Moyu listened to Yan Tu's explanation and understood. The Human Emperor Contribution Point was extremely valuable, serving as proof of one's contribution to the human race and recognition. Even if one made some minor mistakes, as long as it wasn't a betrayal of the human race, the punishment could be greatly reduced, avoiding death. It was like a life-saving talisman and also a form of competition among the strong. It allowed the strong to have some means to resolve personal grudges. Compared to challenge tokens, the Human Emperor Contribution Point was much more powerful. However, generally speaking, no one would waste such a precious contribution point on personal grudges. The true value of the contribution point lay in the future, not the present. From the limited information, Lin Moya deduced that the true use of the human emperor contribution point was likely in the military or the central divine city. With the task completed, Lin Moya had finished the 9th task in the chain and his first 4th level task. He received recognition from the Human Emperor Network and gained some new permissions. Lin Moya received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. The leaderboard function for this star region has been unlocked. Please check it yourself. Battlefield tasks have been unlocked. Please check them yourself. Lin Moya, filled with curiosity, opened the leaderboard. Potential list, Vermilion Bird Star Region. Combat Power List, Vermilion Bird Star Region. Contribution List, Vermilion Bird Star Region. Bounty List, Vermilion Bird Star Region. There were a total of 4 lists, each with its own purpose and detailed explanations. Each list only covered the Vermilion Bird Star region and had nothing to do with the other 3 star regions. The potential list represented the ranking of everyone's potential in the Vermilion Bird Star region. The list only ranked those with permissions below level 5 and cultivation below the Divine Sovereign level. Lin Moya saw his name at the top of the list. He was surprised to find himself ranked first on the potential list. Lin Moya didn't know the exact evaluation criteria for the potential list, as the Human Emperor Network didn't disclose it. But the Human Emperor Network naturally had its own evaluation system, which was very fair. Lin Moya also found Gu Qingxian on the potential list, ranked 66th. She was previously ranked 65th, but now, because of him, she had dropped to 66th. The second list was the Combat Power list. The Combat Power list also ranked those with permissions below level 5 and cultivation below the Divine Sovereign level. Lin Moya didn't find his name on this list. The top ranks were all occupied by Divine King Realm cultivators. Generally, when one reached the 4th or 5th tier of the Divine King Realm, their permissions would also be upgraded to level 5. After reaching level 5, they would join the overall leaderboard for the entire star region and would no longer be included in the Vermilion Bird Star region's leaderboard. Lin Moya guessed that the person at the top of the Combat Power list was likely at the 3rd tier of the Divine King Realm. Their actual combat power was probably not just at the 3rd tier of the Divine King Realm but could reach the 6th or even 7th tier. Cross-realm challenges were not exclusive to him, others could do it too. The human race was never short of geniuses. The third list was the contribution list. This list also only included those with permissions below level 5 and cultivation below the Divine Sovereign level. As the name suggests, the contribution list ranked those who had made significant contributions to the human race. Here, Lin Moya found his name again, ranked 8th, while Gu Qingxian was ranked 9th. The last list was the bounty list. This list contained enemies of the human race, with a total of 100 names, all from other races. Each name was accompanied by details of their race, strength level, and the reason for being on the list. Each name on this list represented a task. If one could find and kill them, they would complete the task and receive a reward. This list was also matched with the newly unlocked battlefield tasks. Gu Qingxuan's excited voice came from beside him. Junior brother Lin, you're on the list. Chapter 1058. Chapter 1058, 1058. Chapter 1058, 2 choices, 2 paths. Gu Qingxian almost jumped up with joy. Lin Shidi, you're ranked first on the potential list. Hearing Gu Qingxuan's voice, Lin Moya felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect that Gu Qingxian had always been paying attention to his matters. She knew that it was his first time completing a 4th level task, which would unlock the leaderboard function. So Gu Qingxian had been keeping an eye on it and was the first to notice the change on the leaderboard. Lin Moya said, I already saw it. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Gu Qingxian suddenly realized something. Her pretty face turned red, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Her reaction was noticed by Zhu Tian and Divine Sovereign Yefan. Both of them were experienced and immediately understood what was going on. They exchanged a glance and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Divine Sovereign Yefan had always thought highly of Lin Moya, considering him a promising talent. Even if Gu Qingxian truly got together with Lin Moya, as long as she was willing, he, as her master, would have no objections. Yen Tu smiled. Congratulations, Lin Xiao, for being ranked first on the potential list. Given Lin Moya's extraordinary combat power, Yen Tu was not surprised at all that he was ranked first on the potential list. Lin Moya was very humble. Senior Yen, you flatter me. Potential doesn't mean much. Yen Tu thought Lin Moya was being overly modest. How could that be? The potential list is very accurate. Anyone who can rank in the top 10 on the potential list is destined to become a divine sovereign in the future. Moreover, you are ranked first. Lin Moya shook his head. There's a saying, a dead genius is no longer a genius. Only those who survive to the end can laugh last. Zhu Tian laughed heartily. Lin Xiao is right. Only those who survive to the end can laugh last. Yen Tu knew that Lin Moya was subtly referring to Lu Hong in the recent incident with the disciplinary team. Yen Tu said in a deep voice, indeed, but with Lin Xiao's combat power, it won't be easy for others to kill you. At this moment, he glanced at Lu Fei, who was standing there like a wooden statue. This matter started because of Lu Fei. Lu Hong is dead, but this matter is not over. The law of slaughter in the hall fluctuated slightly, and a pitch-black law descended. Lu Fei's body silently disintegrated, like snow melting. Strangely, throughout the entire process, Lu Fei did not feel any pain and remained in a daze. His physical body turned to ashes, but his soul was preserved. Yen Tu took out a jade bottle and directly absorbed Lu Fei's soul into it. Then, a wisp of flame from the fireball in the hall flew into the jade bottle. Immediately, Lu Fei's screams echoed from the jade bottle. Yen Tu said, Lu Fei's soul will be burned by the stellar essence fire for 100 years. This is his punishment. As he said this, he looked at Lin Moyo, as if asking, Lin Xiao, are you satisfied? Lin Moyo bowed to Yen Tu, thank you, senior, for upholding justice. Yen Tu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Lin Moyo was satisfied. Eliminating Lu Fei to gain the favor of a future divine sovereign was a worthwhile trade. Although he didn't think much of ordinary divine sovereigns, who could predict how far Lin Moyo would go in the future? He might even reach the divine city and achieve greater accomplishments. Throughout the entire process, Yen Tu carefully observed Lin Moya's expression. Lin Moya was too calm, so calm that even Yen Tu found it terrifying. 100 years of soul burning was not an ordinary punishment, but Lin Moya witnessed it without any reaction. This showed that Lin Moya was a decisive and ruthless person. Combined with his demeanor when he counter-killed Lu Hong, Yen Tu concluded that Lin Moya would go very far in the future. At this moment, Zhu Tian also said in a deep voice, I will handle the Lu family. They have gone too far this time and need to be properly disciplined. Divine Sovereign Yefan added in a low voice, I will go too. The Lu family bullied Qingxian this time. I need to let them know that I am not to be trifled with. The Lu family was the ruler of the Vermilion Bird 33rd star system and had a divine sovereign in their family. But with Zhu Tian present, the Lu family wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, it was clear that Divine Sovereign Yefan was not afraid of the Lu family. Yen Tu also said in a low voice, indeed, they need to be disciplined. In recent years, some major families have been doing things they shouldn't, relying on their power. Although they have done it well, leaving no evidence, they are gradually becoming excessive. If necessary, I can send someone to assist. Zhu Tian waved his hand, no need to trouble Captain Yen. I will handle this matter properly. The human race cannot afford internal strife. Lin Moya knew that the Lu family was in trouble. Zhu Tian wouldn't let them off easily. He would likely make an example of them. The human race could have undercurrents and competition, but it couldn't go too far. Just like the Law Divine Flower this time, even though Lin Moya discovered it, others could still try to take it before he fully obtained it. The saying treasures belong to the virtuous referred to strength. In the process of competing for treasures, it was acceptable to accidentally injure someone. Even if there were disputes afterward, the punishment would be minor. The human race always encouraged fair competition, but using underhanded methods to kill and seize treasures was unacceptable. Incidents like Lu Hong's had been happening frequently in recent years. Zhu Tian knew that these were the misdeeds of the younger generation from major families. This time, he intended to use this incident to thoroughly rectify the situation. Lin Moyo and Gu Qingxian left the disciplinary team unscathed, and it was time for them to part ways. Gu Qingxian was reluctant to leave, but she had her own tasks to complete. The chain tasks, which were the tasks to enter the Divine City, still needed to be completed. Entering the Divine City was her lifelong dream, and she had to achieve it. Lin Moya sincerely wished her well. I wish you success in entering the Divine City, senior sister. After this task, their relationship had become much closer, and their conversations were more casual. Gu Qingxian clenched her small fists, her face slightly red. I hope to see you in the Divine City in the future, Lin Shidi. Lin Moya smiled, I'm sure we will. Cultivators didn't have many sentimental farewells. After a few simple words, Gu Qingxian left on Divine Sovereign Yefan's flying boat. Lin Moyo boarded Zhu Tian's vehicle. Zhu Tian's vehicle was a small warship, only 100 meters long. Although small, its combat power was formidable, possessing the strength of a divine sovereign. It was not inferior to those massive divine sovereign-class warships. In the entire Vermilion Bird Star region, there was only one such warship. The warship started, not entering subspace but directly initiating space jumps. Each jump could span hundreds of light years. Each jump took only a second. A few seconds later, Lin Moya found himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. Zhu Tian said, this is the Vermilion Bird 10th star system. The Vermilion Bird 10th star system was one of the 10 high-level star systems in the Vermilion Bird Star region. Lin Moya curiously asked, why did the domain master bring me here? Zhu Tian replied, you should have seen the bounty list by now. I have, Lin Moya nodded. Zhu Tian said, you have reached the True God realm and are qualified to enter the battlefield. You can go to the battlefield from the 10th star system and take on battlefield tasks. Combined with the bounty list, if you can complete some of the tasks, it will be greatly beneficial to you. But it is very dangerous. You need to consider it carefully. Of course, you can also go back and continue doing ordinary tasks, which is also a good choice. Zhu Tian presented two paths to Lin Moyo. One was dangerous, the other was safe, leaving the choice to Lin Moyo. Chapter 1059. Chapter 1059, 1059. Chapter 1059, High-Level Life Star System, Divine Kings Everywhere. The vast Vermilion Bird Star region has only 10 high-level star systems. Their prosperity is far beyond what medium or low-level star systems can compare to. Being in one of them feels like being in a completely different world. As a high-level star system, the Vermilion Bird 10th star system has a total of 30 planets. Among them, there are 9 life planets, 20 resource planets, and 1 special military-industrial planet. Because there are as many as 20 resource planets, the resources in the star system are very abundant. These resource planets not only provide a large number of resources needed for cultivation but also have formations set up on them. The planets amplify the Starlight Law, making it easier for those who want to comprehend the Starlight Law. This is also why there are many masters of the Starlight Law among the human race. Among the 9 life planets, Planet 1 is a world for those with level 4 permissions and above. Only those who have obtained level 4 permissions are qualified to enter Planet 1. Planets 2 and 3 do not have such restrictions, but they are also worlds for cultivators. The remaining 6 planets belong to ordinary people. Ordinary people here are relative to the Great World. If placed in a small world, each one would be a strong person. In the small world where Lin Moya was born, a half-step supergod was a top-tier strong person. But in the Great World, a half-step supergod is just an ordinary person, not even considered a cultivator. Lin Moya entered Planet 10-1 and headed to the trading center. Someone like him, who was only a first-tier true god, is very rare. Here, beings above the 5th tier of true gods are everywhere, and divine kings are also commonly seen. In less than half a day since Lin Moya arrived, he had already seen 2 divine sovereigns. Lin Moya was an anomaly here. Zhu Tian brought him here because it is possible to directly teleport to the front lines from here. Of course, if Lin Moya chose another path, Zhu Tian would send him back to Planet 50. Zhu Tian did not force Lin Moya, nor did he tell Lin Moya which path to choose. He simply explained the pros and cons of both paths, allowing Lin Moya to choose freely based on his own heart. Lin Moya almost did not hesitate and directly chose to go to the battlefield. In the small world, he had fought his way up from the battlefield, and in the great world, he still chose this path. Although this path is dangerous, it is familiar. Lin Moya liked to reminisce, and he felt at ease walking the old path. However, before that, Lin Moya had to deal with some things first. For example, he had 250,000 law beads on him. These things were useless to keep, so he might as well exchange them for points and see what else he could buy. The battlefield is different from other places, with significantly increased danger. Although Lin Moya was confident, he was not arrogant. In case something unexpected happened on the battlefield, he needed to ensure he could survive. The trading center maintained an ancient and desolate atmosphere, exuding a primitive aura. Not only was the aura ancient, but even the architecture was very old. This must be at least 10,000 years old. Lin Moya sighed softly, feeling a sense of awe just from a single building. Is this your first time here, young one? This trading center is much older than 10,000 years. Lin Moya saw an elderly man with a kind expression looking at him. The old man had hidden his identity, and Lin Moya could not see his name or level. However, Lin Moya instinctively felt that this old man was not simple. The aura he emitted was as ancient and desolate as the trading center, yet also profound and extraordinary. Looking at him was like looking at a deep, bottomless whirlpool. Lin Moya respectfully saluted the old man. Please enlighten me, senior. The old man smiled kindly. This building has existed for over 100,000 years. It wasn't always like this. Look up at the top and see if you can notice anything. Lin Moya looked in the direction the old man pointed. The trading center's building was the oldest triangular shape, and at the top, there should have been a prominent peak. But now, it seemed that a part of the peak was missing. Lin Moya could feel that the trading center was not made of ordinary materials but was refined like a magical treasure. Even if he exerted all his strength, he would find it difficult to damage it. Based on Lin Moya's estimation, even a divine king would struggle to shake it. Yet now, the top had been cut off, indicating the one who did it was very powerful. Lin Moya's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his soul saw a scene. An alien, with an arm transformed into a sharp sword, swept across the starry sky, creating a dazzling sword energy. The sword energy cut through the starry sky, traversing countless distances, causing stars to collapse in its path. Finally, the sword energy landed on the trading center's building, cutting off the top before dissipating. At that time, the building shone brightly, unleashing incredible power to barely block the sword that had crossed countless starry distances. The scene disappeared, and Lin Moya returned to his senses. The old man chuckled. What did you see? Lin Moya said solemnly, a powerful being with an arm transformed into a sword. The old man interrupted Lin Moya, that was a member of the Sword Clan. This scar was caused by a peaked divine sovereign of the Sword Clan. It happened so long ago that if I remember correctly, it was about 120,000 years ago. Lin Moya was awestruck, not expecting it to be such an ancient event. Even after 120,000 years, he could still feel the sharpness of the sword energy from the cut. Lin Moya asked, why not repair it? The old man smiled and asked in return, why repair it? Lin Moya thought for a moment. Indeed, there's no need to repair it. Senior, with so many people coming and going here, why did you tell me this? The old man laughed. Can't an old man chat out of boredom? It's not like I only told you. Don't think too much of yourself. Aren't you going to the trading center? Go on, go on. After speaking, the old man slowly closed his eyes, looking as if he were resting. Lin Moya felt the old man was somewhat peculiar, sighing that many strong people might have their quirks. He didn't think much of it, saluted the old man again, and walked into the trading center. After Lin Moya entered the trading center, the old man reopened his eyes. The young man is quite polite. As he spoke, the old man disappeared, and the people coming and going around didn't notice his presence. Even Lin Moya didn't realize that while talking to the old man, he hadn't attracted any attention. It was as if everyone deliberately ignored him and the old man. Lin Moya entered the trading center, which was different from what he had seen before. The trading centers on low-level planets were like marketplaces. On medium-level planets, they were 9-story towers. But on high-level planets, the trading center was a garden. Lin Moya then realized that the triangular building he saw was just the entrance. Behind the entrance was a vast garden. The garden occupied a large area, with mountains and water. If not for the various stalls, it would be no different from a paradise. The entire trading center was covered by formations, making it invisible and inaccessible from the outside. Only through the main entrance could one enter and see it. Chapter 1060. Chapter 1060, 1060. Chapter 1060, Killing and Arson Bring Wealth. Lin Moya was very sure that no spatial formation was used here. Only some concealment formations were used to hide the trading center. This place truly covered a vast area. Lin Moya walked along the garden path, advancing at least several dozen kilometers, yet he was still far from reaching the end. On both sides of the path, every 10 steps or so, there was a small stall. There was no crowding, and the stall owners never shouted. Each one sat with their eyes closed, looking as if they didn't care whether you bought anything or not. Although it was called a path, it was actually very wide, enough for a dozen people to walk side by side. As Lin Moya walked along, he found that most of the items for sale were things he couldn't understand. However, whether it was materials, magical treasures, or pills, they all exuded an extraordinary aura, at least at the true god level, and many were even at the divine king level. Lin Moya gradually learned the rules here. In this place, you don't need to ask the stall owner what something is. Either you can understand it yourself, or you use a detection spell. If you see something you like, you directly ask for the price. The stall owner will quote a price. If it's acceptable, you buy it. If not, you put it down and walk away. There's no haggling. This makes the trading here very quiet, even elegant, unlike the market-like atmosphere of other trading centers. Lin Moya was not in a hurry. He walked and stopped, seeing many novel things along the way and using detection spells to broaden his horizons. But so far, he hadn't found anything he needed. With the Battle King Tower and the soul-slaying sword on him, he didn't seem to have much need for magical treasures. After walking for 100 kilometers, Lin Moya finally saw the trading platform. The appearance of the trading platform indicated that he had reached the real trading center. Here, a huge lake stretched out, with trading platforms set up along its shore. In the center of the lake, there was a row of houses forming a circle. Lin Moya knew that those were the trading rooms. When the transaction amount reaches a certain level, you have to go to the trading room to complete the transaction. On low-level planets, transactions exceeding 1,000 points require going to the trading room. On medium-level planets, this threshold is raised to 10,000 points. Now, on a high-level planet, Lin Moya estimated that at least 100,000 points would be needed to go to the trading room. Thinking about the law beads he had in the items he got from Lu Hong, the transaction amount could exceed 1,000,000 points, so he would definitely need to go to the trading room. Lin Moya casually chose a trading platform, activated it, and placed the war blade he got from Lu Hong into it. The trading platform had an internal spatial formation, so no matter how large the item was, it would shrink to fit inside. The formation slowly rotated, flashing with a faint light, constantly flickering. It was clearly appraising the war blade. A minute later, a piece of information popped up. Divine King level lower grade magical treasure, star-shattering war blade, valued at 200,000 points. Do you wish to sell it? Lin Moya didn't expect the war blade to be so valuable. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, it was a Divine King level magical treasure. Even if it was lower grade, its value was not low. Since the war blade was useless to him, he chose to sell it immediately. The trading platform lit up with a faint light, and a small teleportation array appeared at Lin Moya's feet. Lin Moya didn't resist and let the teleportation array transport him. The next second, he found himself in an ancient-style room. Lin Moya knew that this was one of the houses he had seen by the lake, located in the center of the lake. It was also the trading room within the trading center. The room was filled with the fragrance of tea, and a beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor was sitting behind a tea table. Beside her, a rotating disc was the trading disc used for transactions. Lin Moya naturally sat down and glanced around the room. The overall layout of the trading room was similar to those on lower-level star systems. However, the materials used here were of higher quality, all refined and valuable top-grade materials. One could even sense several types of laws from these materials. If one could live here for a long time, their comprehension of laws would also accelerate. Senior, are you here to sell this star-shattering war blade? The trading master had an excellent demeanor, and her voice was gentle and pleasant, making it enjoyable to listen to. Even the most irritable person would calm down here. The trading master was named Lu Lan, and her cultivation was at the 9th tier of the super god realm. Most of the people who came here were her seniors. Lin Moya picked up a teacup and took a slow sip, not just the war blade, but other items as well. Lu Lan said softly, "Senior can take them all out for appraisal and simultaneous transaction." With a light wave of his hand, Lin Moya placed a large net on the tea table. The net exuded the aura of the true god realm, another trophy from Lu Hong. After Lu Lan appraised it, she said, "This is a top-grade magical treasure of the true god realm, valued at around 50,000 points." Lin Moya then took out more items, all obtained from Lu Hong. After Lu Hong's death, his storage ring became Lin Moya's trophy, and its contents belonged to Lin Moya. Lu Hong's wealth wasn't vast, and there weren't many items, so Lin Moya decided to sell them all. He didn't even want the storage ring, finding it unlucky to keep a dead man's belongings. All the items together totaled 400,000 points, a considerable gain. Compared to doing tasks, this method of earning points was much faster. As the saying goes, killing and arson bring wealth. Many human cultivators go to the battlefield to kill aliens and rob their belongings. Alien items can also be sold for points, making it a good way to get rich for those in need of money. Getting rich this way is indeed easier, but it's also very dangerous. Lu Lan was patient throughout, appraising each item Lin Moya brought out and serving him tea. "Senior, these items look like they belong to our human race. Lulan said softly, seemingly casually, without expecting any response from Lin Moyo. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Isn't your rule not to ask about the origin of items? Lulan covered her mouth and laughed. It seems Senior knows our rules well. I've done a few transactions, so I know a bit. Lin Moya chuckled, not answering Lulan's question, and she didn't press further. She collected all the items, completing the transaction in an instant. The transaction is complete. Senior can check your account, the points should be there. Lin Moya checked and found that the 400,000 points had indeed been credited to his account. Lin Moya took another sip of tea. Let's start the second transaction. Lulan's eyes lit up. Does Senior have more items to sell? The larger the transaction amount, the more benefits she would receive. 400,000 points was a considerable amount for most true gods. But here, many divine kings came to trade, so 400,000 points was just average. Lin Moya took out a law bead. Appraise this. Lulan appraised it according to the rules, a true god-level law bead. Our trading center has a standard price of 10 points per bead. She seemed a bit disappointed, thinking Lin Moyo had more valuable items, but it was just law beads. Even if there were 10,000 law beads, it would only be 100,000 points. However, Lulan hid her disappointment well, continuing to serve Lin Moya tea. Lin Moya knew the standard price was 10 points per bead, as he had learned earlier. He placed all the law beads into the trading disc. Chapter 1061. Chapter 1061, 1061. Chapter 1061, The Sky-High Law Pearl. Shu Liulan could no longer conceal her shock. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her hands trembled continuously. Lin Moyo had taken out too many law pearls, exceeding the prepared quantity for the trading platform, totaling 250,000 law pearls. Each pearl was worth 10 points, amounting to a total of 2.5 million points. To Liulan, this was a truly significant transaction. Liulan was in a daze for a long time, muttering, how can there be so many? Lin Moyo looked at her and said softly, do you need me to tell you how I got them? Liulan shuddered and quickly shook her head. No, Senior, you don't need to say anything. We only handle the transaction and don't ask about the source. Lin Moya tapped his fingers lightly on the table. I thought you might be interested in knowing. Liulan realized she had misspoken earlier and immediately apologized to Lin Moyo. It was my mistake earlier. Please don't be offended, Senior. Lin Moyo looked at her and then chuckled. It's fine, you can continue. Liulan breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, Lin Moya seemed somewhat intimidating. Even though he still appeared gentle and elegant, like a refined gentleman, Liulan felt that Lin Moya was somewhat daunting. That invisible aura made her feel suffocated. With Lin Moya's words, the oppressive feeling vanished. Liulan secretly warned herself not to ask unnecessary questions in the future and to control her mouth. Liulan completed the transaction as quickly as possible, showing her most beautiful smile. Senior Lin, the transaction is complete. Do you have any other transactions? Lin Moya nodded. Yes, but I'm not sure if you can make the decision. Liulan took a deep breath. As long as it doesn't exceed 5 million points, I can make the decision. But if Senior needs, I can also get the manager to serve you. Lin Moya shook his head. No need for now, you can estimate the value of this. Lin Moya took out the law pearl obtained from the strange giant spirit. The enormous law pearl made Liulan's breathing become rapid. Senior, this is. Liulan had never seen such an item and was unsure. Lin Moya said, it's just a law pearl, only larger. You can estimate its value. Liulan used a detection technique, which also identified it as a law pearl. But the law pearl in front of her clearly couldn't be valued like an ordinary law pearl. Detection techniques are not omnipotent and often fail to provide accurate information. Liulan couldn't make a decision and couldn't give an accurate price. She said, Senior, should I let the manager estimate the value? She became more respectful towards Lin Moyo. As a trading center's trading room, she had seen many people. She knew that some people couldn't be judged by their surface cultivation, and Lin Moyo was likely one of those people. Lin Moya nodded, okay. Liulan immediately sent a message, and within seconds, the door of the trading room opened, and a woman walked in. The woman was named Yuju, a 9th-level true god. Yuju was as her name suggested, with skin like jade and a figure like bamboo. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, even surpassing Liulan. Among all the women Lin Moyo had seen, only a few could compare. His sister, wife, Gu Qingjin, and Lilian. Yuju exuded a mature charm. After entering the trading room, she greeted Lin Moyo with a slight bow. Yuju greets you, sir. She addressed Lin Moyo as sir as a form of respect. After all, Lin Moya's cultivation was lower than hers, but he was a guest of the trading center. Calling him junior brother might make him uncomfortable, so addressing him as sir was most appropriate. Lin Moya didn't care about the title and directly said, Greetings, Senior Yuju. Please estimate the value of this. Yuju could tell from Lin Moya's words that he was not one to beat around the bush. Talking directly with such people was best. She immediately looked at the law pearl and used a detection technique. Yuju's knowledge far surpassed Liulan's, and she immediately recognized the law pearl's extraordinary nature, saying, this law pearl comes from a strange giant spirit. She accurately identified the origin of the law pearl, proving her extensive knowledge. She then closed her eyes and carefully sensed it, continuing, this strange giant spirit mutated from a strange creature and evolved into a strange giant spirit. It has existed for over 100,000 years and is only a step away from the God-King realm. Such a law pearl is very useful for refining artifacts. With some top-quality materials, it can be used to create a God-King level artifact. However, she paused slightly and glanced at Lin Moyo. Seeing no reaction from Lin Moyu, Yuju felt conflicted about whether to continue. From the moment she entered the trading room and saw Lin Moyu, she felt he was unusual. She had seen many people and was good at judging them. Although Lin Moyu appeared to be only a first-level true god, she believed his true strength was far beyond that. Lin Moyu was likely a genius capable of challenging higher levels. She decided to follow her instincts and speak the truth. However, using such a law pearl for refining artifacts would be a waste. Its greatest use is to create a law star or to nurture an artifact spirit. So, I estimate this law pearl to be worth 5 million points. Upon hearing this, Liulan gasped. This enormous law pearl was worth so much. That was 5 million points, an astronomical figure for many true god-level cultivators. Even some god kings couldn't come up with 5 million points. And Lin Moyu had earned a total of 7.9 million points from just one transaction. Lin Moyu had long known the extraordinary value of this law pearl, so 5 million points seemed reasonable. Lin Moyu nodded. Alright, let's trade at that price. Sir, you are straightforward. Yuju smiled and quickly completed the transaction. She smiled at Lin Moyu and said, Sir, your total transaction value at the trading center has exceeded 5 million points, making you a VIP. We will now open some hidden trading items for you. If you are interested, you can check them at the trading platform later. We also offer home delivery service. If you fancy something, we will deliver it directly to you. Hidden items. Lin Moyu chuckled to himself, surprised by such a rule. Indeed, he still knew too little. Perhaps in the future, with higher transaction amounts, he could gain even greater benefits. The trading center was like a small world, with levels of authority similar to those among humans, progressing step by step. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. After confirming the points were credited, he used the teleportation array in the trading room to leave. After he left, Yuju said to Liulan, You did well this time. Liulan giggled. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Yuju. Yuju frowned slightly, as if she had thought of something. Why does the name Lin Moyu sound so familiar? Chapter 1062. Chapter 1062 1062. Chapter 1062 Don't think being polite will save you. These past few days, the most famous person in the Vermilion Bird domain was naturally Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was first taken away by the law enforcement team, and his name quickly spread throughout the Vermilion Bird domain. Due to the existence of the Human Sovereign Network, information traveled at an extremely rapid pace. In less than half a day, everyone knew about Lin Moyu and Gu Qingjin being taken away by the law enforcement team. Being taken away by the law enforcement team couldn't mean anything good, as one could imagine. But soon after, the potential ranking suddenly changed. Lin Moyu almost parachuted directly to the first place on the potential ranking. The potential ranking had another name among talented cultivators, the genius ranking. Only geniuses could be on the potential ranking, and their ranks represented their level of genius. Lin Moyu's sudden rise to the top of the potential ranking surprised many people. The potential ranking had 100 spots, so Lin Moyu's ascension to first place meant the original 100th person was eliminated. More importantly, Lin Moyu being on the potential ranking meant he was safe and sound. The incident of him being taken away by law enforcement was just a misunderstanding. Then, people saw Lin Moyu and Gu Qingjin's names on the contribution ranking, ranked 8th and 9th respectively. This further proved that not only were they innocent, but they had made contributions. The contribution ranking wasn't something just anyone could get on, one had to make contributions to humanity to be listed. New information then spread that Lin Moyu's contribution came from completing the task of fully clearing 100 non-living star systems and setting up a star array there. Many people rushed to the Vermilion Bird 100 non-living star systems to check, and found it to be true. The previously chaotic star systems filled with turbulent spiritual auras and strange creatures had become calm and peaceful, entering a process of self-repair. Given enough time, they would become suitable for life again. Although humanity had many living star systems, having more was always better, which is why these tasks were issued in the first place. Some might say it would be faster and better for celestial venerables to restore the star systems themselves. However, that would prevent the younger generation from experiencing the suffering of war and seeing what those once prosperous star systems had become. The higher-ups wanted to motivate and provoke the younger generation this way. It was just that these tasks were extremely difficult, to the point where some thought they were impossible to complete. Yet Lin Moyu had accomplished it, proving the tasks were doable and the rewards attainable. Lin Moyu's fame rapidly grew amidst the doubts and acknowledgements, expanding throughout the entire Vermilion Bird domain. At the number 10 star trading center, Lin Moyu had been standing in front of the trading platform for a long time. After leaving the trading room, he had returned to the platform to search for the items he needed. Since he had decided to go to the battlefield, the first thing Lin Moyu thought of was how to stay alive, specifically, how to survive against celestial kings. He wasn't thinking about weakling celestial kings like Liu Hong, but at least against the level of the Black Falcon King or Bat King. Although he had the Battle King Tower which greatly increased his survival chances, celestial kings also had ways to deal with it, like Liu Hong's massive net talisman that almost trapped him. So Lin Moyu decided to go on the offensive as the best defense. He wanted to see if he could purchase any remains or corpses of celestial kings at the 9th level. Even remnants would do. As long as he could obtain the remnants of a 9th level celestial king, he would truly have nothing to fear in the celestial king realm. However, the remains of celestial kings were not easily obtainable. No matter how much Lin Moyu searched, he couldn't find any. In the list of items he could see, there were some previously hidden items as well. These items were rarer, and among them, Lin Moyu saw celestial king level items. For example, there was a flame-extinguishing sword containing the flame-extinguishing law for 6 million points, a high-grade Celestial King-level artifact. However, it was useless to Lin Moyo, so he had no interest in purchasing it despite the high price. Points were just numbers, and Lin Moyo had no intention of being stingy. Since he couldn't find any Celestial King remains, he only saw some remnants of true divinities that could be used for pill or artifact refinement, but Lin Moyo wasn't very interested. After searching for a while, Lin Moyo now had a massive 8.77 million points, but hadn't spent a single one. If the number 10 star trading center doesn't have it, I wonder if other star systems trading centers might. As far as he knew, different star systems not only had different tasks but also different items in their trading centers. Lin Moyo thought he could check a few other higher level star systems, or perhaps he could find something at the street stalls. If not, he could swallow his pride and ask Zhu Tian. In any case, he was determined to obtain a life-saving talisman before going to the battlefield. The battlefield was too dangerous, while growing and completing the task were important, survival was the top priority. Without his life, nothing else mattered. Lin Moyo spent an entire day at the trading center, carefully inspecting every corner, but still couldn't find any Celestial King remains. Disappointed, he left the trading center. Outside, there were still crowds of people coming and going. The old man from before was no longer there. For some reason, Lin Moyo felt that the old man had been waiting specifically for him. This unfounded feeling struck him as odd. Or perhaps I'm overthinking it. Lin Moyo shook his head slightly and chuckled to himself. Gradually, Lin Moyo noticed some new issues. Many people were looking at him, their gazes converging, and he could hear faint whispers around him. So this is Lin Moyo. Could it be someone with the same name? The first on the potential ranking is only a true divinity first level, is that possible? The potential ranking isn't ranked by cultivation level, maybe his potential is high enough. But for a true divinity first level to perfectly complete the task in star system 100,182 seems unlikely. All kinds of voices reached his ears, and Lin Moyo found it increasingly strange. How had he suddenly become so famous? Why did it seem like everyone recognized him? Was it because of the potential ranking? But what about that task? How did everyone know about it? Lin Moyo felt a bit dazed and unaccustomed to the attention. Lin Moyo. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Lin Moyo turned to look and immediately revealed an embarrassed expression. Not far away, Chu Xiong was striding over with a domineering aura, his Celestial King aura surging skyward. The people around him instinctively stepped back to make way. Chu Xiong had a ferocious look on his face, as if he was coming to pick a fight with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo cupped his fist in greeting. Greetings, Senior Chu. Chu Xiong snorted angrily. You little brat, don't think being polite now will save you. I'm telling you, apologizing is useless. I'm going to teach you a lesson today and show you what it means to respect your elders. Chapter 1063. Chapter 1063, 1063. Chapter 1063, Too little faith power is useless, too much is harmful. Chu Xiong cursed and dragged Lin Moyo away. Lin Moyo smiled bitterly and helplessly, wondering how he had forgotten that Chu Xiong and Zhuangbai were both in the number 10 star system. Moreover, it was such a coincidence that they happened to run into each other. Lin Moyo remembered Chu Xiong's fierce look in the human sovereign arena, as if he wanted to eat him alive. But in the end, he was defeated by Lin Moyo twice in seconds, which almost made him explode with anger. Now, in reality, being caught by Chu Xiong, he would probably be taught a lesson. Lin Moyo actually understood that Chu Xiong had no ill intentions. Despite his fierce appearance, he was not a bad person. Chu Xiong took Lin Moyo and left through the teleportation array. The two arrived at a quiet mountain forest, where the sound of flowing water could be heard in the distance. The environment here was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and a quiet path leading into the depths of the forest. Lin Moyo noticed that the flowers and plants on both sides of the path were obviously carefully trimmed, arranged in a very aesthetic manner. At the deepest part of the path, a courtyard could be vaguely seen. This reminded Lin Moyo of the White God courtyard in the small world, with a similar charm. Lin Moyo looked at Chu Xiong with a hint of curiosity. Senior Chu, do you live here? Chu Xiong's fierce face and fiery temper seemed out of place with the current environment. Chu Xiong guessed Lin Moyo's thoughts and his face changed. What, doesn't it look like it? Lin Moyo shook his head. I didn't expect Senior Chu to have such a soft heart. Soft your ghost, I wouldn't want to live in this godforsaken place. Walking here, you have to be careful not to step on the flowers and plants. Chu Xiong shouted loudly, showing his disdain for the place. Lin Moyo couldn't help but laugh. This seemed more in line with Chu Xiong's character. Chu idiot, did you eat shit again? A leisurely voice sounded, neither fast nor slow. Lin Moyo immediately recognized it as Zhuangbai's voice. Chu Xiong snorted, Old Zhuang, Lin Moyo is here. At the end of the path, Zhuangbai's figure appeared. Lin Moyo immediately greeted him. Greetings, Senior Zhuang. Zhuangbai, with a face like jade and a gentle smile, said, Young friend Lin, please come into the courtyard for a drink. Chu Xiong groaned, drinking is drinking, why so many fancy words, we're not from the Azure Dragon Star domain. Saying this, he had already walked in, not forgetting to add, kid, don't think about running away. Lin Moyo smiled slightly and followed. The forest path was not long. As soon as he stepped into the forest, a refreshing air hit him, making Lin Moyo feel relaxed and happy, sweeping away any fatigue and worries. Dappled light shone through the trees, falling on him warmly. The sound of birds chirping could be heard, and birds could be seen nesting in the branches. The place exuded beauty, calming the heart. Zhuangbai stood in front of the courtyard, looking more refined than when he was seen in the arena. A word suddenly popped into Lin Moyo's mind, scholar. He found it very fitting to describe Xuanbai as a scholar. He and Chu Xiong seemed like two extremes, yet they were close friends. The world is indeed full of wonders. The courtyard was simply but elegantly arranged, matching Xuanbai's personality. After passing through the courtyard, the sound of water became more pronounced, and a waterfall could be seen not far away. The rushing mountain water cascaded down the waterfall, not grand but with a unique charm. On the stone table behind the courtyard, there were a few simple dishes and a pot of fine wine. Chu Xiong sat down unceremoniously. Xuanbai waved his hand. "Young friend Lin, please sit." Chu Xiong shouted, "Why so polite? Drinking doesn't need so many rules, just drink to your heart's content." As he spoke, he had already poured himself a cup and started drinking. Xuanbai smiled wryly. "Ignore him, he's just a rough person." Lin Moya's heart moved, and he took out the wine gourd given by Ren Chang. "Senior Chu, this wine is my apology to you." Xuanbai shook his head. There is no need for an apology for winning or losing in the arena. Chu Xiong, hearing it was wine, grabbed the gourd. "That's between me and him, you stay out of it." Xuanbai sighed. "You are really something." Chu Xiong took a sip from the gourd and exhaled. "The wine is not bad, though a bit light, but drinkable." "Considering the wine, I'll forgive you this time. Let's let bygones be bygones." Lin Moya knew that Chu Xiong didn't really blame him, he just looked fierce. Xuanbai smiled. "Young friend Lin, you have become quite famous recently." Hearing this, Lin Moya felt a headache. "I don't know what to do." Chu Xiong muttered, "It's simple, just hide your information." Xuanbai also smiled. "That's a good method, and very simple. Just hide your information, and others won't know who you are. But the problem is, many people already remember your appearance, and you will still be recognized." Chu Xiong interjected again. "Serves you right for being the first on the potential ranking. Being first means being watched." Lin Moya smiled bitterly. "I didn't intend for this to happen. The Human Sovereign Network did it, it's not up to you. Even if others want to, they can't get on it." Chu Xiong said grumpily. Xuanbai glared at him. "You drink your wine and talk less." Chu Xiong obediently started drinking. These two, Lin Moya found them very interesting. Xuanbai said, "Young friend Lin can also prepare a treasure to change your appearance. Combined with hiding your information, it will be hard for others to recognize you." Indeed, this would be foolproof. Xuanbai changed the topic. "However, being recognized is not necessarily a bad thing, it could be a good thing." Lin Moya was slightly surprised. "Please enlighten me, senior." Xuanbai said, "Have you heard of the power of faith?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, it is one of the fundamental powers of the human race." Not only had he heard of it, but he also possessed the power of faith. Even in the great world, the power of faith from the small world had never ceased. The power of faith had many uses, but so far, he didn't know how to use it. Xuanbai said, "The more famous you are, the more you will gradually gather the power of faith. The power of faith is very useful, especially when you break through to the God-sovereign realm, it can give you a push." Hearing this, Lin Moya was slightly stunned. "Senior Xuan means I should be high profile to gather the power of faith." Xuanbai smiled. "More or less. Those who have been at the top of the potential ranking have all gathered the power of faith. Using the power of faith can speed up their cultivation and make future breakthroughs easier." Chu Xiong interjected again, "But it depends on how much power of faith you can gather. Too little is useless, too much is troublesome, and too much can be harmful." Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Too much power of faith can be harmful. Xuanbai explained, "The power of faith is the power of all beings, with many impurities, so too much can cause problems." "Is there a solution?" Since the power of faith is one of the fundamental powers of the human race, it has both advantages and disadvantages. If there are disadvantages, there must be solutions. Xuanbai chuckled. "There are many solutions. You can purify and refine it yourself, or use the Dragon Clan's Dragon Soul Crystal." Chapter 1064. Chapter 1064, 1064. Chapter 1064, Striving for First Place in 3 Rankings. Xuanbai and Lin Moya chatted a lot. Overall, Xuanbai told Lin Moya that the power of faith is very useful and has great potential. He advised Lin Moya to make good use of his position as the first on the potential ranking to gather as much faith power as possible. Although the power of faith contains many impurities and needs to be purified and refined before it can truly be used, there are many ways to solve this problem. Lin Moya himself already possesses the 9-colored Dragon Soul Crystal, so the impurities are not an issue for him. However, when Lin Moya asked about the method of using it, Xuanbai did not explain. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. The power of faith, like laws, needs to be personally comprehended and is difficult to describe clearly in words. Lin Moya understood this. Moreover, to use the power of faith, one more thing is needed. This item can only be obtained with level 5 permissions. So for now, Lin Moya only needs to accumulate and not worry too much about other things. Lin Moya and Xuanbai had only met in the arena, and they were not deeply acquainted. But strangely, they hit it off immediately and quickly became good friends. Although they were not yet at the point of sharing everything, their relationship was already quite good. Xuanbai was gentle and elegant, spoke appropriately, and had no airs about him. On the contrary, Xuanbai greatly admired Lin Moya's ability to fight across levels. When he asked why Lin Moya was taken away by the law enforcement team, Lin Moya did not hide it and told him directly. Lin Moya admitted to killing Liao Hong, which shocked Xuanbai. Chu Xiong, who was beside him, even spat out his drink and stared at Lin Moya in disbelief. "Kid, are you saying you killed a celestial king at the first level of true divinity?" Lin Moya modestly replied, "He was just the weakest celestial king, unable to even manifest his soul, and his law domain was very poor." Chu Xiong muttered, "But no matter what, he was still a celestial king." I've heard of true divinity at the 9th level fighting across realms and killing celestial kings, but I've never heard of a 1st level true divinity killing a celestial king. Kid, you're a freak. No, I have to fight you now. If I don't fight you now, I might not be able to beat you in the future. If Lin Moya could maintain his current ability to fight across levels, when he reached the Celestial King realm, he might be invincible in that realm. Zhuangbai scolded, drink your wine and stop fooling around. You're a few thousand years old and still act like a child. Aren't you ashamed? Chu Xiong took a big gulp of wine. For Lin Moya's sake, I'll let it go today. Lin Moya couldn't help but laugh. He had no face to save. Chu Xiong was just giving himself an excuse. In the arena, Lin Moya had already shown strong strength. He could fight to a draw with a 9th level true divinity. But the arena and the real world are different. In the real world, one can use artifacts, but not in the arena. A good artifact can often determine the outcome of a battle. He guessed that Lin Moya might have some very powerful artifacts, but he wouldn't ask. This was Lin Moya's secret, and asking too much would affect their relationship. Zhuangbai asked, "What are your plans next, brother Lin?" Lin Moya replied, "I plan to go to the battlefield and do some battlefield tasks." Zhuangbai stared at Lin Moya, "Are you really going to the battlefield? The battlefield is very dangerous." Chu Xiong said in a muffled voice, "Dangerous my foot. With his strength, as long as he stays on the outskirts and doesn't go to other areas to court death, he won't die. Think about it, what would happen if a lion entered a flock of sheep?" Zhuangbai scolded, "Do you think Lin Moya was as unambitious as you, only bullying those weaker than yourself?" Lin Moya felt a bit embarrassed. That was exactly what he was thinking. But even on the outskirts of the battlefield, there could occasionally be celestial kings, which would still be dangerous. Zhuangbai continued, "Going to the battlefield is good. Although battlefield tasks are dangerous, the rewards are rich, far beyond those of the task center. Moreover, doing battlefield tasks can accumulate contributions, and the ranking on the contribution ranking is also very important. Many people admire the strong who are high on the contribution ranking." For Lin Moya, the biggest use of the potential ranking and the contribution ranking was to attract attention and gather the power of faith. Lin Moya thought that if he could get first place on the potential ranking, contribution ranking, and battle power ranking, he might be able to gather a lot of faith power. The battle power ranking evaluates real combat power. Currently, the first place on the battle power ranking is a 4th level celestial king named Shaolin. Lin Moya guessed that Shaolin had at least the combat power of a 7th or even 8th level celestial king. To reach the first place on the battle power ranking, Lin Moya needed to ensure he had the combat power of a 9th level celestial king. Given the current situation, this meant he needed to reach the celestial king realm. As long as he could reach the celestial king realm, he was confident he could match a 9th level celestial king. At the same time, he needed to ensure his permissions did not rise to level 5. If his permissions rose to level 5, he would leave the Vermilion Bird Domain's rankings and enter the rankings of the entire human race's 4 major domains. That would not be ideal. Lin Moya thought for a while and had an answer in his heart. Permissions should not rise too quickly. Cultivation and permissions should progress together. Zhuangbai saw Lin Moya's expression and knew he had figured it out. He smiled, "You know what to do now, right?" Lin Moya nodded, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Zhuang." Zhuangbai said, "Currently, the first place on the battle power ranking, Shaolin, could have raised his permissions to level 5 long ago. But to gather more faith power, he has been holding back his permissions. The more faith power, the easier the future path will be, and the easier it will be to advance to the God-sovereign realm. However, too much faith power brings many impurities that need to be purified." Chu Xiong said, "It said that guy got a dragon soul crystal from the dragon clan a few years ago and is now happily refining the power of faith." Chu Xiong's words carried a hint of disdain, as if he looked down on Shaolin's actions. Zhuangbai smiled, "Don't mind him. This guy has some issues with Shaolin. They chose different paths. Chu Xiong can't use the power of faith, so he raised his permissions early and left the rankings. At that time, he and Shaolin were evenly matched in combat power." Chu Xiong snorted, "If I meet Shaolin now, I'll beat him with one hand." If we hadn't left the battle power ranking early, he wouldn't have had a chance to speak. Chu Xiong is now at the 8th level of the Celestial King realm and indeed has the ability to beat Shaolin, and Zhuangbai is at the 9th level of the Celestial King realm. Clearly, both of them were once figures on the battle power ranking and had the ability to fight across levels. Lin Moya said, "I will work hard but won't force it." "Senior Zhuang, Senior Chu, I have a question." "Ask away," Zhuangbai said. Chu Xiong, drinking his wine, said, "Just spit it out." Lin Moya asked, "Where can I get the remains of a Celestial King? I searched the trading center but couldn't find any." Zhuangbai was curious, "What do you need the remains of a Celestial King for?" Chu Xiong was also puzzled, "Do you have some special hobby?" Lin Moya laughed, "I have a technique that requires the remains of a strong person as a catalyst. The stronger the remains, the more powerful my technique." Chapter 1065. Chapter 1065, 1065. Chapter 1065, Preparations before going to the battlefield. Zhuangbai understood immediately upon hearing it. Lin Moya planned to use the corpse as a trump card to save his life on the battlefield. The battlefield is very dangerous, indeed you need to make some preparations. I didn't expect you to have such a technique. You can't buy a Divine King Realm corpse in the trading center. The corpses of the Divine King Realm are very valuable and won't circulate in the outside world. Lin Moya was a bit disappointed. I see, I guess I was thinking too much. At this moment, a black shadow flew past, and a severed leg heavily fell on the grass. The leg was very fresh, still bleeding, and the strong smell of blood immediately spread. The leg was over 10 meters long, like a small mountain, pressing on the ground. Lin Moya sensed the aura of the Divine King realm from the severed leg, but he couldn't determine the exact level. But it definitely wouldn't be lower than the 5th level of the Divine King realm. Zhuangbai glared fiercely at Chu Xiong. "If you don't fix my yard later, I'll break your leg." Obviously, Zhuangbai cared a lot about his yard. His words were full of killing intent. Chu Xiong shivered all over, muttering, "I'll fix it, who's afraid of who?" Then Chu Xiong looked at Lin Moyo. "This is a leg of the Black Star Beast. Its strength is equivalent to the 8th level of the Divine King realm. It's for you." Lin Moyo was shocked. "Senior, how can I accept this? This leg is priceless. Why don't you name a price, and I'll see if I can afford it." Chu Xiong waved his hand. "Get lost, this is just my food. I'm not so poor that I need to sell my food." Zhuangbai also said, "Take it, this guy is a foodie. He specifically went to kill a few Black Star Beasts recently. He still has a lot in stock." Chu Xiong nodded. "A mere Black Star Beast, it's a piece of cake for me." Zhuangbai teased, "I don't know who was chased across the entire starry sky by the Black Star Beast King and barely escaped. Don't expose people's shortcomings, old Zhuang, you're going too far." Chu Xiong shouted angrily. Lin Moya smiled and put away the Black Star Beast leg. "Thank you, Senior Chu, then I won't be polite." Chu Xiong waved his hand. "No need to be polite. If you're lucky enough to get some good wine on the battlefield, remember to save some for me." Chu Xiong had two great loves in his life, wine and food. Lin Moya nodded. "I will remember. If I get something, I will definitely bring it to you." Zhuangbai reminded again, "On the battlefield, there are various races, some of which have all kinds of strange secret techniques, very dangerous, you must be careful. You can go to the trading center to buy some soul defense items, and also the starlight armor that can resist law attacks. This will greatly enhance your safety." Zhuangbai gave a few more reminders, talking about things to pay attention to on the battlefield. It wasn't until late at night that Lin Moya said goodbye and left. Using the teleportation array, he returned to the trading center. Lin Moya indeed needed to buy some things at the trading center. With the unexpected gain of the Black Star Beast leg, he no longer needed other Divine King Realm corpses. Zhuangbai also clearly told him that it was impossible to buy Divine King Realm corpses at the trading center because these things had other uses and wouldn't circulate in the market. So Lin Moya could use his points to buy other things. Lin Moya had already set his eyes on a few items before, but he hadn't bought them because he was saving his points. Now he could buy them. The items Lin Moyo had his eyes on were called law crystals, naturally occurring in the great world. Law crystals contained pure law power, which was good for both cultivation and crafting. However, it wasn't easy to comprehend the laws through them. Their effect was far inferior to divine items like the law divine flower. Law crystals were also divided into several grades, ranging from the super divine realm to the divine king realm, and they were further divided by the type of law. First, look at the type of law in which tier it belongs to. The third tier law crystals were the cheapest, while the first tier ones were naturally the most expensive. However, there were no first tier ones at all. Lin Moyo had his eyes on a third tier elemental law crystal of the true divine king realm, which only cost 100,000 points each. If it were a second tier law, the price of a law crystal of the same level would be 10 times higher. For example, a law crystal containing the fire law of the divine king realm cost 100,000 points. A law crystal containing the starlight law of the divine king realm cost 1 million points. Lin Moyo had 8.78 million points, a veritable tycoon, spending money without any hesitation. He bought 10 fire law crystals, spending 1 million points. Then he bought 1 storm law crystal and 1 heavy water law crystal, spending 2 million points. He also bought 1 starlight law crystal, spending another 1 million points. Lin Moyo found that the number of law crystals was not many. After he bought the 2 law crystals of the storm law and heavy water law, they were directly out of stock. It made sense. With 1 million points, why not go to the training ground to comprehend the laws? Why buy law crystals and do such a thankless task? Unless there was a special use, people wouldn't buy them. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a light speed law crystal. Lin Moya searched several times but couldn't find a light speed law crystal. The light speed law was considered niche among humans, with very few people comprehending it, so it was normal not to have corresponding law crystals. 8.78 million points, and he used up 4 million in one go. The transaction went smoothly. Almost as soon as Lin Moyo paid the points, the corresponding law crystals appeared in the trading platform. Lin Moyo rented a task room, summoning the elemental lich inside. In the high-level star system, even the training rooms were much larger than those in the middle and low-level star systems. There was even a bed inside for people to sleep and rest. But the fee was also higher, costing 10 points a day. Lin Moyo entered the task room, closed the door, and then summoned the elemental lich. The task room had the advantage that no matter what happened inside, no aura would leak out. Even if Lin Moya summoned the elemental lich, the outside world would know nothing. The fire law lich, storm law lich, heavy water law lich, and starlight law lich lined up, respectfully prostrating on the ground. They were extremely loyal to Lin Moyo, and would not hesitate to die if he ordered them to. Taking out the newly purchased law crystals, absorbed them. The 4 elemental liches' eyes collectively lit up. Although they had no consciousness, they knew that the items in front of them were greatly beneficial to them. The 4 elemental liches immediately came over and swallowed the corresponding law crystals. Among them, the fire law lich only had a 3rd tier law. Lin Moya treated them equally, buying 10 law crystals for it, without favoring one over the other. After absorbing the law crystals, the 4 elemental liches began to evolve simultaneously. Their aura was constantly strengthening, originally almost reaching the 7th level of the true god. Now they took a big step forward, directly reaching the peak of the true god. The law halos became brighter, and their power greatly increased. With their support, the combat power of the undead army could reach a new level. Even if he didn't take action, the undead army would have no pressure facing the peak of the true god. Although he spent 4 million points, Lin Moya felt it was worth it. Points were meant to be spent, if not, they were just a bunch of numbers. Chapter 1066. Chapter 1066, 1066. Chapter 1066, The Challenge from the Second on the Ranking. After making a small enhancement to the Elemental Lich, Lin Moya bought some more items. He purchased 10 God King level teleportation talismans. These talismans allow the user to instantly break through blockades and teleport up to 1,000,000 kilometers away, with the direction being controllable. They are a lifesaver on the battlefield, and many people buy a few just in case. Lin Moya was no exception, spending 50,000 points on each talisman, totaling 500,000 points for 10. Next, he bought 10 God King level Thunder talismans, spending another 500,000 points. Each Thunder talisman is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a third-tier God King. They use the Law of Thunder, which, although a third-tier law, still packs a significant punch. Lin Moya would have preferred better talismans, but there were none available, and even if there were, he might not have been able to afford them. In the blink of an eye, 5 million of his 8.78 million points were spent. Lin Moya couldn't help but sigh at how quickly points could be used up. He didn't consider that most people at the true God level wouldn't be buying God King level items. For example, a true God level Thunder talisman only costs a few thousand points each. Lin Moya lamented the high prices as he left the trading center. Walking down the street, he was once again the subject of much pointing and whispering. Being the number 1 on the potential ranking, he attracted a lot of attention. However, after listening to Zhuang Bai's advice, Lin Moya didn't mind the attention. He now understood that the bigger his reputation, the better it would be for his future plans. As he approached the teleportation array, Lin Moya prepared to head to the battlefield. The battlefield was over 50,000 light-years away, far beyond the Vermilion Bird domain. Even using the large teleportation array of the number 10 star system, he would need to make several transfers to reach his destination. The cost for the 50,000 light-year journey was also steep, totaling 5,000 points. Just before departure, Lin Moya received a message from the Human Sovereign Network. The sender was Zhang Zio, a name Lin Moya recognized as the second on the potential ranking. Before Lin Moya took the top spot, Zhang Zio had been number 1. Now, Zhang Zio had sent a challenge letter, wanting to fight Lin Moya to prove that he should be the top ranked. Such challenges were common among those on the potential ranking. While the Human Sovereign Network's rankings were generally accurate, potential did not always equate to actual combat power. Real battles also depended on practical experience, on-the-spot performance, psychological state, and the strength of one's techniques. Especially in life and death battles, external factors could have a significant impact. It wasn't unheard of for those ranked lower to defeat those ranked higher in the same realm. In such cases, the Human Sovereign Network would promptly adjust the rankings. Receiving Zhang Zio's challenge letter did not surprise Lin Moya. He had anticipated that Zhang Zio, and even those ranked 3rd and 4th, would challenge him. However, Lin Moya's response was straightforward: no time. After sending his reply, Lin Moya activated the teleportation array and, amidst a brilliant light, headed to the battlefield. The teleportation was a long one. During the transfer, the starry sky twisted into dazzling light, quickly receding behind him. Lin Moya felt as if he were witnessing the changes in the starry sky, traveling countless light-years in an instant, disappearing into the cosmos. The journey of tens of thousands of light-years required several transfers. The large teleportation array was fast, reaching a speed of 1 light-year per second. Even so, it would take Lin Moya over 10 minutes to reach his destination. In a section of the starry sky, Zhang Zio had just completed a task. He received Lin Moya's reply. The mere 2 words made Zhang Zio's anger surge. To be so bluntly rejected, Zhang Zio's eyes flashed coldly. Don't think you can refuse my challenge just like that. The top spot on the potential ranking is mine. His eyes turned, and he quickly came up with an idea. If that's the case, I'll force you to accept the challenge. Even if you hold the top spot on the potential ranking, you won't gain any faith power if you don't accept my challenge. Zhang Zio sent out several messages, leveraging his connections. He wasn't from an ordinary family but from a prominent one, and he held a significant position within it, with many friends. At his request, messages quickly spread to every corner of the Vermilion Bird domain. The main content of these messages was that Lin Moya, the top ranked on the potential ranking, was afraid to accept Zhang Zio's challenge. Some even claimed that Lin Moya's reputation was undeserved and that his actual combat power was not impressive. Zhang Zio hoped to use this method to pressure Lin Moya into accepting his challenge. Unfortunately for him, all his efforts were in vain. Lin Moya was no longer in the Vermilion Bird domain. He had already entered the battlefield, stepping into another world. The oppressive atmosphere hit him as he saw an unusual starry sky. The sky seemed shrouded in a blood-red hue. Although the starry sky should have no smell, it seemed to be filled with the scent of blood. Lin Moya couldn't imagine the level of slaughter required to create such an effect. He knew it was an illusion, but it was caused by the pervasive killing intent and bloodlust. Leave the teleportation array. A low voice commanded. A soldier in armor shouted at Lin Moya. Lin Moya nodded and immediately left. The soldier said no more. His task was merely to guard the teleportation array. Many first-timers like Lin Moya would often stand dazed in the array. If not snapped out of it, they might stand there for half a day, affecting the array's operation. Lin Moya scanned the area. There were 100 large teleportation arrays, with people arriving frequently. This was the battlefield of the Vermilion Bird domain, known as the Vermilion Bird Battlefield. The battlefield was vast, reportedly larger than the entire human-occupied star domain. Lin Moya didn't know how the battlefield was formed, no one had told him why, and even the soldiers here wouldn't know why. A soldier's duty is to obey, knowing only what they need to do, not why they need to do it. Lin Moya's information was limited. He only knew that many races fought here for resources. The Vermilion Bird battlefield was rich in resources and fiercely contested. Unlike the human borderlines, which involved battles between 2 or 3 races, the battlefield could see hundreds of races in chaotic warfare. This was just the battlefield of the Vermilion Bird domain. There were 3 other such battlefields, each managed by one of the other 3 star domains. It was said that the division of human star domains was related to the number of battlefields. After learning about the battlefield, Lin Moya became very interested. He couldn't understand why such an area existed or how the battlefield was formed. Now, being here, he could truly feel the battlefield's atmosphere. Outside the teleportation array, there were guiding markers. A huge light beam connected to a star fortress in the battlefield, the first stop for everyone. Here, they could take on tasks and then head to the corresponding areas to execute them. Following the light beam's guidance, Lin Moya flew billions of kilometers in the Battle King Tower and finally saw the star fortress. Chapter 1067. Chapter 1067, 1067. Chapter 1067, Star Fortress, First Mission. From a distance, the star fortress appeared to be glowing entirely, like a giant star. Lin Moya realized that it was indeed a star, one that had been modified. A massive military fortress had been built on the star, with numerous formations arranged, transforming the star into a formidable war machine. Although the star still emitted light, the heat it radiated had significantly decreased. Most of the heat was absorbed by the formations on the star, supplying energy to the star fortress. The human race had transformed the star into a star fortress, powered by the star's own energy. The star's core fire burned fiercely, continuously providing immense energy. The entire star fortress exuded an oppressive aura, making it awe-inspiring. Lin Moya believed that such a star fortress could definitely contend with a god sovereign. Many people accompanied Lin Moya, and upon seeing the star fortress, they all expressed their amazement. What a terrifying star fortress! It's said that it can rival a god sovereign. I wonder if that's true. Not only can it rival a god sovereign, but it also has records of killing one. Among the group were both newcomers and veterans. Some veterans, seeing the newcomers' reactions, couldn't help but smile. The newcomers are all scared, aren't they? This is just one of the star fortresses. There are 10 such star fortresses in the Vermilion Bird battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Such a powerful star fortress, capable of contending with a god sovereign, and there were 10 of them. This was just the Vermilion Bird battlefield. There must be similar fortresses in other battlefields as well. At this moment, Lin Moya gained a deeper understanding of the human race's strength. The strength of the human race was evident in many aspects. Deploying 10 star fortresses to guard the battlefield established the human race's dominance in the battlefield. However, it also made Lin Moya realize the dangers of the battlefield. If it weren't so dangerous, the human race wouldn't need to make such a significant deployment. Transforming a star into a star fortress required unimaginable manpower and resources. Suppressing his inner shock, Lin Moya followed the markers and entered the star fortress. There were formations operating outside the star fortress, and after confirming Lin Moya's identity, he was allowed to enter. Upon entering the star fortress, the first thing he saw was a large map. The map marked various facilities within the star fortress, indicating which areas were accessible and which were restricted. Lin Moya saw some familiar places, such as the mission center, trading center, and training ground, all prefixed with the word battlefield. Adding the word battlefield seemed to change the significance of these places. The entire star fortress exuded an oppressive atmosphere. As people walked inside, they kept their mouths shut. No one used soul sound to speak loudly, and even when talking to each other, they used sound transmission. The entire star fortress was very quiet. There were also some leisure areas within the star fortress where cultivators could rest and relax. These areas offered delicious food and fine wine, which could be enjoyed as long as one had enough points. Although cultivators had low requirements for food and could even go without eating or drinking, many of the foods here came from other races. They were not only delicious but also beneficial for cultivation. Many cultivators couldn't resist the temptation and spent a lot of points on these items. Lin Moya understood that in the oppressive and stimulating battlefield, where nerves were constantly tense, appropriate relaxation was necessary. Lin Moya first went to the trading center. The battlefield trading center was different from the trading centers in the human star systems. There were no personal stalls here. All items were collected by the human race's official channels. Unless you had something to trade privately, you could only sell to the official channels. However, most people chose personal transactions because selling to the official channels not only earned points but also military merits. Lin Moya checked and found that for every 10,000 points worth of items sold, one could earn an additional point of military merit. It seemed small, but military merits were very hard to come by. Lin Moya had completed many dangerous tasks and killed many true gods of the demon race, earning only 3,000 military merits in total. These 3,000 military merits were earned at great risk. Military merits had significant uses, not only for promoting military ranks but also for purchasing special items. Lin Moya checked the trading center and found several items that couldn't be bought in the human star systems. One of them was called the Warning Pearl. By carrying the warning pearl, it would alert the user if any other race approached, providing a warning. Many other races had unique abilities, such as stealth and invisibility, allowing them to launch silent attacks. With the warning pearl, safety was greatly enhanced. However, the warning pearl wasn't foolproof. Some extremely special races could bypass it. Lin Moya thought for a moment and decided to buy one. Each warning pearl cost only 10,000 points, which wasn't very expensive. Almost everyone who came here bought one. The trading center also had some items suitable for the battlefield, but they weren't very useful to Lin Moya. Compared to the trading center, the mission center was much busier. The mission center was similar to the human race's mission centers, except there were no mission rooms. Everything else was the same. In the battlefield, there were no tasks from the human sovereign network, so there was no need for mission rooms. Lin Moya checked the missions. Collect star fragments from Zone 1. Collect water light flowers from Zone 2. Collect essence fire stones from Zone 3. Lin Moya saw many missions in the mission center, most of which were collection tasks. The battlefield was rich in resources, and various races collected a lot of resources here. The entire battlefield was divided into 10 zones, each with different levels of danger. The core and most dangerous zone was Zone 10, which belonged to the God Sovereign realm. Next were Zones 7, 8, and 9, which belonged to the God King realm. The outermost zones 1 to 6 belonged to the True God realm. The lower the zone number, the safer it was. Over the years, the various races had reached a tacit understanding. High-level cultivators rarely entered low-level zones. God Kings generally didn't enter True God zones. Otherwise, the entire battlefield would be in chaos, and God Sovereigns could enter True God zones and slaughter indiscriminately. There had been instances where other races broke this rule, and they were almost exterminated by other races. However, there was no absolute safety on the battlefield. Occasionally, high-level cultivators would enter low-level zones. Lin Moya chose a mission in Zone 5, matching it with the bounty list of the Vermilion Bird Star domain. Battlefield mission: collect Essence Fire from Zone 5. Zone 5 has a large amount of Essence Fire. Collect and bring it back. Restrictions: none. Completion criteria: bring back at least 10 Essence Fires. Reward: 5,000 points, 10 military merits. Notes: Essence Fire is highly destructive and difficult to collect. It is recommended to use a Starfire Jade bottle for collection. There are other races in the battlefield, so be aware of their movements while collecting. Chapter 1068. Chapter 1068, 1068. Chapter 1068. All things in the world are difficult. There was no direct teleportation array to each war zone within the Star Fortress. Lin Moya had to use the teleportation array to reach the various Star Fortresses. Each war zone had a Star Fortress stationed there. Lin Moya had accepted a mission in War Zone 5, so he needed to head to the Star Fortress in Zone 5. Lin Moya saw another map, this one depicting the Vermilion Bird battlefield. The map divided the battlefield into 10 zones, each representing a war zone. Zones 1 to 6 were located on the outermost perimeter of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, forming a large circle that surrounded the entire battlefield. Further inward, there was another circular area, which included Zones 7 to 9. At the very center of the battlefield was Zone 10, which belonged to the God Sovereign realm. In Lin Moya's eyes, the central Zone 10 occupied an area comparable to the combined size of the other 9 zones. This structure looks a bit like a star system, Lin Moya muttered to himself as he looked at the map. All the war zones seemed to revolve around the central Zone 10. Zone 10 was like the star in a star system, while the other zones were like planets orbiting it. This made it easier to understand. However, what Lin Moya couldn't understand was where the resources within the war zones came from. It was common knowledge that the total amount of resources in a star system was limited. Resources could regenerate, but the process was very slow. This was common sense, known to almost everyone. But the situation in the battlefield was different. In the battlefield, resources seemed endless. New resources constantly appeared, leading to fierce competition among various races for these resources. Every race had an insatiable desire for resources. Besides resources, there were also various opportunities in the battlefield. Many people who couldn't break through with their own strength would come here to seek opportunities. Lin Moya entered the teleportation array to head to the Star Fortress in Zone 5. At this moment, Lin Moya discovered something peculiar. Traveling to the Star Fortress in Zone 5 didn't require any points. However, traveling to other Star Fortresses did require points, and the cost was quite high. Lin Moya realized that this was related to the mission he had accepted. Since he had accepted a mission in War Zone 5, traveling to the Star Fortress in Zone 5 was free. If he wanted to travel to a Star Fortress without a corresponding mission, he would have to pay. This system prevented people from using the teleportation arrays randomly. After all, the distances between Star Fortresses were vast, and using large interstellar teleportation arrays consumed a lot of energy. Traveling from Fortress 1 to Fortress 5 required several transfers, spanning a distance of 30,000 light-years. The size of the Vermilion Bird battlefield far exceeded Lin Moya's imagination. He had only heard that the Vermilion Bird battlefield was larger than the entire Vermilion Bird star domain, and now he saw that it was true. At the top of Fortress 10, a God Sovereign sat cross-legged. He was the master of Fortress 10 and the overseer of the Vermilion Bird battlefield, Shu Kaiwu. Shu Kaiwu faced the very center of the battlefield, the most core area. It was pitch black there, with all light disappearing without a trace. Even the light emitted by the Star Fortress couldn't illuminate the distant darkness. A vast soul force spread out like a giant net, absorbing power from the depths of the darkness. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of him, coming from the Star Fortress below. Zhu Tian's figure appeared in the light. Senior brother, Zhu Tian said loudly. Zhu Kaiwa didn't open his eyes and spoke softly. Third brother, what is it? Zhu Tian said, the person I favor has arrived at the Vermilion Bird battlefield. I would like to trouble senior brother to look after him. The person you favor? Zhu Kaiwa thought for a moment and understood. What is his name? Zhu Kaiwa asked. Lin Moyu, Zhu Tian replied. Zhu Kaiwa remained silent, and Zhu Tian waited patiently. After a few seconds, Zhu Kaiwa slowly said, he has already gone to Fortress 5. That area is for missions above the 6th level of the True God Realm. He is only at the 1st level of the True God Realm, so he must have the ability to challenge higher levels. What is his true combat strength? Zhu Tian said, he once killed a 1st level God King. Zhu Kaiwa's eyelids twitched a few times, but he didn't open his eyes. Understood. I will have someone keep an eye on him. Zhu Tian bowed slightly. Thank you, senior brother. We are brothers, no need for formalities, Zhu Kaiwa said straightforwardly. Zhu Tian smiled. When will you break through, senior brother? Zhu Kaiwa replied, soon. What about you? Zhu Tian shook his head. I am entangled in trivial matters, so it will be difficult. Zhu Kaiwa said softly, handling trivial matters is also a form of cultivation. Keeping your heart steady and not being disturbed by external things is what our master taught us. Have you forgotten? Zhu Tian smiled bitterly. How could I forget? It's just that it's too difficult. You don't know how troublesome it is to manage a star domain. Trouble is also a form of cultivation. I know, but, sigh, I will do my best. If it doesn't work out, I will have to take another path. Zhu Tian's projection disappeared as he left. Zhu Kaiwa sighed softly. All things in the world are difficult. If you can't keep your heart steady, how can anything be easy? After speaking, he closed his eyes again. A shadow flew out from his body, one of his avatars. The avatar disappeared into the starry sky. Soon after, a teleportation array within the Star Fortress lit up. Lin Moyu arrived at the Star Fortress in Zone 5, which seemed no different from Fortress 1. The structure of the entire fortress was identical to that of Fortress 1. The only difference was that there was no mission center or trading center here. Moreover, the presence of the human sovereign network couldn't be sensed here. After completing a mission, one had to return to Fortress 1 to submit it. The area where he could move was very small. Most of the area here belonged to the military and was not open to outsiders. Lin Moyu didn't stay long in the fortress and activated the teleportation array again. The Star Fortress in Zone 5 faced War Zone 5, but War Zone 5 was very large and subdivided into thousands of smaller areas, each identified by a number. The human race had become accustomed to using numerical identifiers, making it easy to understand. The mission Lin Moyu chose was in Area 5 to 38. The 5 represented War Zone 5, and 5 to 38 was the 38th area within War Zone 5. In this area, the human race had established a small forward base. It was managed by the military. As soon as Lin Moyu exited the teleportation array, he felt a different atmosphere. It was the atmosphere of the military, reminding him of the soldiers in the small world, who had a similar aura. This small base, built on a fragment of a planet, covered an area of only about 100 miles. A military force was stationed here, forming a military formation. Each soldier had the combat power of at least the 7th level of the True God Realm. Forming a military formation, they could even contend with a God King. Here, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As long as other races didn't provoke them, they wouldn't attack. It seemed to be an unspoken rule, followed by other races as well. After saluting the soldiers, Lin Moyu left the base and truly entered Area 38. Chapter 1069. Chapter 1069, 1069. Chapter 1069, Vast Battlefield, Sudden Dark Star. The starry sky of the battlefield is quite different from that of the human race. Lin Moyu noticed that while there were stars, their light was dim, unlike the brilliant starry sky of the human race. However, behind the dim starlight, there was an extremely dense starlight law. Cultivators who mastered the starlight law could increase their combat power by at least 30% on the battlefield. The starlight law was originally one of the weaker laws in the second tier, but with a 30% increase in power, it reached at least the average level of the second tier laws. Additionally, it had the advantages of low consumption and strong sustained combat ability, making it shine on the battlefield. Although the starlight here was not strong, the starlight law was extremely dense. The reason for this was the presence of numerous dark stars on the battlefield. These stars, which absorbed light and were invisible to the naked eye, flew around the battlefield and were very dangerous. Many cultivators were struck by dark stars, and powerful dark stars could shatter true god-level cultivators into pieces. Only some races with strong physical bodies could possibly survive. Lin Moyu recalled various battlefield information in his mind and reviewed the precautions. He spread out his soul power, forming a surveillance net. In the dark battlefield, soul power was more useful than eyes. After flying for a while, Lin Moyu released hundreds of skeletons, letting them fly in all directions. Some flew ahead of him, serving as his eyes. The skeletons had their unique undead vision, and the dark stars, invisible to the naked eye, were clearly visible to them. Lin Moyu flew towards the mission location at high speed. He chose this mission not only to collect the stellar essence fire but also because there was a bounty on a person named Luo Fei, who often operated in this area and had killed many human cultivators. Luo Fei belonged to the winged race and was ranked 88th on the bounty list, with a cultivation level of True God 6th rank. He had the ability to fight across levels, and according to the bounty list, his actual combat power had reached the 8th rank of True God. Killing him would earn 2,000 points and 200 military merits. Points where secondary military merits were crucial. 200 military merits were not a small amount. In the trading center, it would require a transaction volume of 2 million points to earn 200 military merits. While doing the mission, Lin Moya would also try to see if he could encounter Luo Fei. He wouldn't deliberately search for him, everything would be left to chance. This way, it was like doing 2 tasks at once, potentially doubling efficiency with good luck. After flying tens of thousands of kilometers, the skeletons ahead suddenly saw a different scene. A star, like it had emerged from underwater, suddenly appeared in their vision. The skeletons immediately transmitted the information to Lin Moya, who saw a dark star with a diameter of about 100 kilometers. A dark star with a diameter of only 100 kilometers was considered small among dark stars. However, the smaller the dark star, the faster its speed. This small dark star appeared suddenly and was very close, then it collided with the skeleton at an astonishing speed. The skeleton warrior couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. The skeleton warrior was shattered, and the scattered bones were absorbed by a powerful force. Lin Moya's heart moved, and the bones disappeared instantly. In the stellar essence fire, a new skeleton warrior appeared. From the information transmitted by the skeleton warrior, Lin Moya discovered that the dark star had a huge suction force. Once locked on, the speed would greatly decrease, making it difficult to dodge. The key was that the dark star appeared too strangely, completely out of nowhere. Could the dark star teleport? Lin Moya wondered, puzzled. Moreover, the impact force of the dark star was astonishing. Even the skeleton warrior's defense couldn't withstand it, indicating that the impact force of the dark star had at least reached the peak of the true god realm, if not the god king realm. If it hit him, he wouldn't fare well either. Other cultivators might die instantly. He had to be careful and slow down. For the next period, no dark stars appeared suddenly. Slowing down gave him more reaction time. The skeletons could see the dark stars from afar and avoid them. Here, Lin Moya didn't use the Battle King Tower, unsure if there were stronger dark stars that could destroy it. After half a day, Lin Moya had flown tens of millions of kilometers away from the base. The vastness of Area 5 to 38 exceeded his expectations, larger than an ordinary star system. Even after flying tens of millions of kilometers, he was still on the edge. According to Lin Moya's estimate, he needed to fly another 20 to 30 million kilometers to reach the mission area. The starry sky grew darker, and dark stars increased. Along the way, Lin Moya encountered no living beings, neither human nor alien. The battlefield was too vast. Once dispersed, it was hard to meet anyone. After flying for a whole day, covering at least 20 million kilometers, he encountered more than a dozen dark stars, forcing him to change direction. Finally, a point of starlight appeared in his vision, breaking the dark sky and bringing a glimmer of light. His eyes focused, and the starlight quickly enlarged in his vision. It wasn't starlight but a mass of flames. Stellar essence fire. Stellar essence fire. The remains of a star after its death, used to comprehend the law of fire. Lin Moya had seen stellar essence fire when he first arrived in the Great World, but the stellar essence fire before him seemed different. The stellar essence fire left after a star's death had no vitality, only deathly stillness and some resentment. But the stellar essence fire before him exuded rich vitality. This vibrant stellar essence fire could be used to repair stars, enhance their power, or even evolve into new stars. For the human race, stars were the foundation of life star systems. Not only for the human race, but for many races, it was the same. Collecting stellar essence fire to evolve into stars and form new life star systems was of great significance to races. Lin Moya flew towards the stellar essence fire, holding the starfire jade bottle. He had bought it from the trading center after accepting the mission. It wasn't expensive, costing only 10,000 points, the same as the warning pearl. After use, it could be sold back to the trading center for the same price, without any loss. Lin Moya approached the stellar essence fire and felt its power. A fireball with a diameter of over 100 meters was burning fiercely. With a slight movement of his soul power, he activated the starfire jade bottle. A suction force emerged from the bottle, enveloping the stellar essence fire. The stellar essence fire began to deform, turning into a brilliant fire snake and flying into the bottle. Collecting stellar essence fire required full concentration and took about 10 minutes. While collecting, the warning pearl suddenly lit up. The warning pearl's range was 10,000 kilometers, indicating the presence of an alien within that range. For a true god-level cultivator, 10,000 kilometers was only a few seconds away, even shorter for those with speed laws. A black shadow appeared behind Lin Moya, and a cold light flashed. Chapter 1070. Chapter 1070, 1070. Chapter 1070, Counterattack against the Black Lizard Clan, First Puppet. Shu Lin Mou showed no panic at all. Instead, a slight smile appeared on his lips. A bright white light shone, and several skeletons appeared beside Lin Mou. Among them, the skeleton god warrior swung its axe, launching an even more fierce counterattack. The opponent let out a cry of surprise, clearly not expecting Lin Mou's reaction to be so quick and capable of counterattacking. The figure exploded with a bang, disappearing without a trace, hiding again in the darkness. But his hiding was useless against the skeletons. The skeleton soul archer had already drawn its bow and shot an arrow. The soul attack arrived in an instant, and the black shadow, with a scream, reappeared in the dark starry sky. The skeleton god mage followed up, using the undead law as a bomb, directly detonating it on the opponent. The skeleton god warrior also followed, chopping down with its axe. Facing the siege of the skeletons, the black shadow became extremely passive, especially the attacks of the skeleton soul archer, which directly targeted the soul, making it unavoidable. Seeing the failed sneak attack, the black shadow immediately tried to retreat, disappearing into the darkness again. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded in the starry sky, and the death dragon knight flew out, spewing scorching dragon breath. The law domain simultaneously expanded, instantly covering an area of 10,000 meters. The black shadow, just disappeared, was forced out again by the law domain. In the law domain, Lin Mou was the master, making it difficult for the black shadow to hide. The dragon breath fell on the black shadow, burning it, and the undead law corroded it, causing a horrifying scream to echo through the starry sky. The black shadow wanted to escape, but Lin Mou didn't give it a chance. More skeletons appeared, surrounding it completely. The fierce attacks never ceased from the beginning. Enduring attacks from all directions, the screams lasted for a full minute before gradually fading. The starry sky returned to silence. The black shadow that had ambushed Lin Mou was already burned to a crisp. It was impossible to tell what race it belonged to before death. But for Lin Mou, this was not a problem. A skeleton dragged the corpse to Lin Mou. Lin Mou flicked his finger, and a fireball fell on the corpse. Stellar level spell, Resurrection of the Dead. In the firelight, the already dead corpse's flesh and blood were reborn, and its soul reappeared. In the blink of an eye, it was already kneeling alive in front of Lin Mou. Lin Mou looked at its appearance. Its body was somewhat similar to a human, but it had a tail. Its head looked like a flattened lizard, extremely strange. Its entire body was covered with black scales that could absorb light, making it blend in with the surroundings. If relying only on the naked eye, it would be difficult to detect its presence even at close range. Lin Mou asked, "What race are you? What is your strength?" "I am from the Black Lizard clan, True God 6th rank," it replied, kneeling on the ground without raising its head, speaking in a low voice. After becoming a resurrected being, Lin Mou's words were commands. A True God 6th rank, capable of instantly unleashing the attack power of a True God 7th rank. Moreover, the Black Lizard clan could change their color, making their hiding ability very outstanding, suitable for ambushes here. Although slightly inferior to the Shadow clan, it was already quite good. If the timing was right, it could potentially kill a True God 7th rank. Lin Mou quickly analyzed its strength and said in a low voice, "Leave your storage ring, go find other races besides the human race, ambush them, pretend to be defeated, and lure them to me." "Yes, master." It immediately obeyed and left, its color changing, disappearing into the darkness. If it weren't for Lin Mou's ability to sense the presence of resurrected beings, it would indeed be difficult to detect its presence with the naked eye. Unfortunately, before this, it couldn't escape the eyes of the skeletons. Before it got close, the skeletons had already detected its presence. Lin Mou had long set a trap, waiting for it to come in. With the first puppet, there should be more puppets in the future. This was Lin Mou's initial strategy. He could directly use the skeletons to attack, but that would be too conspicuous. It might be effective at first, but it wouldn't be sustainable. The effect would be far less than using other races to lure people over. Lin Mou was not in a hurry, he still needed to find Stellar Essence Fire. The mission's target was 10 Stellar Essence Fires, but Lin Mou's goal was far beyond that. Stellar Essence Fire could be sold for money, with each one worth at least several thousand points. Moreover, he still needed to find aliens. Before coming here, he had spent 5 million points and Lin Mou planned to earn it all back on the battlefield. 10 minutes later, the Stellar Essence Fire in front of him was collected, and the Starfire Jade bottle contained another flame. The Starfire Jade bottle was a special magic treasure specifically for collecting flames, capable of holding a large amount of fire. 1,000 Stellar Essence Fires could be stored without any problem. With the Stellar Essence Fire gone, the starry sky became dark again. Lin Mou took out the newly obtained storage ring. The storage ring looked different from those of the human race, but its function was almost the same, and the usage method was no different. The previous owner of the storage ring was dead, and the soul imprint on the ring had disappeared, making it an ownerless item. Lin Mou easily opened the ring with a thought. The space inside the ring was not small, filled with a lot of miscellaneous items, most of which were alien objects that Lin Mou didn't recognize. There were a few magic treasures that didn't seem to belong to the Black Lizard clan, likely spoils of war. Many aliens must have died at its hands. After rummaging through the items, Lin Mou found something similar to the Starfire Jade bottle. This bottle was used by aliens to store Stellar Essence Fire, containing 3 Stellar Essence Fires. Lin Mou didn't hesitate to take them all, completing half of the mission in an instant. Indeed, killing and looting is the fastest way to make money. Lin Mou said softly, putting away the ring. As for the value of the items inside, he would let the trading center's appraisers estimate it later. He couldn't be bothered to calculate it himself. He glanced at the warning pearl on his waist, finding it somewhat useful, though its effectiveness was limited against well-prepared assassinations. The warning pearl hung on the left side of his waist, while a specially made iron plate hung on the right side. The iron plate was called a battlefield plate, given to everyone who came to the battlefield. This plate recorded the number of aliens killed on the battlefield. When leaving the battlefield, a unified settlement would be conducted. The battlefield plate was linked to the human sovereign network, making cheating impossible. Cultivators didn't need to pay attention to it, it would automatically settle when leaving the battlefield. In the battlefield, the presence of the human sovereign network was very weak, so such iron plates were needed for recording. In the human territory, such trouble was unnecessary, as the human sovereign network could record everything. Continuing to fly deeper into the war zone, occasional faint lights flickered in the dark starry sky. These faint lights indicated the presence of Stellar Essence Fire. Stellar Essence Fire was scarce, and Lin Mou had been here for 2 days. After collecting the first stellar essence fire, he had no further gains. Lin Mo had to continue deeper, as the probability of encountering stellar essence fire increased the deeper he went. 2 more days passed, and Lin Mo found another stellar essence fire, successfully collecting it. During these 2 days, no aliens came to harass him. Lin Mo knew he was still on the periphery. As he continued deeper, he would inevitably encounter alien warriors. Chapter 1071. Chapter 1071, 1071. Chapter 1071, the second puppet, instantly killed. Lin Moyo put away the Starfire Jade bottle and looked into the depths of space. The laws here are very clear. And there's a strange energy that seems to accelerate the comprehension of laws. Over these 2 days, Lin Moyo felt his strength had increased slightly. His soul power had naturally increased a bit, and his understanding of the immortal law seemed to have deepened. It was a strange feeling. He hadn't deliberately tried to comprehend the law, yet insights kept coming, gradually deepening his understanding. It was as if those insights were forcibly stuffed in. He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out why. However, Lin Moyo also realized that if others experienced the same thing, it would explain why people came to the battlefield when they couldn't break through. Although dangerous, the battlefield could indeed increase the chances of breakthrough. Lin Moyo knew the phenomenon, but not the reason. Ultimately, it was because his strength and knowledge were still insufficient. In space, the Black Lizard race member who was a revived being was fleeing miserably. Behind him, a dark star almost invisible to the naked eye was chasing madly. Through his connection with the revived being, Lin Moyo sensed its position and state. Oh, it's being chased. The revived being was injured, and quite badly. More than half of its scales were shattered. With its strength and ability to hide, if not able to strut around freely in Area 5 to 38, at least it shouldn't have trouble protecting itself. Lin Moyo had only ordered it to pretend to be weak and lure other races over, not to actually get injured. Until he saw the Dark Star chasing it, Lin Moyo finally understood what was happening. The pursuer wasn't a real Dark Star, but a black mysterious race member. He had seen and killed many black mysterious race members in the Human Emperor Network's virtual secret realm before. But the virtual world was ultimately virtual, different from the real world. The black mysterious race was like a fish in water on the battlefield. They were originally completely black, and when motionless, they curled up into a ball, looking very much like small asteroids in space. Especially in this pitch-black battlefield space, they looked even more like dark stars. The black mysterious race had extremely powerful defense. Lin Moyo guessed his revived being must have failed in a sneak attack and was almost killed in retaliation. The black mysterious race member before him exuded the aura of True God Realm level 7. Its defense should have reached True God level 8. In the True God Realm, a difference of 1 level could be huge. The revived being could instantly burst out with True God level 7 attack power, but definitely couldn't overcome this black mysterious race member. Following Lin Moyo's orders, the revived being changed direction and fled towards Lin Moyo. The black mysterious race member also discovered Lin Moyo. Its entire body curled into a ball, shooting over like a meteor. Lin Moyo even heard its vicious laughter. Not bad, you'll be my second puppet. Lin Moyo chuckled softly and lightly pointed a finger. Fusion spell, time curse. As the red light fell, the black mysterious race member immediately let out a miserable scream. The entire small asteroid shook violently, its charging momentum immediately weakening. The opponent had at least True God level 7 combat power. Lin Moyo knew that relying on the time curse spell alone couldn't kill it, but a soul attack was enough to slow its charge. The result was as he expected. Immediately after, a large number of skeleton god generals appeared, swinging their bone swords to unleash vast sword energies. The sword energies intertwined in space like a huge net, enveloping the black mysterious race member. As the sword energies slashed past, the black mysterious race member's body was torn to pieces. It couldn't even scream before being cut to shreds. A ball of fire flew out, landing on the shattered corpse of the black mysterious race member. Star-level spell, Revival of the Dead. The just shattered corpse reassembled in the undying flames, restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. But now, the black mysterious race member was no longer its former self. It had become a revived being, obeying Lin Moyo's every command. Now Lin Moyo had 2 puppets. He gave them the same orders again and sent them away. Lin Moyo himself continued deeper into Area 38 to search for more star fires. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyo had been in Area 38 for over 10 days. He had flown nearly 5 billion kilometers. Although 5 billion kilometers wasn't much in terms of light years. 1 light year is about 9.46 trillion kilometers. A mere 5 billion kilometers wasn't even a fraction of that. But 5 billion kilometers was not short for a true god. Here they couldn't use flying tools, could only fly themselves, and had to guard against dark stars, unable to accelerate without limit. Lin Moyo believed his speed was already quite fast. With skeletons clearing the way ahead, he basically didn't need to worry about dark stars, so his speed was only slightly slower than usual. According to the information, Area 5 to 38 is roughly spherical. The diameter is about 1 light year. I'm still on the outskirts, and the outskirts of the outskirts at that. Lin Moyo sighed inwardly at the vastness of the battlefield, which could only be appreciated after personally entering. The 5th battle zone was just one of 10 major battle zones in the battlefield, and it was on the outskirts, not very large. The 5th battle zone was further divided into 1,000 areas, each area varying in size, with large empty spaces between each area. These empty spaces occupied over 90% of the entire battle zone. Only less than 10% of the space was the actual battle zone. This less than 10% of battle zone space was further divided into 1,000 independent areas. One can imagine how large the 5th battle zone was, and how vast the entire Vermilion Bird battlefield must be. After flying for another 10 days, as he became more familiar with the battlefield, Lin Moya's speed gradually increased. In these 10 days, space was completely silent, with nothing but dark stars. There was no direction here, no up, down, left or right, no knowing where he was flying to. But cultivators all had their own ways of finding direction. By sensing the flow of laws through the soul, one could know which way they were flying. Different directions not only had different concentrations and flows of laws, but also slightly different temperatures. At the core of this area, there would be relatively more starfires, releasing more heat. Even from such a distance, it would have some effect on the temperature. Even a 0.01 degree difference, Lin Moya could clearly sense. Lin Moya knew he was going in the right direction and continued flying forward. The Black Lizard and Black Mysterious race members he had sent out couldn't keep up for now. The distance between them was too great, but Lin Moya didn't care. After all, they were just casual pieces he had placed in his spare time. Whether they produced results or not didn't matter. After flying another several billion kilometers, the temperature rose again, and the frequency of dark stars increased slightly. The laws flowed like ocean currents, becoming increasingly clear as they passed through the darkness. Following the direction of the laws, another point of starlight appeared in his vision. The starlight danced in the pitch-black space, so enchanting. He had finally found the second starfire, over 20 days since seeing the last one. After spending over 20 days in dark solitude, discovering light now brought a hint of joy to Lin Moya's eyes. As he got closer to the starfire, its light grew brighter. Then, Lin Moya saw stars twinkling behind this starfire. Each point of starlight was a starfire. It was as if he had crossed a boundary, turned a corner, and seen a whole new world. Chapter 1072. Chapter 1072 1072. Chapter 1072 A new way to mediate, eliminate the source. The stellar essence fire continuously emitted heat and light, but the distance its light could travel was limited, only visible within a certain range. Therefore, Lin Moya hadn't seen the stellar essence fire until now. In his line of sight, starlight flickered, with at least 100 stellar essence fires twinkling. Lin Moya knew he had finally truly entered War Zone 5 to 38. It wasn't the core yet, but at least it was no longer the outer edge. At the same time, Lin Moya became more vigilant. The number of active aliens here would significantly increase. Especially when collecting stellar essence fire, one had to be particularly careful. Aliens had various methods. Often, before collecting stellar essence fire, they would thoroughly check the surroundings. Some even set up formations and other means. Some aliens chose to move in groups to ensure safety. Stellar essence fire was an important resource for every race. In his line of sight, a point of starlight suddenly distorted, flickering for a few seconds before disappearing. Lin Moya noted the location of that stellar essence fire, indicating that someone had collected it. Crossing the starry sky, he arrived at the nearest stellar essence fire, took out the starfire jade bottle, and directly collected it. While collecting, Lin Moya observed the dynamics of other stellar essence fires. If a stellar essence fire suddenly disappeared, it meant someone had collected it. He could follow the trail, kill and loot. It wasn't just the aliens who did such things. After killing the Black Lizard clan member, he had gained quite a bit. Unfortunately, the later encounter with the Black Profound clan was different. They didn't have storage treasures. The Black Profound clan had internal spaces within their bodies, and everything they carried disappeared upon death, leaving Lin Moya with nothing. The skeletons hid in the dark, remaining vigilant. If anyone dared to approach, they would be discovered immediately. With the skeletons present, the effectiveness of the warning pearl was greatly reduced. The second stellar essence fire was collected smoothly, without any interruptions. While collecting, Lin Moya noticed two more stellar essence fires changing. One of them was gradually dimming, but halfway through, it suddenly brightened again. Lin Moya knew this was because the collection process had been interrupted, likely due to a sneak attack and ensuing battle. Let's go mediate. Lin Moya smiled slightly, spread his undead wings, and flew off. After being quiet for over 20 days, his hands were itching for action. A few minutes later, Lin Moya flew over tens of millions of kilometers and finally sensed the overwhelming presence of laws. Two different laws were clashing in the starry sky. From tens of thousands of kilometers away from a stellar essence fire, Lin Moya saw two aliens fighting. Their law domains were open, and their law powers were attacking and eroding each other. Lin Moya saw the two combatants from afar. One emitted a crystalline glow, sparkling like a star. He was using the starlight law. The other was enveloped in ice, with the water law power surging and constantly freezing the starlight law. Both were equally matched, both at the 7th rank of True God, making it hard to determine a winner. Lin Moya recognized both races from the information he had seen. The one using the starlight law was from the Goblin clan, and the one using the water law was from the Cold Star clan. Both races had once invaded the human race. A trace of killing intent flashed in Lin Moya's eyes as he decided to mediate. The skeleton god generals responded, flanking from all directions and silently completing the encirclement. The two combatants had no idea they were already surrounded by the skeleton god generals. The encirclement tightened, and the net began to close. By the time they noticed the skeleton god generals, they were already completely surrounded, with no chance of escape. Where did these skeletons come from? How can there be so many? Who dares to take advantage of the situation? No one answered them. The skeleton god generals had completed the encirclement, and their longswords slashed through the starry sky, unleashing countless sword chi. Bastard! Courting death! The two shouted in unison, almost instantly becoming allies and attacking the skeleton god generals. Lin Moya watched and shook his head lightly, too late. As always, he didn't waste words with aliens. Talking was useless, killing was the solution. After killing them, they would become his puppets. This was Lin Moya's way of mediating, the most direct and effective method. Eliminate the source of the conflict, and the mediation is naturally successful. Lin Moya successfully mediated. In the flames, the two aliens became resurrected beings. They were very obedient, handing over all their possessions. These two had been active in this war zone for over a year and had gained quite a bit. They had killed aliens and collected stellar essence fire. Their combined harvest included 10 stellar essence fires. Now, Lin Moya had 15 stellar essence fires, exceeding the mission's requirement. But Lin Moya was just getting started and had no intention of returning yet. Through questioning the two, Lin Moya learned that if he continued flying in the previous direction for about 10 billion kilometers, he would reach the first stellar essence fire cluster. It was also the most fiercely contested area among the various races. They had been active there before but left because it was too dangerous. Their strength was average, so they moved to this area. Although there were fewer stellar essence fires here, and the distance between each was vast, it was relatively safer. According to them, to move freely in the stellar essence fire cluster, one needed at least the peak strength of the 7th rank of True God, or even the 8th rank. They were at the 7th rank of True God but only at an average level, so it was dangerous for them. Lin Moya calculated that he had already flown nearly 10 billion kilometers. If he flew another 10 billion kilometers, it would be 20 billion kilometers in total. It seemed far, but it wasn't much. The diameter of Warzone 5 to 38 was about a light year, nearly a trillion kilometers. Based on this calculation, if he continued deeper, there should be more stellar essence fires. Lin Moya asked, "Have you been deeper?" No, they both immediately denied it. Lin Moya asked, "Why not?" "Too dangerous." They both answered in unison. Lin Moya frowned slightly. If both said so, it must be truly dangerous. After their explanation, Lin Moya understood that the danger came not only from alien attacks but also from the stellar essence fires. After passing the first stellar essence fire cluster, flying another 10 billion kilometers would reach the second stellar essence fire cluster. The second cluster was much larger, at least 10 times bigger. But opportunities often came with danger. There, the stellar essence fires moved randomly and could even appear out of thin air. If unlucky, a stellar essence fire could appear right where you were. Stellar essence fires not only burned the body but also ignited the soul. They could instantly kill anyone below the 8th rank of True God. Even those at the 8th rank would be severely injured, and even the 9th rank would find it troublesome. Besides aliens and randomly moving stellar essence fires, there were also occasional dark stars. Dark stars were equally deadly. Therefore, they called the area beyond the stellar essence fire cluster the Chaos Zone. Some races called it the Disorder Zone. Lin Moya gave the same orders as before, sending them to lure aliens over. He also ordered the Black Lizard and Black Profound clan members to come over. Disorder Zone. Lin Moya muttered, looking into the dark and quiet deep space. Since there were more stellar essence fires ahead, there was no need to stay here. Lin Moya wanted not only stellar essence fires but also other things. Chapter 1073. Chapter 1073, 1073. Chapter 1073, Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, Great World Laws. Every flap of the wings of the Book of the Undead allowed Lin Moya to fly tens of thousands of kilometers. The skeletons cleared the way ahead, maintaining a distance of about 100,000 kilometers from Lin Moya. As long as they didn't encounter a suddenly appearing dark star, this distance was safe enough. Now that he was familiar with the battlefield starry sky, avoiding dark stars was also easy. With the lightspeed law halo under his feet, he advanced at a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. 100 billion kilometers would take only 4 days to reach. Although the speed was still not as fast as the Battle King Tower, it was already fast enough for a true God realm cultivator. It was even comparable to the speed of true God level flying treasures. 3 days later, a dazzling light appeared in his vision. It was like a sky full of stars suddenly appearing in the darkness, dazzling and beautiful. From a distance, a large cluster of stellar essence fires mixed together, like a galaxy hanging in the dark starry sky. Although it looked close, it was still far away. The distance to the stellar essence fire cluster was at least 1 billion kilometers, taking about half a day to reach. The first stellar essence fire cluster. After this, another 100 billion kilometers will lead to the second stellar essence fire cluster, where the scale of stellar essence fires is larger and more numerous. But with so many stellar essence fires, why don't God King and God Sovereign realm cultivators come? If they did, collecting the true fire quickly shouldn't be difficult. Lin Moya's gaze passed over the first stellar essence fire cluster, looking into the deeper darkness. It seemed like there was nothing there, just pitch black. Because the light radiation range of the stellar essence fire was limited, it could only be seen when within a certain distance. Lin Moya found it strange, as if the stellar essence fire had its own territory, only visible when entering its domain. As the distance to the stellar essence fire cluster decreased, the temperature began to gradually rise. The large cluster of stellar essence fires gathered together, causing the temperature to rise higher and higher. In an instant, the temperature rose from below 0 to over 100 degrees and continued to rise. Stellar essence fire is the final remnant of a star, the essence of a star's brilliant life. Its temperature is actually very high, with powerful stellar essence fires reaching millions, even billions of degrees. If it were a super god realm person, they wouldn't be able to get close at all. Those powerful stellar essence fires are enough to burn a true god to death. Lin Moya still remembered when the stellar essence fire erupted. Those super god realm cultivators fled quickly, not daring to touch it. As the distance decreased, Lin Moya roughly counted, estimating that there were about 2,000 to 3,000 stellar essence fires in this cluster. The number was quite astonishing, and the competition was equally fierce. When the distance reached 100 million kilometers, Lin Moya suddenly stopped. It felt like he had entered another space, bringing a strange feeling. This space was filled with a peculiar power. Lin Moya was very familiar with this power, having dealt with it many times. The Great World Laws. The power evolved from the Great World Runes, known as the power of the Great World Laws. This power existed in many places, such as some secret realms, and even in the virtual secret realms created by the Human Sovereign Network. Lin Moya stayed in the starry sky, carefully sensing the Great World Laws. Now, he was no longer a novice who knew nothing and had his own understanding of the Great World Laws. Soon, he analyzed its meaning. I see, no wonder God King and God Sovereign Realm cultivators don't come. His previous doubts were answered. The stellar essence fire cluster triggered the Great World Laws, not allowing beings above the true God realm to enter. If a God King or God Sovereign insisted on entering, the Great World Laws would suppress their power to the true God realm. Not only would their power be suppressed, but it would also attract the hostility of the Great World Laws. In the Great World, no one wanted to confront the Great World Laws. In the minds of countless cultivators, the Great World Runes were the supreme existence, the ultimate pursuit. As the evolution of the Great World Runes, the Great World Laws were the ancestors of all laws, so no one would confront their ancestors. God Kings and God Sovereigns were not absolutely absent. They could hide in the void and ambush true gods of various races. As long as they didn't approach the stellar essence fire cluster, they wouldn't be suppressed. But doing so would invite bloody retaliation from other races. If you did it, other races could do the same. The result would be mutual destruction, meaningless. Thus, the rules were established. This was the battlefield for the true God realm. Lin Moyo entered a unique space covered by the Great World Laws, like entering a secret realm instance. He felt the fluctuations of the laws, indicating someone was fighting. Lin Moya smiled slightly, time to mediate. Soon, he saw two people fighting, demons, and a butterfly clan member. The two fighters were a ferocious demon covered in spikes, looking extremely terrifying like a beast. His opponent was a delicate butterfly clan woman. The butterfly clan woman's appearance was very similar to humans, except for two pairs of exquisite wings on her back. The wings were semicircular, covered with beautiful patterns, very pretty. As the wings fluttered, they scattered starlight, each point of starlight condensed by the starlight law, emitting considerable power. No matter how fiercely the demon attacked, he couldn't break through the starlight defense. However, the butterfly clan woman was strong in defense but weak in attack, unable to harm her opponent. Both were at the 7th rank of True God, strong among the 7th rank, evenly matched, making it hard to determine a winner. Lin Moyo could see that the demon was slightly stronger. If the stalemate continued, the butterfly clan would lose. But it would take a long time. Most likely, they would leave after a brief fight, as prolonged combat would attract others, leading to someone else reaping the benefits. Unless there was a deep-seated hatred, a fight to the death was unlikely. Lin Moyo's arrival immediately caught their attention. Seeing Lin Moyo, the butterfly clan woman's eyes brightened. "Human friend, could you help me drive away this annoying guy?" Humans and the butterfly clan had a good relationship, being allies. When the human race faced a crisis, several races, including the butterfly clan, helped them. After the human race recovered, their relationship with the butterfly clan became closer. Faced with her request, Lin Moyo naturally had no reason to refuse. The demon saw Lin Moyo and became even more ferocious. A first-rank true god human, ridiculous, what can he do? "You little butterfly, you'll be my food." "Yes, and this human too." The butterfly clan woman then sensed Lin Moyo's aura, indeed only at the first rank of true god. Her face changed slightly. "Human friend, you should leave, it's dangerous here." "Too late." The demon roared, throwing a punch at Lin Moyo. A giant fist appeared in the starry sky, pressing down on Lin Moyo like a hill. The power of this punch was astonishing, causing the starry sky to hum. Not to mention a first-rank true god, even a 5th or 6th-rank true god could be killed instantly. "Be careful." The butterfly clan woman shouted, her wings fluttering, scattering starlight. The starlight formed a net, reducing the fist's power by 30%. "Useless, this kid is dead. Worry about yourself." The demon roared, no longer paying attention to Lin Moyo. In his eyes, Lin Moyo was already dead. Chapter 1074. Chapter 1074, 1074. Chapter 1074, Killing the Demon, the Refined Butterfly Clan. A pure white light suddenly shone on the demon. Lin Moya's entire body instantly stiffened, and then the skeleton's sharp teeth and spears struck him, like countless fists landing on his body. Although each punch wasn't heavy, combined, they still caused him pain. Immediately after, a red light suddenly appeared above his head. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the starry sky. The demon clutched his head and screamed continuously, curling up and rolling in the starry sky. His eyes hesitantly looked at Lin Moyo, seeing that Lin Moyo was unharmed. The confident punch not only failed to kill Lin Moyo as expected, but it didn't even injure him. Instead, he suffered an extremely fierce counterattack from Lin Moyo. Soul attack. The demon took a pill and threw it into his mouth. His whole body flashed with a faint light, and all the pain disappeared. He instantly returned to normal. Lin Moyo could feel that this pill not only stopped the soul pain but also increased the soul defense, making his soul attacks ineffective. The demon's eyes were extremely vicious as he stared at Lin Moyo. I didn't expect you to have soul attack abilities. It seems you are also a genius among humans. I love killing geniuses the most, especially human geniuses. Although the demon had suffered a loss, he didn't think Lin Moyo would be his match. The Butterfly Clan woman took the opportunity to fly to Lin Moyo's side. Human friend, you should leave quickly. I will hold him off. The Butterfly Clan woman had a charming appearance, and her voice was as sweet as sugar. She actually had a chance to leave just now, but she didn't. Instead, she said she would hold him off. Lin Moyo knew that although her cultivation level was not lower than the demon's, she focused on defense and was at a disadvantage in battle. Lin Moyo refused her kindness. This kind of trash can't kill me. Human boy, stop dreaming, die. The demon roared and charged at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's heart moved, and a skeleton god general appeared in front of him, swinging its sword directly. The vast sword Chi, carrying the undead law, swept through the starry sky. The demon's face changed drastically, not daring to take the sword Chi head-on, and immediately retreated. The skeleton god general followed like a shadow, swinging its sword again. The demon screamed and dodged again. His speed was far inferior to the skeleton god general's. The skeleton god general, stepping on the lightspeed law halo, reached a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second, far exceeding the limit of the true god realm. In the eyes of a true god, it was like teleportation, like a ghost. With extremely fast speed and the attack power of the 8th rank of true god, the demon was beaten into a sorry state. In the starry sky, he could only flee, unable to fight back. Relying on puppets, human boy, I will remember you. Next time, I will definitely kill you. The demon decided to retreat after leaving harsh words. The skeleton god general was too strong, leaving him helpless. Lin Moyo had no intention of letting him go. You can't escape. In the starry sky, hundreds of skeleton god generals appeared, surrounding him unknowingly. Before making a move, Lin Moyo had already ordered the skeleton god generals to surround him, leaving no chance for escape. Hundreds of sword chi shot from all directions, cutting off all the demon's escape routes. Damn it! The demon had no way to avoid it. He took out a delicate magic stone and crushed it hard. Several hexagonal shield phantoms full of spikes appeared around him, blocking all the sword chi. Standing within the shields, the demon stared at Lin Moyo with the most venomous eyes, gritting his teeth. Human boy, remember this. I am a demon, a spiked demon. Today's grudge will be repaid another day. The Butterfly Clan woman sighed softly. This is a magic stone made by the Ghost Shield demon. It seems to have the defense of a peak true god, very hard to break. And he should use the teleportation magic stone to escape from here, making it impossible to track him. As the Butterfly Clan woman spoke, the spiked demon indeed took out another magic stone. Lin Moyo chuckled. I said, he can't escape. The law domain opened, and a strange star in gray and white rose behind him. The soul body leaped out from under the strange star. The soul body pointed at the demon, slash. The soul-slashing sword flew out, ignoring the shields, and instantly pierced the spiked demon's head. The spiked demon, who was about to crush the teleportation magic stone, froze on the spot, motionless. A few seconds later, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his life force quickly faded. The law domain retracted, and the strange star disappeared. The Butterfly Clan woman stared blankly, her expression somewhat dazed. He's dead. Lin Moyo nodded, waved his hand, and collected the spiked demon's corpse. The Butterfly Clan woman then reacted, bowing gracefully to Lin Moyo. Thank you for your help, my lord. I am grateful. Lin Moyo waved his hand. No need to be polite. Humans and the Butterfly Clan are allies, we should help each other. Moreover, humans and demons are mortal enemies. Naturally, we kill them on sight. The Butterfly Clan woman smiled charmingly. Regardless, I must thank you, my lord. My name is Shundi Yi. Is this your first time here, my lord? Is there anything I can help you with? As she spoke, she bowed gracefully again, appearing very courteous. The Butterfly Clan spoke softly and gently, looking very charming. Moreover, most of the clan members were female, each extremely beautiful, enjoying great fame among the myriad races. Some humans even married Butterfly Clan members, and the high levels of both races did not stop this. Unfortunately, there seemed to be some issues with the bloodlines between the two races, making it impossible to have offspring. The Butterfly Clan's territory was close to the humans' Azure Dragon Star domain, with frequent interactions. The culture of the Azure Dragon Star domain had spread to the Butterfly Clan, deeply loved by them. Over countless years, the Butterfly Clan's way of speaking had gradually become similar to that of the Azure Dragon Star domain's humans, somewhat refined. Lin Moyo asked, have you heard of Luo Fei from the Wing Clan? One of Lin Moyo's goals this time was to find Luo Fei. Shundi Yi tilted her head and thought for a while, then shook her head. I haven't heard of him. Are you looking for him? The Wing Clan seems to be enemies with the humans. Lin Moyo nodded. That's right. Shundi Yi pulled a thread from her wings and handed it to Lin Moyo. I am from the Starlight Butterfly branch of the Butterfly Clan. This is our Starlight thread. If I find out Luo Fei's whereabouts, I will use the Starlight thread to inform you. Lin Moyo accepted the Starlight thread without hesitation. Thank you, Miss Shundi. Shundi Yi covered her mouth and laughed. It's no trouble at all. May I know your name, my lord, so I can remember who helped me? Her refined way of speaking was indeed a bit hard to get used to. No wonder Gu Qingxian didn't like it. Gu Qingxuan's straightforward personality was indeed incompatible with this. But the Butterfly Clan's soft and sweet speech made it impossible to get angry. Not only couldn't one get angry, but it was also hard to even feel anxious. Lin Moyo didn't hide. I am Lin Moyo from the human race. Shun-Di smiled like a flower. So it's Lord Lin. I will remember. I won't disturb you any longer. Please take care, Lord Lin. Take care. Shun-Di was very sensible, not disturbing Lin Moya too much. After saying a few appropriate words, she left. Her beautiful wings fluttered gently, scattering starlight as she flew away. The Butterfly Clan was indeed beautiful, but also a sad race. Lin Moyo had read some information about the Butterfly Clan and knew that this race had once been in a worse situation than the humans. Chapter 1075. Chapter 1075, 1075. Chapter 1075, I declare your life has expired. The flames danced in the starry sky. The recently killed spiked demon was rapidly reborn in the fire. The pale, deathly flames cast no warmth, reflecting on Lin Moya's face. Lin Moyo pondered some information about the Butterfly Clan in his mind. The Butterfly Clan has been an ally of the human race for a very long time. Back then, the Butterfly Clan was still very weak. Their territory was not large, mostly bordering the Azure Dragon Star domain, with a small part bordering the Vermilion Bird Star domain. From a star map, their territory was half surrounded by the human domains. The Butterfly Clan was almost under the protection of the human race. Due to certain qualities of the Butterfly Clan, many races would capture Butterfly Clansmen, putting the Butterfly Clan in a difficult situation and nearly facing extinction. The Butterfly Clan was too weak at that time to protect themselves. Countless clansmen were captured, either kept as beautiful pets for amusement, or used as materials for pill or artifact refinement, as the butterfly wings were superior materials. For a race like this, even if not facing extinction, the result would often be being treated like livestock, to be slaughtered at any time. Fortunately, the human race stepped in and sheltered the Butterfly Clan. Not only did the human race shelter the Butterfly Clan, but they also spread their teachings, allowing the Butterfly Clan to produce powerful experts and truly gain a foothold in the great world. The human race had done the Butterfly Clan a great favor. Later, when the human race faced a crisis and was besieged by 100 races, nearly facing extinction, the strongest experts of the Butterfly Clan took action to help the humans, repaying their debt of gratitude. Because of this, the relationship between humans and the Butterfly Clan became even closer, with many intermarriages between the two races. Lin Moyo withdrew his thoughts. The deathly flames had extinguished, and the reborn spiked demon knelt motionlessly before him. Lin Moya said indifferently, "Hand over your storage items, then go and lure more aliens here. Be careful not to provoke the human race or our allies." "Yes, master." A spike fell from the spiked demon's head, which was actually his storage item, looking no different from his other spikes. Lin Moya took the spike and infused it with his soul power, seeing the items stored within. Every race really has its own unique traits. Reading information is far less insightful than personally experiencing it. Lin Moya felt that no matter how much information he read, it couldn't compare to coming here himself. Traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. After browsing through the items in the spike, there were 7 stellar essence fires in total. With this, Lin Moya now had 22 stellar essence fires. Only 2 were collected by himself, while the rest were obtained by killing others. It seems there's no need to collect them myself. Killing is better. With a light laugh, he flew towards the stellar essence fire cluster again. The skeletons silently scattered, flying in all directions into the darkness. Each skeleton was Lin Moya's eye, making it easier for him to find aliens. There wouldn't be too few aliens active here, with the average strength being around the 7th rank of True God, and rarely the 8th rank. For Lin Moyo, he could easily slaughter his way through. Soon, the skeletons transmitted information, encountering aliens again. This time, it was the Blue-Eye Clan. The Blue-Eye Clansmen had dense fur covering their bodies and a pair of small cat-like ears. Their appearance resembled cats from the human world. Without exception, they all had a pair of blue eyes, hence their name, the Blue-Eye Clan. The Blue-Eye Clan's relationship with the human race was average, neither good nor bad. However, they were enemies with the Demon Clan. Lin Moya didn't bother with them and simply passed by. In the great world, the human race had allies, enemies, and many races that were neither friend nor foe. For such races, the human race wouldn't provoke them without reason either. The Blue-Eye Clan was not weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare be enemies with the Demon Clan. Next, the skeletons continuously transmitted information. Within the Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, there were indeed many races present. Moreover, the closer to the Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, the more races there were. Battles erupted constantly, with the laws clashing in the starry sky, sending out waves of fluctuations. Some were in fierce battles, some took the opportunity to profit, while others launched sneak attacks. This area could be described as extremely chaotic. Suddenly, one of the skeletons was attacked and instantly destroyed. The opponent's attack wasn't particularly strong but carried a unique law, causing the skeleton to collapse. At the last moment, Lin Moya saw the appearance of the opponent. It wasn't just one, but a group of small figures, their bodies encased in golden iron. They curiously looked at the shattered skeleton god warrior. The Cracking Earth Clan. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and he immediately flew over. The Cracking Earth Clan was also an enemy of the human race. They specialized in the Cracking Law. The Cracking Law belonged to the second-tier laws, with average ranking but considerable might. It was said that if the Cracking Law was cultivated to the extreme, it could crack the heavens and earth, shattering all things. Lin Moya's skeleton god warrior had experienced the power of the Cracking Law for the first time, and its might was indeed formidable. The Cracking Law directly acted on the internal structure of the skeleton, disintegrating it from within. If the Cracking Law acted on a human body, it would also disintegrate the body from the inside. To a certain extent, it could bypass defenses. At the same time, the Cracking Earth clan preferred to act in groups, as Lin Moyo had just witnessed, with 10 Cracking Earth clansmen present. Each was at the 7th rank of True God. Combined, their battle strength allowed them to walk horizontally in this area. If others saw 10 Cracking Earth clansmen coming, they would have to retreat, unable to resist. Lin Moyo, however, went to meet them instead. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. For Lin Moyo, this was a great opportunity. 10 Cracking Earth clansmen, who knew how long they had been active here and how much they had harvested. However, Lin Moyo was clear that soon, all their possessions would belong to him. In this area, there was no mercy, no compassion, and no morality. Racial conflicts meant life or death, with only fists as the hard truth. Lin Moyo's fists were now very big, so he was the truth. The 10 Cracking Earth clansmen had no idea that Lin Moyo had set his sights on them. They had found a stellar essence fire and began collecting it. One person collected while the other 9 stood guard. Since they acted as a group, they had no worries. In their minds, in this area, they could walk horizontally. Even if they encountered a peak True God 7th rank expert, they didn't need to fear with their numbers and the cracking law. They collected the stellar essence fire without any concerns, keeping their distance from other races. In their vicinity, there were no other aliens. Thousands of skeleton god warriors silently surrounded them from all directions. Lin Moyo never let his guard down, going all out even against the weak. Moreover, to prevent situations like the spiked demon, Lin Moyo himself rushed over to ensure success. If the soul-slashing sword hadn't been used for a soul attack back then, he might not have been able to subdue the spiked demon. Soon, Lin Moyo's figure appeared in the Cracking Earth clansman's line of sight. Seeing Lin Moyo alone at only the 1st rank of True God, the 10 Cracking Earth clansmen revealed excited expressions. "A little human brat, you dare come here at only the 1st rank of True God? I declare your life has expired." Chapter 1076. Chapter 1076, 1076. Chapter 1076, Premium Stellar Essence Fire, Complete Chaos. The voice of the Cracking Earth clan had a metallic tone, just like their appearance. Lin Moyo had just heard the soft and sweet words of the Butterfly clan, and now he was hearing the voice of the Cracking Earth clan. Without contrast, there is no harm. Lin Moyo couldn't help but frown. Their voices are really unpleasant to hear. The Cracking Earth clansmen were stunned for a moment, finding it strange that Lin Moyo, facing imminent death, still had the leisure to comment on the quality of their voices. Shouldn't he be afraid instead? But there was not a hint of fear on Lin Moyo's face. Is this guy an idiot? I've heard there's a type of human called a fool. Could he be one of them? It's possible, but who cares? He's just a True God 1st rank. Let's kill him first. I'll go. I haven't taken action in a long time. The Cracking Earth clansmen discussed among themselves. Lin Moyo remained silent, calmly watching them. With a slight movement of his heart, the surrounding skeleton god generals suddenly accelerated. At the extreme speed of 30,000 kilometers per second, thousands of skeleton god generals appeared like they had teleported, instantly surrounding the area. Before the Cracking Earth clansmen could react, thousands of sword chi had already slashed out. What is this? Where did all these skeletons come from? Heavens, this sword chi! The skeleton god generals attacked too quickly, and the sword chi instantly devoured them. As the sword chi swept past, their metallic bodies were sliced into pieces, floating in the starry sky. The 10 Cracking Earth clansmen, powerful enough to walk horizontally in this area, were instantly killed. Too much chatter. Lin Moyo flicked his finger, releasing a ball of flame. In the firelight, the 10 dead Cracking Earth clansmen were rapidly reborn, transformed into resurrected beings, respectfully kneeling before Lin Moyo. "Hand over all your storage items." Lin Moyo looked down at them, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he had just done something trivial. 10 metal pieces flew neatly towards Lin Moyo. The Cracking Earth clan's bodies were half made of metal, and their storage spaces were within the metal. With a slight movement of his soul power, Lin Moyo immediately took possession of all the items inside. A total of 30 stellar essence fires, causing Lin Moyo to reveal a hint of joy. Apart from the stellar essence fires, there were also many materials. They were from various races, showing that the Cracking Earth clansmen had killed many from other races as well. Now, Lin Moyo had 62 stellar essence fires, far more efficient than collecting them himself. Lin Moyo asked, "Do you know Luo Fei of the Winged Clan?" "We know him. He's very powerful, with the combat strength of an 8th rank True God. He has killed many, and used to roam this area, but he's gone now. If he were still here, we wouldn't dare come." The 10 of them spoke one after another, their metallic voices ringing incessantly, causing Lin Moyo to frown. Even as resurrected beings, these fellows hadn't changed their habit of chattering nonsense. Lin Moyo said in a low voice, "Shut up, no more nonsense. Do you know where he went?" "Probably deeper, to the 2nd stellar essence fire cluster. That place is really dangerous. I don't know why he would go there. It's not that he wants to, it's because he wants to find premium stellar essence fires. A single premium stellar essence fire is worth 1,000 ordinary stellar essence fires. There's no comparison. Premium stellar essence fires and ordinary ones are completely different things. The effects of premium ones are too great." Another stream of nonsense, causing Lin Moyo to frown again. His previous order seemed to have no effect. Chattering nonsense was an instinct for these fellows, like eating and drinking, deeply ingrained in their bones. From their nonsense, Lin Moyo heard some unusual information. First, he learned of the possible location Luo Fei had gone to. At the same time, he also heard about premium stellar essence fires. Lin Moyo asked, "What's so special about premium stellar essence fires?" "The difference is huge. Ordinary stellar essence fires can be used to enhance stellar power, and with enough of them, new stars can even be formed. Premium stellar essence fires can be absorbed to increase the fusion degree of spells. Lin Moya didn't expect that premium stellar essence fires had such an effect, able to increase the fusion degree of spells. Lin Moya said in a low voice, "Isn't that similar to the effect of stellar fire seeds?" The 10 of them immediately said, "It's different, different. Stellar fire seeds are miraculous treasures born from stars, with far better effects than premium stellar essence fires. But stellar fire seeds are too rare, one might not obtain any in a lifetime. Premium stellar essence fires are different, they're also rare, but at least there's a chance. And if the effect is insufficient, the quantity can make up for it. With enough premium stellar essence fires absorbed, the effect might even surpass stellar fire seeds." Lin Moya's heart stirred. He still had some planetary level spells. Although the stellar fire seed was recovering, there was only one, not enough to share. If he could obtain enough premium stellar essence fires, could he elevate his other planetary spells to the stellar level? The difference between planetary and stellar levels was huge, something Lin Moya was well aware of. Stellar level spells could carry laws, something planetary level spells couldn't match. Moreover, stellar level spells could continue to be elevated, unlike planetary level spells which had reached their limit. Lin Moya knew he had to go deeper. Whether it was to find Luo Fei or premium stellar essence fires, this trip was necessary. Although the deeper areas were dangerous, with his current strength, self-protection shouldn't be an issue. You will now go and find races hostile to humans, but do not kill them, only severely injure them and bring them back. After some thought, Lin Moya gave them a new order. With the strength of 10 cracking earth clansmen, they could indeed walk horizontally in this area. As long as they provoked others, almost no one would dare provoke them. Lin Moya instructed them to target human enemies, injuring them severely but not killing, and bringing them back. He would then deliver the final blow, ensuring the kill was credited to him. This was necessary because there was no coverage of the human sovereign network here, so he had to do it this way, troublesome as it was. He had no intention of collecting stellar essence fires himself anymore, having found an easier method, so why bother with the harder path? Lin Moya planned to wait here for a while, clearing out all the aliens in this area. Just one day later, the 10 cracking earth clansmen brought back a severely injured demon. Shortly after, the cracking earth clan and the demon left separately, with the demon also becoming a resurrected being. Lin Moya gained another 3 stellar essence fires. The number of stellar essence fires had reached 65. The cracking earth clan was highly efficient, bringing back injured aliens almost every day to be finished off by Lin Moya when turned into resurrected beings. The Golden Eagle clan, Silver Snake clan, Ironwood clan. Lin Moya's army of resurrected beings grew larger and larger. Lin Moya had the resurrected beings work in groups of 5, maintaining their absolute combat strength through cooperation. Soon, a strange phenomenon appeared in this area. Some clearly hostile races were joining forces to attack other races. It was understandable if it was just the 10 cracking earth clansmen working together. But for the Golden Eagle clan and the Demon clan, who were enemies of humans, to join forces in attacking others was bizarre. The area within billions of kilometers of the first stellar essence fire cluster descended into complete chaos. Chapter 1077. Chapter 1077, 1077. Chapter 1077, the honey-collecting butterfly, Flash Star appears. Due to Lin Moya's actions, the first stellar essence fire cluster entered a new state. However, because this was a battlefield, it was originally in a state of disorder, and there was no information transmission between different races. So the chaotic state only spread among cultivators of the same race. Among them, human cultivators felt it the most. In this area, humans repeatedly saw groups of aliens passing by them. When they were horrified and ready to fight to the death, these aliens ignored them and quickly moved away, only to engage in battles in the distance. From beginning to end, the humans were not affected, and even some races friendly to humans were also not affected. Lin Moya's order was to ignore humans and their allies, targeting only those races hostile to humans. There were even instances of infighting within the same race. A resurrected demon encountered another demon. Why? We are of the same race. What is going on? Why are you teaming up with the enemy and betraying our race? The demon roared in anger, his voice echoing through the starry sky. He was not the only one. Other races encountered the same problem. They were attacked by their own kind, who had teamed up with enemies. Such things had never happened before, but now they were happening for real. Resurrected beings would not answer, they only followed Lin Moya's orders. After becoming resurrected, they were no longer part of their original race. If resurrected beings had no time limit, they could become a new race, the resurrected race. As time passed, Lin Moya's army of resurrected beings grew larger. 10 days later, the army had grown to 100. As the numbers increased, the growth rate of the army multiplied geometrically. 20 days later, the army had grown to 500. In just 10 days, it had increased 5-fold. 500 resurrected beings from dozens of races, all enemies of humans. Back then, there were over 100 races that invaded humans, and nearly half of them had gathered here. In the first stellar essence fire cluster, almost all the races hostile to humans were present. In 20 days, the resurrected army had swept through this area several times. Those who should be killed were killed, and those who should flee had fled. During this period, the battlefield plate on Lin Moya's waist kept flashing with a faint light, recording his achievements. Every alien he personally killed would eventually become his reward. The number of stellar essence fires he had collected had already exceeded 4 digits, reaching a total of 1,356. One Starfire Jade bottle could no longer hold them all, so Lin Moyo had to use alien containers to store the stellar essence fires. No matter how fast he collected them himself, it was impossible to gather over 1,000 stellar essence fires in just 20 days. There was no faster way to harvest them than this. It's time to head to the second stellar essence fire cluster. Lin Moyo gave the order, letting the skeletons clear the way ahead, followed closely by the resurrected army, while he followed from tens of thousands of kilometers away, heading towards the second stellar essence fire cluster. Some aliens who had escaped from the first stellar essence fire cluster looked shocked. They felt their previous experiences were somewhat surreal and unbelievable. They had never seen different races working together, especially some that were enemies. This situation completely overturned their understanding. When something unusual happens, there must be a reason. They realized something was wrong and quickly reported back to their races. But they couldn't explain the situation clearly, as they had never seen Lin Moyo and had no idea what was happening. In the first stellar essence fire cluster, Dai was leisurely collecting stellar essence fires. The starlight law intertwined in the starry sky. Although the Butterfly clan's attack power was not strong, their defense was quite good. Within the Starlight Law, even the Shadow clan couldn't launch a sneak attack on her. Dai seemed a bit absent-minded, her gaze slightly unfocused, clearly thinking about something else. 2 days ago, she had seen the spiked demon again. At that time, she was startled. She had clearly seen the spiked demon killed with her own eyes, so how was he alive again? Moreover, the spiked demon was with other races, flying past her without paying any attention to her. She had bravely followed them from a distance and witnessed a shocking scene. The spiked demon and several other strong individuals from different races teamed up to attack a demon. They severely injured the true god 7th rank demon and then took him away. Dai continued to follow and eventually saw the skeletons. Seeing the skeletons, Dai knew it was Lin Moyo. She had also received information from her clan, knowing that something unusual had been happening here recently. Only then did she truly understand that Lin Moyo was behind it all. However, Dai was very smart and kept her mouth shut, not revealing anything, but her curiosity about Lin Moyo grew. Lin Moyo, what kind of person are you? Dai murmured softly, a smile appearing on her beautiful face. After collecting the stellar essence fire in front of her, she flapped her beautiful butterfly wings and flew towards another stellar essence fire. She hummed an unknown tune, accompanied by the sound of her soul, drifting through the starry sky. She looked just like a little butterfly collecting honey among the flowers. After flying over 1 billion kilometers, Lin Moyo felt like he had broken through a barrier and entered another space. He knew he had left the range of the first stellar essence fire cluster and re-entered the 5 to 38 battlefield area. Within the range of the stellar essence fire cluster, there were no dark stars. Apart from needing to watch out for aliens, there was almost no danger. But from now on, dark stars would appear, and their frequency and speed would be higher than before. The journey from the first stellar essence fire cluster to the second was a total of 10 billion kilometers. Even at full speed, it would take 4 days to fly. With the interference of dark stars, this time would be extended. Lin Moyo also had to watch out for aliens, as this area was not devoid of them. Without the suppression of the Great World Laws, he might even encounter God King level aliens, making it even more dangerous. Lin Moyo let the skeletons clear the way. With the skeletons around, it would be difficult for aliens to launch a sneak attack on him. They could also detect dark stars early, making it possible to traverse this 10 billion kilometer area without issue. The starry sky was extremely quiet, with no sound at all. Only the faint light of the Lightspeed Law halo shone. The first day passed peacefully, with everything seeming calm. Lin Moyo flew at full speed, covering 2.5 billion kilometers. But on the second day, 5 resurrected beings suddenly died. Lin Moyo was slightly shocked. The 5 resurrected beings were about 300,000 kilometers away from him. They were in a group of 5, each with the strength of a true god 7th rank. Yet they died silently. There were a few skeletons nearby. Using the skeleton's vision, Lin Moyo saw a dark star with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. This dark star had suddenly appeared, like it was passing by, and after killing the 5 resurrected beings, it flew away and disappeared. Dark star. Lin Moyo frowned. The appearance of the dark star was too abrupt, and its disappearance was also very strange, like it had fallen into water and entered another space, vanishing instantly. Lin Moyo had encountered a similar dark star when he first arrived on the battlefield. This was the second one. Such dark stars that appeared and disappeared like this were called flash stars. Their trajectories were unpredictable, entirely a matter of luck. Chapter 1078. Chapter 1078, 1078. Chapter 1078, Failed Sneak Attack, Pursued Instead. Through the resurrected beings of other races, Lin Moyo obtained a lot of information. Besides the first and second stellar essence fire clusters, there is a third stellar essence fire cluster deeper in. As for whether there is a fourth or fifth, Lin Moyo speculates that there should be. However, the difficulty is too high, and very few people can enter. Just the second stellar essence fire cluster is already very dangerous. One must first pass through a starry sky with dark stars appearing over a distance of 10 billion kilometers to reach it. On the way, there will be flash stars appearing silently, killing people without a sound. Moreover, in the second stellar essence fire cluster, there are flash fires just like flash stars, equally deadly. In addition, one must always be on guard against sneak attacks and assassinations from other races. Combining these three dangers, if one does not have the strength of a true god 8th rank, it is basically impossible to reach the second stellar essence fire cluster. In the second stellar essence fire cluster, there is a very low probability of encountering premium stellar essence fires, which can be used to enhance the fusion degree of spells, making them rare treasures. Beyond the second stellar essence fire cluster, another 10 billion kilometers deeper, lies the third stellar essence fire cluster. That area is for true god 9th rank and even peak true god activities. Flash stars and flash fires are more concentrated, appearing more frequently, and the danger level increases significantly. However, the probability of encountering premium stellar essence fires also increases significantly. Based on this, Lin Moyo believes there should be a fourth stellar essence fire cluster. It is estimated that one would need the strength of a god king to reach it. But each stellar essence fire cluster has a common characteristic: the realm of all entrants will be suppressed to the true god realm. Even if a god king comes, their cultivation will only be at the true god 9th rank. So, one needs the strength to fight across realms. But this is not a problem for Lin Moyo, as his true realm is only the first rank of true god. The suppression only affects the realm, not the actual combat power. In other words, if a god king enters the area covered by the stellar essence fire, Lin Moyo is fully confident that he can kill them without much effort. Unless that god king also has the strength to fight across realms. This place is very suitable for me, Lin Moyo said softly, continuing to fly towards the second stellar essence fire cluster. As he got closer to the second stellar essence fire cluster, the frequency of dark stars increased, and flash stars appeared from time to time. Sometimes, dark stars suddenly appeared nearby, brushing past Lin Moyo's team. Sometimes, they collided head-on, appearing too suddenly to avoid. Skeletons collapsed, and resurrected beings died on the spot. Flash stars appeared frequently, very dangerous. A true god 7th rank encountering one would have no chance of survival. A true god 8th rank might have a chance to survive. Even Lin Moyo had to pay some price in this 10 billion kilometer area. When the dazzling firelight appeared in his vision, the number of resurrected beings had reduced to less than 200. Having a large team also had its drawbacks. The frequency of flash star collisions also increased accordingly. When there was still 100 million kilometers left to the stellar essence fire cluster, Lin Moyo once again felt the change in space and the fluctuations of the great world laws. After 4 days of continuous flight, he finally entered the second stellar essence fire cluster. Here, dark stars disappeared, and there were no flash stars. However, flash stars turned into even more dangerous flash fires. The flashing stellar essence fires were enough to burn a true god 8th rank to ashes. They appeared mysteriously, bringing death. Lin Moyo entered the cluster, scanning the surroundings, and said loudly, "Come out, stop hiding." He not only used his eyes to look but also used the eyes of the skeletons. From the perspective of the undead, the hidden beings of other races had nowhere to hide. Less than 20,000 kilometers away, a shadow was crouching. It had no aura, blending perfectly with the surroundings, completely invisible. But from the perspective of the undead, there was a soul flame on its body, extremely obvious. Lin Moyo's voice transmitted through soul communication. It was clearly audible within a range of 100,000 kilometers. But the other party remained motionless, as if they hadn't heard. Lin Moyo chuckled, "You think I'm talking nonsense, right? Since you don't move, then don't move." The skeleton god general, stepping on the lightspeed law halo, appeared beside the shadow like teleportation, swinging its sword. The vast sword she cut through the starry sky. The shadow finally moved, accompanied by a strange cry, shooting towards Lin Moyo. At the same time, a beam of light shot out like an arrow. Lin Moyo chuckled, and a resurrected being appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. The beam of light was extremely powerful, piercing through 4 resurrected beings before dissipating. The resurrected beings hit by the beam exploded on the spot, their bodies burning with fierce flames, instantly turning to ashes, their souls extinguished. Flame explosion law. Lin Moyo immediately recognized that the opponent's attack contained the flame explosion law. The flame explosion law belongs to the fire element laws, extremely powerful, and is considered top tier among the second tier laws. The resurrected beings were not afraid of death and immediately counterattacked. Various attacks were launched, including the Starlight Law, Ice Law, and Cracking Law. The laws roared, rendering the starry sky in a myriad of colors. The opponent was clearly startled, not daring to take the attacks head-on, and retreated quickly. The skeleton god general attacked again, the undead law rolling, slashing out strong sword chi. The opponent was very fast, dodging again. At this moment, Lin Moyo missed the skeleton king's starslaying skill. The greatest advantage of this skill was that it was unavoidable. Unfortunately, the skeleton king was only a planetary level spell and couldn't merge with the power of a stellar level skeleton. As long as it hadn't become stellar level, this spell was useless and couldn't be used. Lin Moyo had thought about it before, that if he had the chance, he would definitely upgrade the Summon Skeleton King to stellar level. Maybe by then, it could combine with other stellar level summoning spells to form a 9-star spell system. Multi-star spells, with each additional star, the power would increase significantly. Lin Moyo had already felt the benefits of multi-star spells. He was only a true god 1st rank, but even the weakest skeleton was equivalent to a true god 5th rank, easily fighting across levels. Of course, part of the reason for his strength was due to his talent, but multi-star spells also played a crucial role. Under the pursuit of the skeleton god general and the resurrected beings, the opponent finally revealed its true form. Its body suddenly enlarged, transforming into a giant snake thousands of meters long. Its body was covered with scales, and the scales emitted sparks, like a fire snake. Starfire Python. Lin Moya recognized this race, which was considered above average among the myriad races in the great world. The Starfire Python had strong individual strength, and there were powerful beings within the race, but their numbers were few, with poor reproductive ability. He didn't expect to encounter one here. It was hiding here, probably intending to ambush those who entered. But it didn't expect to be discovered by Lin Moyo. The sneak attack failed, and it was now being pursued. Chapter 1079. Chapter 1079, 1079. Chapter 1079, Soul Manifestation is strong, but it has weaknesses. With the Lightspeed Law Halo, the speed of the Skeleton God Generals and the resurrected beings was astonishingly fast. No matter how the Starfire Python tried to escape, it was tightly entangled by them. The Starfire Python, with the strength of a true God 8th rank, was much stronger than the resurrected beings, but it was only on par with the Skeleton God Generals. At this moment, nearly 100 resurrected beings and dozens of Skeleton God Generals were chasing it, leaving the Starfire Python no chance to fight back. It could only desperately flee and dodge, but the space for dodging was rapidly shrinking. The Skeleton God Generals silently completed the encirclement. Lin Moyo had already seen that the Starfire Python had the intention to retreat and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it had run into him, and there was no reason to let it go. "Human friend, let me go, I can pay the price," the Starfire Python's voice sounded in Lin Moya's ear. Knowing it couldn't win and that its life was in danger, the Starfire Python began to beg for mercy. If the situation were reversed, the outcome would be different. The Starfire Python's cruelty was somewhat famous in the great world. Lin Moya's voice was calm and cold. "Since you're here, you might as well stay." The Starfire Python's heart sank. "Human, if you do this, it will cause racial conflict. Our Starfire Python clan is not an enemy of your human race." Lin Moya said indifferently, "Although we are not blood enemies, there is still a lot of hatred. Over the years, many humans have died in your mouths. Talking is useless. You should stay here peacefully." The Starfire Python's heart sank further. Lin Moya's tone was so indifferent, as if he had already considered it a dead python. At the same time, anger surged in its heart, and it roared, "Do you really think our Starfire Python clan is easy to bully?" With a piercing howl, the starry sky was instantly engulfed in flames. The Starfire Python opened its law domain. With the strength of a true God 8th rank, its law domain was extremely powerful. Lin Moyo also opened his law domain to confront it. Although there was a significant difference in their cultivation levels, Lin Moya's undead law was a first-tier law. Coupled with the killing law's enhancement, Lin Moya's law domain was extremely powerful, far surpassing those of the same level. Confronting the Starfire Python's explosive flame law domain, he was only slightly at a disadvantage. "Impossible." The Starfire Python roared in disbelief. How could a true god first rank's law domain contend with its own? The Starfire Python's law domain covered the starry sky for thousands of miles, while Lin Moya's law domain was only 100,000 meters. But the seemingly powerful explosive flame law domain could never suppress Lin Moya's law domain. "What kind of law is this? Why is it so strong?" Lin Moya said indifferently, "Why don't you try and find out?" With a light touch of his finger, hundreds of Skeleton God Generals appeared in the starry sky, wielding sharp swords and charging at the Starfire Python. The Skeleton God Generals were entwined with the Law Dragon, launching fierce attacks within the explosive flame law domain. "Where did all these puppets come from?" The Starfire Python screamed, retreating frantically, and its law domain began to shrink rapidly, condensing into a fireball with a diameter of only 100 meters. A slightly smaller Starfire Python flew out of the fireball. The Starfire Python's soul absorbed the law domain, refining it into its soul. Using the law domain as flesh and blood, and the law domain as armor and sword. This made the originally fragile soul extremely powerful, turning the ethereal soul into a physical entity, achieving soul manifestation. Soul manifestation is the most powerful attack method in the true god realm. The soul contains the law domain, using the soul to contain the law, manipulating the law, greatly increasing the power of the law. Soul manifestation, besides having powerful attacks, is also the foundation for cultivating the soul law domain in the God King realm. If one cannot achieve soul manifestation, it is impossible to cultivate the soul law domain in the God King realm. Lin Moyo had seen soul manifestation before. On the human sovereign arena, Zhuangbai had displayed his soul manifestation. Although soul manifestation is strong, it is not enough to make Lin Moyo afraid. "Die!" The Starfire Python roared, its soul flying towards Lin Moyo like lightning. Wherever the soul passed, the starry sky exploded, the explosive flame law igniting large areas of the starry sky, and the Skeleton God Generals were blown away. Their bones were shattered, almost reduced to dust. The resurrected beings were even more destroyed, turning to ashes in an instant, with a third of them dying. Using the soul to manipulate the law increased the power of the law by at least 50%. Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged, still cold and indifferent. He slowly raised his finger. "Do you know? Soul manifestation is only flawless when fully completed. You have only initially completed soul manifestation. It seems powerful, but it has many problems, and they are fatal." The Starfire Python heard Lin Moya's voice but didn't react immediately. At this moment, red light appeared in its eyes, and a chill rose from the depths of its soul, sensing a deadly danger. But it was too late. Fusion spell, time curse. Stellar level spell, undead gaze. Under the dual soul attacks, the Starfire Python let out a miserable scream. It felt its soul being torn apart, and the soul armor appeared, with the law domain also manifesting. The soul armor shattered under the attack, and the law domain couldn't fully cover the soul, leaving many gaps. These gaps were fatal. Lin Moya said indifferently, "Before fully completing soul manifestation, don't leave your body." Without the protection of the body and the soul world, the soul is extremely fragile in reality. If you don't understand this, you deserve this disaster. Lin Moya's words were like a curse, plunging the starfire python into an abyss. It roared madly, its law domain boiling, igniting the starry sky again. The flames surged, and the starfire python's soul, heavily injured, fled back to its body in extreme distress. Without fully completing soul manifestation, the law domain's protection had gaps, and it happened to encounter Lin Moya, who had extremely strong soul attack power. It was like a house leaking during a rainy night, with misfortune piling on misfortune. If given another chance, the starfire python would never do this again. Sending itself to death was not the way to do it. The soul returned to the body, but before it could react, the sword chi of the skeleton god general had already arrived. The sword chi carried the undead law, with terrifying corrosive power. The spell carried the law, and as a first-tier law, the undead law's attack power far exceeded the explosive flame law. The undead law invaded the body, and the flames on the starfire python quickly extinguished. The starfire python screamed continuously, the pain in its soul and body making it roll madly in the starry sky. The scales on the starfire python's body were extremely tough, and the skeleton god general's attack power reached the true god 8th rank, but a single attack couldn't kill it. Although it was still alive for now, it was only a matter of time before it was killed. With such severe soul injuries, even if it barely survived, it would be difficult to advance in the future. Soul injuries are extremely difficult to heal. The Starfire Python clan will not let you go. Wait for our revenge. We will kill millions, tens of millions of humans, destroy your life star systems, and make you pay the price. The Starfire Python knew it was doomed and screamed madly. Lin Moya's voice turned cold. If you want revenge, come find me. If you dare to retaliate against the human race, I will exterminate the Starfire Python clan. Just you, a true god 1st rank, dare to speak so arrogantly. The Starfire Python laughed madly, having no more scruples as it faced death. Lin Moya's voice carried killing intent. Yes, I am only a true god 1st rank now, but I can kill you. Hearing this, the Starfire Python trembled, feeling a deep chill. Finally, fear appeared in its crazed eyes. Chapter 1080. Chapter 1080, 1080. Chapter 1080, Starfire Python God Sovereign, you can't kill me. Shu Lin Moya was right, he was only at the true god 1st rank. This was also the most terrifying part about him, he was only at the true god 1st rank. A true god 1st rank could reverse kill a true god 8th rank, his combat power was truly heaven-defying. If one day, Lin Moya's realm reached the god sovereign level, or even stronger, and he could still maintain this ability to fight across levels, then who in the same rank could be his opponent? The Starfire Python finally understood before its death how terrifying Lin Moya was. This was why all major races tried their best to eliminate geniuses from enemy races. Having a god sovereign was not terrifying, what was terrifying was having a genius who, despite being a god sovereign, possessed combat power beyond that level. The Starfire Python died in fear, its body finally being chopped into pieces by the skeleton god general. Lin Moya reached out, and the 1,000-meter-long corpse of the Starfire Python flew to him. With a thought, the skeleton god general began to dismember the corpse. The scales of the Starfire Python, containing the explosive flame law, were excellent materials. Although some were damaged in the battle, many could still be collected. The flesh of the Starfire Python also contained the power of the law and was said to be delicious. Chu Xiong, that glutton, had once given Lin Moya a list of exotic races that could be used as delicacies. The Starfire Python was one of them. Lin Moya had promised him that if he ever encountered one, he would bring some back for Chu Xiong to enjoy. Chu Xiong had two great loves in life, gourmet food and fine wine. Finally, the skeleton god general found the Python core. The Python core was somewhat similar to the Dragon Pearl of the Dragon Clan. It was the essence of the Starfire Python and also a storage tool. With the Starfire Python dead, the Python core had become an ownerless item. With a slight movement of his soul power, Lin Moya tried to open the Python core like any other storage tool. But as soon as his soul power touched the Python core, a brilliant light suddenly surged. In the starry sky, a massive shadow of the Starfire Python appeared. The shadow was so large that it seemed endless, at least 1,000,000 meters long, coiled in the starry sky, exuding a terrifying aura. God Sovereign. Lin Moya's heart suddenly tightened. The immense aura of the God Sovereign had locked onto him, and the Python's eyes, like stars, stared firmly at him. A deafening voice boomed, "Audacious human, how dare you slaughter my descendant? You deserve death." Lin Moya's heart trembled. He hadn't expected the Starfire Python to be a descendant of a God Sovereign, and that the Python core had a God Sovereign's mark. The Starfire Python had difficulty reproducing, and there weren't many of them. Moreover, being a descendant of a God Sovereign, Lin Moya knew he was in big trouble. This was not going to be an easy situation to handle. Even if it was just a projection, a God Sovereign's power was at least at the God King level, and far beyond the 1st rank of the God King. There was no way he could withstand it. Lin Moya's thoughts raced, trying to figure out how to escape this deadly situation. But then he suddenly relaxed. This was the area of the 2nd Stellar Essence Fire Cluster. Under the power of the Great World Laws, all entrance realms would be suppressed to the true God level. Even a God Sovereign was no exception. Not to mention a projection, even if the true body came, it could only reach the peak of the true God realm. The sole law domain of a God King and the law manifestation of a God Sovereign couldn't be used. At most, it would be a true God peak with a God Sovereign's body. Perhaps it could exert combat power beyond the true God realm, but even a genius God Sovereign could only fight at the 1st or 2nd rank of the God King at most. Moreover, this was just a projection, and its power was uncertain. Thinking this through, Lin Moya was no longer worried. He knew the God Sovereign's projection couldn't kill him. Lin Moya said calmly, "It was he who provoked me first, and I killed him in self-defense." God Sovereign. Before Lin Moya could finish, the Starfire Python interrupted, "Shut up. My descendant wanted to kill you, that was your honor. You should have stood still and let it kill you." The God Sovereign was extremely unreasonable, and his eyes were filled with immense anger. Lin Moya chuckled, "You misunderstand. What I mean is, he was too weak and deserved to die. I not only killed him but also took his scales and meat. I heard that the meat of the Starfire Python is delicious. I wonder if it's true. When I return, I'll find the best chef to make hundreds of dishes. If the God Sovereign is interested, you can come to the human territory to taste it." Lin Moya's words were utterly disrespectful. Since he had already killed the God Sovereign's descendant and thoroughly offended him, he might as well continue to provoke him. "Boy, I will obliterate you." The God Sovereign roared, and a beam of light shot from his eyes. The light contained the terrifying explosive flame law, igniting the starry sky. The starry sky roared continuously, but strangely, as soon as the light shot out, its power rapidly diminished. In an instant, it dropped to the true God realm. The skeleton God General stood in front of Lin Moya, using its body as a shield to block the God Sovereign's attack. Dozens of skeleton God Generals were shattered, but the God Sovereign's attack was completely blocked, leaving Lin Moya unharmed. The Starfire Python God Sovereign was stunned. "What's going on?" Lin Moya chuckled, "Think about it yourself. How long can your projection last? Do you want me to chat with you some more? I won't charge you." The God Sovereign's eyes narrowed, and he attacked again. More skeleton God Generals came forward, acting as Lin Moya's shield. The Starfire Python God Sovereign's projection could only be maintained for a limited time. Especially after the previous attack, the time was significantly shortened, and his body had become illusory. Lin Moya shook his head lightly. "It's useless, you can't kill me." The Starfire Python God Sovereign looked around and saw the distant Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, immediately understanding, so it's in the Stellar Essence Fire Cluster. No wonder. He then turned back to Lin Moya, "Boy, I know where you are now. Unless you never leave the Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, I will grind your bones to dust." Lin Moya was not worried at all. "I'm about to leave. If you want to find me, come to the human territory." The Starfire Python God Sovereign sneered, "You can't escape." With that, his entire body turned into a brilliant stream of light, bypassing the skeleton God Generals and landing on Lin Moya. Outside Lin Moya's soul world, a soul mark appeared. The soul mark looked like the Starfire Python, staring coldly at Lin Moya. Another mark. Lin Moya was speechless. The strong in the great world love leaving marks on people. The Starry Sky Giant Tree did it, the Demon Clan did it, and now the Starfire Python was doing it too. The Starfire Python God Sovereign had planted a soul mark on him, allowing him to easily find Lin Moya. The sensing range of a God Sovereign was vast, likely exceeding a light year. As long as he was here, he couldn't escape. Lin Moya sighed, "What a pity." In his soul world, the branches of the talent tree suddenly shook, piercing the soul mark. The soul power within the mark was instantly absorbed by the talent tree and then refined by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, turning into the purest soul power and injected into Lin Moya's soul. The mark from a God Sovereign was pure and powerful, containing the power of the God Sovereign, of extremely high quality. After being refined by the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, it became an ownerless item. Lin Moya's soul absorbed its power, instantly strengthening. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya's soul quality improved significantly, and his cultivation advanced. Chapter 1081. Chapter 1081, 1081. Chapter 1081, True God Second Rank, The Woman in the Soul Pearl. Lin Moya's entire body shone brilliantly, like a bright star in the dark night, extremely dazzling. As his soul quality strengthened, his cultivation advanced. Various insights into the undead law flooded in, and Lin Moya officially stepped into the True God Second Rank. A strong soul can accelerate the comprehension of laws, and each additional insight into the laws can also enhance the soul. The two complement each other, indispensable. Originally, it would have taken at least a year to reach the True God Second Rank, but due to this unexpected event, it was completed directly. The Starfire Python God Sovereign never expected that the soul mark he left behind would actually benefit Lin Moya. Far away, in the territory of the Starfire Python clan, countless light years away, a massive Starfire Python was coiled around a planet. The Starfire Python clan had strong individuals, and there were quite a few God Sovereigns among them. This one was called the Flame Python God Sovereign, with a cultivation level of God Sovereign 4th rank, not considered weak among the Starfire Python clan. Its body was much larger than its projection, coiling around the planet several times. Suddenly, it let out a roar. The aura of a God Sovereign shattered the tranquility of the starry sky, causing nearby planets to deviate from their original orbits and fly away. The planet it was coiled around exploded, turning into dust. The soul mark it left on Lin Moya had disappeared. This was a part of its soul power, but it had completely lost contact with it. It had permanently lost this part of its soul power. Although it was just a tiny part and would recover soon, it was a matter of dignity. Moreover, Lin Moya had killed its descendant and even made a delicacy out of it. Thinking of this, it became extremely angry, its rage sweeping through the starry sky. The wrath of a God Sovereign could destroy stars. Many small planets around it were crushed into fragments by its immense aura. "Humans, you deserve to die." Its eyes were filled with anger, and its hatred for humans reached its peak. But without the soul mark, finding Lin Moya would not be easy. It knew that Lin Moya was in the Stellar Essence Fire Cluster. But which Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, it did not know. Moreover, it could not enter the Stellar Essence Fire Cluster, as the suppression of the Great World Laws was unbearable. Even if it went in, finding Lin Moya would not guarantee killing him. Entering the fifth battlefield with its god-sovereign body would certainly attract the attention of other races' god-sovereigns. The Starfire Python clan was not considered a strong race in the universe, and it did not dare to confront human god-sovereigns head-on. Damn it, I must kill him. No god-sovereign was a fool, it had just been blinded by anger. Now it had calmed down. Humans are too powerful to provoke easily. But I have remembered your aura, you cannot escape. Go find the Celestial clan, maybe they can reveal his true identity. The flame python god sovereign, with a sinister smile, disappeared into the void. Lin Moya successfully completed his advancement, significantly increasing his strength. As his soul strengthened and his cultivation advanced, the power of his spells also became much stronger. Now, his skeleton god generals were strong enough to rival true god 9th rank. Even if they encountered a peak true god, they could surround and kill them. Lin Moya found that as his realm advanced, his ability to fight across levels not only did not weaken but seemed to grow stronger. After advancing, Lin Moya finally examined the Python core. The Python core was the essence of the Starfire Python, containing immense power and serving as an excellent storage tool. Inside, he found a total of 198 stellar essence fires. Quite a number. It seems it also engaged in looting. Unfortunately, it all benefits me in the end. With these 198 stellar essence fires, Lin Moya now had 1,554 stellar essence fires, a considerable amount. Besides the stellar essence fires, the Python core also contained various other items. Many of these items came from other races, confirming Lin Moya's earlier judgment that the Starfire Python did not collect the stellar essence fires itself but looted them like he did. While sorting through the items, Lin Moya found several weapons that clearly belonged to humans. Obviously, some humans had died at its hands. What is this? Lin Moya saw a jade bead among the items. He sensed a soul aura and a trace of vitality from the bead. Lin Moya played with the bead in his hand. The round jade bead looked flawless and very beautiful. Using a detection spell, Lin Moya obtained information about the bead. Soul Pearl can contain a soul, preserving the last trace of vitality. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the next second, his soul had already entered the bead. Inside the bead was a small space, and he saw a woman, a human woman. To be precise, he saw her soul. The woman's soul was wearing a luxurious and exquisite soul garment. The soul garment emitted a powerful aura, firmly protecting the woman's soul. Lin Moya could feel the strength of the soul garment, beyond his ability to break. Even with the soul-slashing sword, he couldn't break the soul garment. Judging by the soul garment, the woman's soul should also be very strong. Who is this woman, and why is she in a coma? Lin Moya pondered, trying to wake her up, but after several attempts, it was futile. The woman remained unconscious, with no reaction. Due to the protection of the soul garment, Lin Moya could not touch her soul. After studying it for a long time without any results, he had to give up. Lin Moya planned to take the soul pearl back and give it to Zhu Tian. Perhaps with Zhu Tian's knowledge and experience, he could identify the woman. After organizing his gains, Lin Moya continued forward. The resurrected beings cleared the way ahead. After the recent battle, the number of resurrected beings had been halved, leaving only 52. Each resurrected being had the combat power of a true god 7th rank, but they were still no match for a true god 8th rank. Especially against those who appeared to be true god 8th rank but had the combat power of a true god 9th rank, the difference was even greater. In the second stellar essence fire cluster, without exceptional cultivation, one would not come here. It was too dangerous. A distance of 100 million kilometers was not far. The temperature rose at an alarming rate, and when only a million kilometers remained, the temperature had exceeded 10,000 degrees. The number of stellar essence fires here was greater, their quality higher, and they were more densely packed. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared, and a resurrected being turned to ashes. Flash fire. So this is flash fire. Just seeing a flash of fire was enough to burn a resurrected being to death. Lin Moya didn't even get a clear look at the stellar essence fire. The term flash fire was indeed fitting for this situation. Appearing out of nowhere, flashing by, and disappearing in an instant. Stellar essence fires inherently contain strong law attacks, ranking high among second-tier laws. All the laws burst out in that instant. It seemed like a small disturbance, but the power was immense. According to Lin Moya's knowledge, if a true god 8th rank encountered flash fire, they would be severely injured at best, and dead at worst. Flash stars, flash fires, what is going on? Usually invisible, suddenly appearing, why is it so strange? Lin Moya couldn't figure out the reason for the sudden appearance and disappearance of flash stars and flash fires. It seemed beyond his understanding of the world. The bone armor suddenly exploded and instantly collapsed. Lin Moya felt a scorching heat invading his body, burning his soul. Chapter 1082. Chapter 1082 1082. Chapter 1082 The Bizarre Second Stellar Essence Fire Cluster. In an instant, Lin Moya's entire body turned red, as if he was about to burst into flames. The flames were not just burning his body, but also his soul. Outside his soul world, large flames appeared, surrounding the entire soul world and burning fiercely. But in just half a second, in the blink of an eye, the sudden flames completely retreated, as if they had never appeared. Only the residual heat remained, telling Lin Moya that in that half second, he had been burned by flames of at least 10 million degrees. Both his body and soul had been burned once. Lin Moya was shaken. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly, even he didn't react in time. So this is a flash fire. Lin Moya knew he had truly experienced a flash fire. But the flash fire didn't cause him too much damage, and even the undead army didn't collapse. The attack power of the flash fire was not strong, just at the peak of the true god 8th rank. It was just that the damage from the flash fire manifested in an extremely bizarre way, erupting directly from within the body, germinating from the inside, rather than coming from the outside. In this situation, even the strongest defense would be rendered useless. The result was that it could not be defended against, only endured. Fortunately, Lin Moya's defense was astonishingly strong, allowing him to withstand it unscathed. After experiencing the flash fire attack, Lin Moya was actually relieved. The unknown is often the most terrifying, but after personally experiencing it, one would realize it was not that bad. But in the next second, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Moya's eyes. It seems my physical body has become stronger, and my soul world has become more solid. After some thought, Lin Moya understood. The flash fire, which lasted less than half a second, had actually tempered his body and soul. It made his physical body stronger, and his soul as well. Perhaps his soul quality didn't improve, nor did his soul power increase, but it became purer and more solid. The more solid the soul world, the stronger the defense, and the safer the soul. When soul manifestation is achieved, the safety would be even higher. The flash fire is an opportunity. As long as one can withstand the flash fire, the body can be tempered repeatedly, and the soul can be solidified. Lin Moya had an epiphany. Everything has two sides. While the flash fire brings danger, it also brings opportunity. Lin Moya's thoughts expanded further, and he realized that dark stars might also be an opportunity. Or perhaps lightning flashes if one is struck but doesn't die. Could there also be gains? It's worth a try. Lin Moya made up his mind that when he leaves here, he can try to find dark stars. Whether it's suicidal or not, he would find out then. As for now, Lin Moya began searching for premium stellar essence fires, while also looking for aliens. He had lost interest in ordinary stellar essence fires. Even if he wanted to obtain more, collecting them was not the way. The skeletons and resurrected beings scattered. Here, the original resurrected beings were no longer very useful. Even if the remaining 50 teamed up, they might not be able to defeat a true god 8th rank. Those who could survive here at the true god 8th rank were definitely not ordinary true god 8th ranks. Each of them had far superior vigilance and combat power compared to ordinary true god 8th ranks. Soon, a resurrected being encountered an alien. Before the resurrected being could act, the alien had already made a move. This alien happened to be collecting stellar essence fire. He suddenly unleashed the stellar essence fire, turning the area within tens of thousands of miles into a sea of fire. The resurrected beings were instantly buried in the sea of fire, while the alien calmly left within the sea of fire. Very vigilant and decisive. Even the lives of their own kind are disregarded. Among the resurrected beings buried in the sea of fire, one was actually of the same race as the alien. Perhaps the alien didn't notice, but it was enough to illustrate the issue. In this special area, everyone prioritized themselves. If there was danger, self-preservation came first. If one couldn't even take care of themselves, how could they have time to care about others? Suddenly, Lin Moya felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his soul was being locked onto. Immediately after, a golden light fell, but Lin Moya's undead wings shook, instantly severing the lock and avoiding the golden light. Looking up, about 10,000 miles away, there was a stellar essence fire. A golden eagle was hiding behind the stellar essence fire, launching an attack on Lin Moya. This golden eagle clearly didn't expect Lin Moya to react so quickly, and to be able to sever the soul lock. With one attack missed, the golden eagle wasted no time and immediately turned to leave, disappearing into the starry sky in an instant. Also very decisive. The scattered skeletons soon saw some other aliens. These aliens immediately launched attacks upon seeing the skeletons, without a word. Regardless of the outcome of the attacks, they immediately turned and left, never lingering. 3 or 4 times, it was the same one missed attack, and they would flee thousands of miles away. This place was like an independent world, with its own set of rules, different from what Lin Moya had encountered before. Could there be some problem with staying here for too long? While pondering, Lin Moya was also moving, not stopping. As a newcomer, he didn't fully understand yet. But since everyone was doing it, there must be a reason. Perhaps I should find someone to ask. Lin Moya originally wanted to turn the Starfire Python into a resurrected being, but the Starfire Python had another use: its flesh could be eaten, and its scales could be used as materials. If he turned it into a resurrected being, it would be too wasteful. Although resurrected beings only needed a part of the flesh to complete the resurrection, when the resurrected being died completely, anything related to it would disappear. Fortunately, there were also humans in this area. Lin Moya soon saw a true god 8th rank human through the skeletons. The skeletons saw him from afar but didn't approach, otherwise the human would definitely leave again. Lin Moya went over himself and called out from a distance of thousands of miles, "Senior, may I ask a question?" The human saw Lin Moya and frowned slightly. "Don't come any closer, just say what you want to say." Even when facing a human, the person remained vigilant. Although Lin Moya's aura showed he was only at the true god 2nd rank, the person didn't relax. This tense state made Lin Moya feel strange. Lin Moya maintained a distance of thousands of miles from him. "May I ask why everyone here seems to be in such a hurry?" Lin Moya thought for a moment but couldn't find the right words to describe it. The person said, "You mean why everyone doesn't linger, and leaves after 1 or 2 moves, right?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, senior, this is my first time here, and I don't quite understand." The person said, "You're only at the true god 2nd rank, and you dare come here? You're quite daring, and you must be a genius. Let me advise you, you must be very careful here. This place is full of crises, especially those guys who love to deal with geniuses the most." "Those guys?" Lin Moya didn't quite understand. Please enlighten me, senior. The person said, it's actually quite simple. You should keep moving, don't stay still for too long, or there will be danger. As he spoke, the person moved, shifting thousands of miles away. Lin Moya didn't understand but followed, also shifting thousands of miles in parallel. The person said, there are some guys who are good at sneak attacks and assassinations. Prolonged battles will attract them over. And, Chapter 1083, Chapter 1083, 1083, Chapter 1083, Various Reasons, Searching for the Star Crossbow. Through his explanation, Lin Moya finally understood. The reason why this area had become like this was mainly due to two reasons. First, there were activities of the Nether Clan. The Nether Clan and the Shadow Clan are somewhat similar, both are races skilled in assassination, but there are slight differences between the two. The Shadow Clan excels in close-range stealth, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. The Nether Clan, however, can follow the laws and launch attacks from a distance. They can sense the fluctuations of laws from very distant regions and then stealthily approach. However, their attacks are much weaker compared to the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan can often unleash attacks that surpass their own level by 3 or 4 grades in an instant. Some powerful Shadow Clan members can even unleash attacks that cross major realms. There have been instances where a 9th-rank true god from the Shadow Clan successfully assassinated a 1st-rank god king. The Nether Clan, on the other hand, can generally only unleash attacks that surpass their own level by 1 grade and cannot fight across realms, but their ability to attack from a distance makes them more troublesome here. Under the illumination of the stellar essence fire, the Shadow Clan's close-range stealth becomes difficult. The Nether Clan, however, can launch deadly attacks from tens of thousands of kilometers away. But all of this has a premise: you must be engaged in a battle, and your law filled with soul aura must be locked onto by the Nether Clan for them to launch an attack. This is why you cannot engage in prolonged battles with others, to guard against sneak attacks from the Nether Clan. As for why you cannot stay in one place for too long, this involves another matter. The Skybreaker Clan has set up a star crossbow in a certain corner. The Star Crossbow is a God King level weapon that can kill enemies across billions of kilometers. It is not a magical treasure, it is simply a weapon. It does not require any operator to use, nor does it need additional energy supply. It only absorbs the heat emitted by the stellar essence fire, which is enough to meet its needs. The most troublesome part is that it also has a stealth function, making it very difficult to detect. The Skybreaker Clan has locked the entire stellar essence fire cluster with the Star Crossbow. As long as someone stays still for a long time, they will be locked onto by the Star Crossbow and subsequently attacked. The Star Crossbow can unleash attacks with the power of a peak true god, which almost no one can withstand. Only when very close to the stellar essence fire, due to the influence of the stellar essence fire's power, can the Star Crossbow not lock onto its target. This explains why people here always keep moving and never dare to stay still. These two reasons caused the phenomenon Lin Moya saw earlier. Each race uses its own methods to obtain resources. The Nether Clan, with weak frontal combat abilities, uses their advantage to launch sneak attacks. The Skybreaker Clan, with even weaker frontal combat abilities, excels in crafting and can create various peculiar weapons. So they use their advantage and set up the Star Crossbow. Lin Moya estimated that there might be more than one. This is a battlefield, a place where all races compete. Any method can be used. As long as you can obtain resources and survive, that is victory. Each race uses its own means to compete with each other here. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I understand now. Lin Moya cupped his fists in gratitude. The person waved his hand. No need to be polite. Take care of yourself and hope you return safely. Actually, you shouldn't have come. After saying this, the person turned and left. Lin Moya understood the meaning of his last words. Although not explicitly stated, it was well-intentioned advice. Being able to come here already proved his combat power. He was a genius and shouldn't have come here so early. If he had waited a few more levels, until he reached the 5th or even 6th rank of True God, he might have been able to walk horizontally here. Lin Moya kept moving. This place is more dangerous than I imagined. Alien sneak attacks, flash fire attacks, Nether Clan assassinations, Skybreaker Clan Star Crossbow. No wonder everyone here is always tense and never lingers. But the Star Crossbow seems like a good thing. Lin Moya thought about the information on the Skybreaker Clan. This is a race with weak combat abilities but is very skilled in crafting. They have no major grudges with any race. They rely on trading with various races, selling their crafted war weapons in exchange for a large amount of resources. There was once a powerful race that tried to enslave the Skybreaker Clan, making them their slaves to craft weapons exclusively for them. But this led to fierce resistance from the Skybreaker Clan. The powerful race sent many god sovereigns, and even beings above the god sovereign level. In the end, the Skybreaker Clan took out their crafted ultimate weapons, not only killing many god sovereigns but also severely injuring beings above the god sovereign level. The powerful race was severely damaged, and enemy races took advantage of their weakness, leading to a great war that resulted in the extinction of the powerful race. Since then, the races in the Great World realized that the Skybreaker Clan was not to be trifled with. No one knows if the Skybreaker Clan has even more powerful weapons. In the eyes of the strong from various races, the Skybreaker Clan became like a porcupine. If you don't provoke them, they won't attack you and won't affect you. If you try to kick them out, if you kick too hard, you might get pricked. You might even be taken advantage of by others. With this lesson, no one dared to provoke the Skybreaker Clan again. No one wanted to do such a thankless task. So the Skybreaker Clan survived smoothly in the Great World and has continued to thrive to this day. The Skybreaker clan has various war weapons, and the star crossbow is one of them. Lin Moya doesn't know much about crafting, but he knows the star crossbow is extremely valuable. If he can get his hands on it, it will definitely be worth a lot of points. His plan slightly changed. Besides searching for Luo Fei and premium stellar essence fires, he now also wanted to get a star crossbow. A few days later, the skeletons had spread throughout the stellar essence fire cluster. They encountered thousands of aliens and were attacked multiple times but did not find any trace of Luo Fei. Lin Moya guessed that Luo Fei had most likely gone to the third stellar essence fire cluster. He also did not find any premium stellar essence fires here. The probability of encountering premium stellar essence fires is very low, so not finding any is normal. Lin Moya did not give up. He planned to continue deeper into the third stellar essence fire cluster. Among the 3 tasks, finding premium stellar essence fires was the most important to him. But before leaving, he still wanted to try to get the star crossbow. Lin Moya, who had been moving all the time, suddenly stopped. He waited quietly for 5 minutes, and a starlight lit up not far away. Lin Moya saw a law arrow suddenly shoot out from the starlight, hitting him like lightning. The bone armor shattered on the spot, and the undead army was collectively severely damaged, almost collapsing. The star crossbow's attack was very powerful, reaching the peak of the true god level. But it was still not enough to harm Lin Moya. Lin Moya took the arrow and looked in the direction from which the law arrow had come. He silently counted, 1, 2, 3. After 60 seconds, a white light lit up in the distant starry sky, and Lin Moya firmly locked onto it. That was the approximate location of the star crossbow. 60 seconds, 18 million kilometers, not very far. Lin Moya took the arrow, deliberately activating the spell linkage. The light from the bone spikes and bone spears, after 60 seconds of flight, was captured by Lin Moya. The speed of light in the starry sky is 300,000 kilometers per second. 60 seconds is about 18 million kilometers. Lin Moya locked onto the direction, stepped on the lightspeed law halo, and shot out. At the same time, a skeleton appeared beside him. The spell linkage locked onto the position, and with the naked eye, soul, and the undead vision of the skeleton, Lin Moya was confident he could find the star crossbow. Chapter 1084. Chapter 1084, 1084. Chapter 1084, don't know why you're screaming. The star crossbow has the ability to become invisible. Lin Moya couldn't see it with the naked eye, and even using soul power, it was difficult to sense. However, through the undead vision of the skeletons, he found its presence. In a hidden corner of the starry sky, a star crossbow with a diameter of only 10 meters was quietly placed there. The star crossbow was covered with runes, looking extremely exquisite. It was very quiet, and when not attacking, it was silent and hidden in the starlight, invisible to the naked eye. Even when it attacked, it only flashed with runes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the vast sea of stars, measured in billions of kilometers or even light years, such a small object with a diameter of only 10 meters was very inconspicuous. Finding it was indeed very difficult. Lin Moya was not in a hurry to take it but admired the star crossbow as if appreciating a work of art. The Skybreaker clan indeed has great talent in crafting. The star crossbow is almost perfect. No need for control, no need for energy supply, self-invisibility, self-locking, combining all kinds of advantages. The runes on it. The runes engraved on the star crossbow reminded Lin Moya of the Great World runes. The two were very similar. Among the myriad races in the Great World, many races used barriers, formations, restrictions, and other means. Runes were one of them, and the human race also used runes in crafting. However, those runes were all formation runes, using runes to form formations. Unlike the Skybreaker clan, which directly used runes, these runes contain certain profound truths. It seems the Skybreaker clan's understanding of runes has reached a very deep level. The world is fair. Although it didn't give you strong cultivation talent, it gave you crafting talent that can pierce the heavens. Lin Moya reached out and grabbed the star crossbow. The runes on the star crossbow immediately began to glow, and an invisible force spread out, preventing Lin Moya from approaching. The originally extremely quiet star crossbow became agitated at this moment. Its aura almost reached the level of a god king. Although the star crossbow could only unleash attacks at the peak of the true god level, its body was indeed a god king level weapon. The materials used to make it were almost all god king level materials. The resistance force it erupted with was also extremely strong. Useless. Lin Moya chuckled. If it were a god king in person, he might have difficulty dealing with it, but it was just a god king level war weapon, far inferior to a real god king. With a movement of his soul power, the law domain instantly expanded, suppressing it. The undead law surged like a tide, eroding the resistance force of the star crossbow. The power of death could corrode everything, unstoppable. Soon, the runes on the star crossbow dimmed and stopped resisting. Lin Moya firmly grasped it, and a flash of fire appeared from not far away. A law arrow accurately struck Lin Moya. White light flashed on Lin Moya's body, and the bone armor shattered. The undead army collectively suffered damage, almost reaching the brink of collapse. Lin Moya seemed to have anticipated this. As expected, there's another one. He had previously guessed that there might be more than one star crossbow. Now it seemed his guess was correct, there was indeed more than one. Another star crossbow was hidden even deeper, usually unused, only launching a fatal attack when the one in front of him was discovered and taken. Unfortunately, an attack at the peak of the true god level couldn't harm him. Lin Moya exerted force again, firmly grasping the star crossbow. A few seconds later, a point of white light lit up in the dark starry sky, so clear. Lin Moya accurately captured the position of the white light, his lips curling up slightly. 8 seconds, 2.4 million kilometers, this time it's closer. Using the same method, with spell linkage, Lin Moya accurately locked onto the position of another star crossbow. The reason he guessed there was more than one star crossbow was related to the cautious nature of the Skybreaker clan. The Skybreaker clan was very cautious, always being extremely careful in everything they did, so they often left a backup plan. Lin Moya used this point to guess that there might be a second star crossbow. The current situation confirmed his guess. The star crossbow was firmly grasped in his hand, and its resistance was no longer as intense. On the star crossbow, there was a soul mark. Lin Moya's soul power surged out, trying to erase this soul mark and replace it with his own. The soul mark on the star crossbow was activated, and an angry roar sounded. "How dare you seize the property of the Skybreaker clan?" Lin Moya chuckled. "Do you know which race I belong to?" The other party was obviously stunned, clearly not understanding the meaning of Lin Moya's words for a moment. Lin Moya could sense the strength of the soul mark. It was a third-grade soul, and the owner of the soul mark was at most at the God King level. Without reaching the God Sovereign level, it was impossible to project over. Although they could transmit sound, they couldn't see him. Lin Moya chuckled again. "Since you don't know which race I belong to, why are you screaming?" With that, his soul power surged, and his soul body raised a finger. The undead law frantically surged out, quickly erasing the other party's soul mark. Since they didn't know who he was, there was no need to be threatened. Lin Moya left his soul mark on the star crossbow and then put it away. He hurried to the location of the other star crossbow. He had to take it before the Skybreaker clan arrived. This way, no one would know it was him, and even if the Skybreaker clan wanted to settle accounts, they wouldn't know who to look for. Soon, Lin Moya found the second star crossbow. Using the same method, he quickly suppressed its resistance and erased the soul mark on it. The two star crossbows clearly belonged to the same person, as the soul marks were the same. The owner of the soul mark was furious, but it was useless. After taking the two star crossbows, Lin Moya flapped his undead wings and instantly flew away, disappearing without a trace. A few minutes after he left, several Skybreaker clan members in exquisite armor arrived. Looking at the empty spot where the star crossbow was placed, they were helpless. Lin Moya had long since left, disappearing without a trace, and they had no idea how to track him. Moreover, they didn't dare to place the star crossbow again, at least not for now. What if that guy came back? How did he do it? No idea. How could he so accurately locate the star crossbow? Could it be that our Skybreaker clan's hidden runes have been cracked? Impossible. I think it might be a coincidence. No, we must report this back to the clan. After some discussion, the Skybreaker clan members decided not to place the star crossbow for now. Lin Moya took the two star crossbows, subtly changing the situation in the second stellar essence fire cluster. But at this moment, he had already left far away, officially heading towards the third stellar essence fire cluster. Not only was he heading to the third stellar essence fire cluster, but he also planned to test his limits along the way. After Lin Moya left, a shadow flashed in the void. Not long after, Zhu Kaiwu, sitting cross-legged on the number 10 star fortress, said faintly, "Killed the starfire python, remained unyielding before a god sovereign, possessing a proud spirit. Took the star crossbow, using spell linkage, a very clever little guy, quite interesting. Old Third's vision has always been good. It seems this time he was right again. Anyone he favors shouldn't be too bad. Keep watching." Zhu Kaiwu muttered a few words to himself and then closed his eyes again. Chapter 1085. Chapter 1085, 1085. Chapter 1085, Their Arsenic, My Sweet Candy. Lin Moya left the second stellar essence fire cluster and once again faced the vast emptiness spanning hundreds of billions of kilometers. This battlefield area gave Lin Moya the feeling of a boundless ocean, with the void as the sea and the stellar essence fire clusters as islands within it. While sailing in the sea, one would occasionally be struck by crashing waves. Dark stars were like oncoming giant waves that could be seen and avoided. But the flash stars that appeared without any warning were like rogue waves. Previously, Lin Moya used his own method to avoid the flash stars as much as possible. But this time, he deliberately went to seek out the flash stars. Flash fires could temper the physical body and soul. Perhaps flash stars had a similar effect. Lin Moya had tried using ordinary stellar essence fires before, but they had no effect. From this, he deduced that ordinary dark stars would also be useless. According to Lin Moya's guess, flash stars and flash fires should possess something that ordinary stellar essence fires and dark stars lack. After flying away from the stellar essence fire cluster for tens of billions of kilometers, Lin Moya discovered dark stars. Not just one, but a group of them. As he went deeper, the number of dark stars increased significantly. This time, Lin Moya did not dodge. He chose a dark star with a diameter of less than 100 kilometers and deliberately collided with it. He wanted to verify his guess and see if ordinary dark stars had any miraculous effects. He was like a stone falling into a river, crashing onto the dark star. The dark star with a diameter of 100 kilometers shuddered violently, its direction forcibly changed by Lin Moya's impact, leaving a massive crater on its surface. Lin Moya stood in the crater, his body flickering with white light, appearing completely unharmed. That collision was equivalent to withstanding a full-force attack from a peak true god. The undead army nearly collapsed collectively, and the dark star itself was knocked off its original trajectory. Lin Moya's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, as the events unfolded exactly as he had expected. Dark stars could not bring him any benefits. Just like ordinary stellar essence fires, dark stars had no special effects. It seems I can only look for flash stars, but flash stars appear without any warning or pattern, leaving it all to luck. The thought of relying on luck gave Lin Moya a headache. Previously, in the second stellar essence fire cluster, he had only encountered one flash fire, and in the following days, he didn't encounter any more. In contrast, the skeletons had encountered many. This situation also gave Lin Moyo a headache. He didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. Others avoided flash stars and flash fires at all costs, fearing any encounter, while he had to find ways to actively seek them out, which was quite amusing when he thought about it. Lin Moyo deliberately slowed down his speed, wandering aimlessly in the starry sky, hoping to encounter a flash star. However, after flying nearly 30 billion kilometers over 2 days, he didn't encounter a single flash star. It seems I really have to rely on luck. Forget it, let it be. Lin Moyo said softly as he began to increase his speed. He no longer dwelled on whether he could encounter flash stars or not and instead headed towards the third stellar essence fire cluster to search for premium stellar essence fires. Just as he was about to reach his maximum speed, a chill suddenly arose in his heart. In front of him, everything suddenly went dark, as if he had collided with an extremely solid iron wall, and then a tremendous force blew him away. Lin Moyo completely lost control of his body, flying backwards through the starry sky at a speed far exceeding 30,000 kilometers per second. The immense force struck every corner of his body, every inch of skin, and every piece of flesh and bone, tearing at his bones as if trying to rip his body into quarters. The attack power had already surpassed the true God realm, barely reaching the God King realm. The undead army finally collapsed, only to be quickly reborn under the effect of the undead spell. The massive impact force came as quickly as it went. After withstanding all the attacks, Lin Moyo found that his physical body had become stronger. The impurities within his body were expelled by this force, making his body purer. Possessing the heart of flame, his body grew stronger with every beat of the flaming heart. It was just that this kind of strengthening was gentle and slow, imperceptible, requiring a vast accumulation of time. Unlike the flash fires and flash stars, which were so intense and increased his strength to an astonishing degree. After experiencing a flash fire and a flash star, his body had become at least 10% stronger, and his soul had also grown stronger by a few percent. After flying tens of millions of kilometers away, Lin Moyo finally regained control of his body. He stood silently in the starry sky, comprehending the changes in his body. Flash fires enhance the soul and internal organs, but their enhancement of the skin, bones, flesh, and blood is not significant. Flash fires also germinate from within, enhancing the inner self. But flash stars are pure external forces, enhancing the skin, flesh, bones, and blood. The two complement each other, forming a comprehensive enhancement. It's just too dangerous. Ordinary true gods cannot withstand it and would die instantly. Their arsenic, my sweet candy. It's a pity that everything depends on luck and cannot be forced. Lin Moyo's heart was at peace. Some things can only be obtained through destiny. If one tries to force it, the outcome will not be good. But this does not mean one should not strive. On the contrary, if one day there is an opportunity that must be seized, then immense strength is needed to support it. Lin Moyo's thoughts were clear, and he no longer lingered, flying towards the third stellar essence fire cluster. Following the direction of the flowing laws and the changes in temperature, Lin Moyo's course was flawless. Along the way, he no longer pursued flash stars, using the skeletons to avoid useless dark stars, and his speed increased. 3 days later, Lin Moyo entered the range covered by the stellar essence fire cluster. The dense firelight was like a narrow galaxy hanging in the pitch-black depths of space. Compared to the second stellar essence fire cluster, the scale was much larger. This area belonged to the realm of activity for true god 9th rank or peak true god cultivators. Here, the probability of encountering premium stellar essence fires increased significantly. Lin Moyo did not know what premium stellar essence fires look like, but he knew that if he saw them, he would definitely recognize them. This place was more dangerous, and there were far fewer people who could be active here. Those who came here had already lost interest in ordinary stellar essence fires. They came for the premium stellar essence fires. The stellar essence fires here were more powerful and hotter. Even from 100 million kilometers away, the temperature had already exceeded 100,000 degrees. If one continued to approach, it might reach millions of degrees. Only those who were extremely confident in their strength or possessed special treasures dared to collect stellar essence fires here. As the distance to the stellar essence fire cluster decreased, Lin Moyo discovered a completely new phenomenon. The stellar essence fires here were actually moving. All the stellar essence fires were moving in an orderly fashion through the starry sky, like planets. Lin Moyo witnessed a stellar essence fire passing by him at a distance of only 10,000 kilometers, almost grazing his face. As the stellar essence fire flew past, it brought a terrifying heat wave, causing the temperature to soar instantly. Fortunately, Lin Moyo was completely immune to pure elements. As long as they were not mixed with laws, no matter how hot they were, they could not harm him. Soon after, another stellar essence fire rushed towards him. Although Lin Moyo was not afraid, he didn't want to be burned by the stellar essence fire, so he naturally dodged. Within the heat wave, a beam of fire shot out, sweeping towards Lin Moyo. Chapter 1086. Chapter 1086, 1086. Chapter 1086. Is this the demon fire? Not impressive. Lin Moyo didn't expect that after the stellar essence fire, there would be hidden aliens. Flames soared into the sky, carrying countless fire lines, raising a large fire rain in the starry sky, sweeping towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo glanced at the fire rain, showing no fear, neither dodging nor evading. Such a minor attack didn't require him to dodge. The bone armor on his body shone brightly, but in less than a second, the bone armor shattered. At the same time, a strange cry sounded. In the flames behind the stellar essence fire, a white light appeared. The spell linkage automatically locked onto the enemy, so Lin Moya didn't need to search. Lin Moya pointed his finger at the opponent, casting the time curse. A flash of red light passed by, and the opponent only let out a muffled groan. The soul attack did not work as effectively as before. The soul is strong. Lin Moya sensed that the opponent's soul was at least at the 3rd grade and had a soul defense treasure, blocking his soul attack. At this moment, Lin Moya also saw the opponent's appearance. It was a demon entirely wrapped in flames. A flame demon. Lin Moya recognized at a glance that this was a member of the Flame Demon clan, known for their mastery of fire. This clan was naturally close to fire elements and could easily control fire laws with minimal training. Among the demon clans, there are 2 main factions, Hell Demons and Abyss Demons. One of the sources of power for the Abyss Demons is the Abyssal Fire. The Flame Demons are said to be born from the Abyssal Fire, making them one of the most ancient and primitive demons. They are extremely powerful, ranking at the top among those of the same level. The Flame Demon in front of him, at the 9th rank of True God, should possess the combat power of a peak True God. If his laws were strong enough, he could even surpass the peak of True God. Lin Moya's soul attack clearly made him uncomfortable. The Flame Demon roared, "Human, die." The fire rain instantly transformed into fire dragons, bearing their fangs and claws as they lunged at Lin Moya. The Stellar Essence Fire erupted, and the Flame Demon used his own laws to trigger the Stellar Essence Fire, greatly enhancing his attack power. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. "You are the 108th human to die by my hand. A mere True God 2nd rank dares to come here, seeking death. Boy, remember, the one who killed you is Hulalai, the Great Flame Demon." Lin Moya shook his head. "I've killed too many demons to remember which number you are." The dual law domain suddenly expanded, blocking all the fire dragons outside. The killing law and the undead law merged, and Lin Moya's killing intent surged. Whether in the past or now, he had only one word for demons: kill. Countless skeleton god generals appeared, and in the next moment, sword chi crisscrossed, slashing all the fire dragons to pieces. "What is this?" Hulalai let out a strange cry and retreated rapidly. His reaction was quick, but unfortunately, the skeleton god generals were even faster, catching up in an instant and surrounding him. Sword chi intertwined, leaving him no room to dodge. The flame demon was engulfed in flames, forming a fiery armor. In the next second, his soul leaped out, also enveloped in flames. Soul manifestation, the most powerful technique in the true god realm. His soul wore a finely crafted armor, which had blocked Lin Moya's soul attack. The soul let out a roar, turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. The skeleton god generals were roasted by the laws in the sea of fire, seemingly unable to hold on for long. The Lich General appeared, starting to heal the skeleton god generals. More skeleton god generals appeared, thousands of them, surrounding the flame demon and launching a fierce attack. Although the sea of fire was powerful, it was no longer enough to burn the skeleton god generals after Lin Moya's upgrade. At this moment, the skeleton god generals possessed the combat power of a 9th rank true god. Even if they were slightly weaker than the flame demon, Lin Moya had an absolute numerical advantage. Now, with just 1,000 skeleton god generals, Hulalai was already in a miserable state. Hulalai could see that each skeleton god general was only slightly weaker than himself. Even with his soul manifestation, greatly enhancing his law power, he still couldn't kill them. Around Lin Moya, there were several strange beings healing the skeletons. This was the first time he had seen such a fighting style. Damn human, how can you have so many puppets? Don't think these puppets can protect you, you are too weak. He thought the skeletons were all Lin Moya's puppets. His eyes turned, and the flames on his soul body boiled, merging with his own flames. Weak human, die. Demon fire, burn everything. With a roar, he transformed into flames, charging at Lin Moya. His speed was so fast that he crossed thousands of miles in an instant, appearing in front of Lin Moya. Since he couldn't kill the skeletons, he decided to kill Lin Moya, the controller. In his eyes, Lin Moya was too weak, only at the 2nd rank of true god, easily crushable. Lin Moya chuckled, weak or not, you'll find out. The demon fire engulfed Lin Moya, who neither dodged nor evaded, letting the demon fire burn him. Seeing this, the flame demon thought Lin Moya was scared stiff, unable to dodge. After all, he was only a 2nd rank true god, how strong could he be? The flame demon laughed maniacally. Demon fire can burn everything. Struggle, suffer, wail. But he heard no sound. In the firelight, Lin Moya just looked at him calmly, so calm that it scared him. He didn't understand why Lin Moya was unharmed. Why was his demon fire useless? Lin Moya took a deep breath, inhaling some of the demon fire, his eye showing disdain. Is this the demon fire? Not impressive. Can't you be stronger? You're at the peak of true god, can't you fight across realms? Disappointing. Since that's the case, you're useless. Hearing Lin Moya's words, Hulalai was terrified, his soul filled with cold fear. He turned to flee, but a strange star appeared behind Lin Moya, and his soul leaped out. The soul raised a finger, and the soul-slashing sword flew out. The flame demon let out a scream, the fiery armor on his soul body cracking. The soul-slashing sword was a top-grade god king treasure, much stronger than the flame demon's fiery armor. With one slash, the fiery armor was almost shattered. The flame demon screamed and tried to escape, but the skeleton god generals surrounded him, leaving no room for escape. The 2nd slash of the soul-slashing sword shattered the fiery armor completely. The 3rd slash heavily injured the flame demon's soul, almost collapsing his law domain. The flame demon's screams weakened. Spare me, please, I don't want to die. Lin Moya's voice was cold. This slash is for the 108 human comrades you killed. The 4th slash destroyed the flame demon's soul, ending his life. The flame demon's body floated quietly in the starry sky, the flames gradually extinguishing, revealing his true form. The true form of the flame demon was small, less than a meter tall. Usually, they were always enveloped in flames, never revealing their true form. Lin Moya's face was slightly pale. Wielding the soul-slashing sword consumed a lot of soul power. If he were still at the first rank of true god, he could only slash 3 times. Now at the second rank, he could barely slash 4 times. In fact, the power of the fourth slash was already much weaker. If the flame demon had any trump cards left, he might have been able to escape. A second-rank true god, reversing the peak of true god. Another genius from the human race. Unfortunately, you're about to die. A cold laugh echoed in the starry sky. Chapter 1087. Chapter 1087, 1087. Here is my translation of the file 1087.pdf into English. Chapter 1087, completing the bounty mission, killing Luo Fei. Books are like a praying mantis catching cicadas, with the little birds trailing behind, or clams fighting while the fishermen reaps the benefit. No matter which scenario, it doesn't really matter. After all, this is a battlefield, there is no fairness to speak of. Using every possible means to survive is the true victory. The losers have to pay with their lives. Fairness is meaningless to the dead. The stellar essence fire had flown far away, and in the pitch-black depths of space, a figure appeared. He was wearing a peculiar outfit, which should be a magic treasure. This magic treasure could conceal his aura and change colors to blend in with the surroundings. That's why Lin Moya didn't discover his presence earlier. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to humans, except he had a bird-like beak. On his back, there was a single wing, not a pair. The Wing Clan, also known as the Single Wing Clan. It is said that they are a branch of the Angel Clan, but the Angel Clan never acknowledges their existence. But to those with discerning eyes, it is clear that the Wing Clan has a deep connection with the Angel Clan. The techniques and laws they specialize in are very similar between the two clans. The only difference is that the Angel Clan has at least one pair of wings, while the Wing Clan only has one wing. Luo Fei. Lin Moya looked at him, sensing his aura. True God 9th rank, possessing the ability of soul manifestation, he could also be called a True God Peak. A Wing Clan member of this level should most likely be Luo Fei. He let out a hearty laugh. Didn't expect you to know me. Am I on your human race's bounty list? I suppose so. I've been active here for years, killing no less than 1,000 of your humans, and among them were many talents. Today, I'll add more human lives to my tally. Seeing him openly admit it, a smile appeared on Lin Moya's face. It's good that you admit it. I've been looking for you for a long time, and finally found you. Luo Fei sneered. Looking for me? Are you in a hurry to die? Lin Moya shook his head. Naturally, it's to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Lin Moya's words made Luo Fei burst into laughter. Luo Fei laughed almost maniacally. Too funny, you think you can kill me? Even if you were at your peak, you wouldn't be worth looking at, let alone now that you've exhausted your soul power. You can fight across levels, but so can I. Lin Moya's gaze locked onto Luo Fei. We'll see in a moment. No need to wait, you can go die now. With a wave of Luo Fei's hand, the wing on his back flapped violently, causing ripples in space. An invisible force shot out, enveloping a large area of the starry sky. Space became viscous, and Lin Moya immediately felt as if he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. This feeling not only affected his physical body but also his soul. Lin Moya couldn't help but frown. The binding law. The Wing Clan excels in the binding law, which can form powerful restraining forces, making it difficult for enemies to move and turning them into easy targets to slaughter. At this moment, Luo Fei's wing flapped again, shedding a feather. The feather exploded, and in an instant, countless feather phantoms appeared in the starry sky. The binding force became even stronger, making it almost impossible for Lin Moya to move at all. Even lifting his hand became difficult. The binding law's power surged from all directions, like countless ropes tightly binding him. Luo Fei sneered. Despair, you're now just a living target. I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece. A slender, razor-sharp sword appeared in Luo Fei's hand. Lin Moya let out a light shout, and his law domain opened. Under the influence of the binding law, Lin Moya's dual law domain was also affected, only able to maintain a space of about 10 meters in radius before being unable to expand further. The feather phantoms flew over and attached themselves to Lin Moya's law domain, like a cage locking it in place. Useless, your law domain is ineffective against my binding law. Luo Fei laughed loudly as his entire body shone brilliantly, instantly appearing in front of Lin Moya. At this moment, a strange star rose above Lin Moya's head, and his soul leaped out, gently pointing at Luo Fei. The soul-slashing sword shot out like lightning, stabbing towards Luo Fei. Luo Fei's expression changed drastically, caught off guard by Lin Moya's sudden attack, unable to react in time. The soul-slashing sword entered Luo Fei's soul world, and Luo Fei's entire body trembled as he let out a muffled groan. In the next second, the soul-slashing sword flew back, returning to Lin Moya's soul. Luo Fei's entire body shone even brighter, and a solid soul appeared outside his body. Soul manifestation. Luo Fei's soul also held a long sword, and a glowing feather surrounded his soul. There was a sword mark on the feather, left by the soul-slashing sword. Luo Fei's eyes burned with anger as he said coldly, "Didn't expect your soul power to recover so quickly. Looks like I can't play with you anymore. Your soul treasure is not bad, I'll take it." Lin Moya had just slashed out 4 swords in a row, completely exhausting his soul power. However, with the talent tree's existence, his soul power recovered at an astonishing speed. During the brief conversation, he had already recovered a significant amount, allowing him to slash out the fifth sword. Caught off guard, Luo Fei had suffered a small loss, and his soul's defensive equipment was slightly damaged. Lin Moya showed no fear. "I don't want to play with you either." As the words fell, Luo Fei suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. A chill rose from the depths of his soul, as if he was facing a mortal threat and could die at any moment. But Lin Moya was clearly bound and couldn't move at all, so where did this sense of crisis come from? Could it be someone else hiding? His thought had just arisen when his soul exploded. Planetary-level spell, Corpse Explosion. Lin Moya detonated the flame demon's corpse, targeting Luo Fei's soul. Normally, a soul couldn't be harmed, but Luo Fei had manifested his soul. After soul manifestation, the soul takes on a physical form composed of laws, with the soul as the core, becoming the most powerful attack method in the true god realm. However, the downside is that the soul becomes extremely fragile. If it suffers an attack beyond its limits, the laws will collapse, and the soul will be injured or even annihilated. The flame demon was also at the true god 9th rank, perhaps not as strong as Luo Fei, but the difference wouldn't be too significant. Among the same rank, no one could withstand a corpse explosion. In Luo Fei's horrified gaze, the feather protecting his soul shattered, the laws were destroyed, and his soul suffered a violent impact. Luo Fei's first reaction was to retreat his soul back into his body. At this moment, a red light flashed past. Fusion spell, Time Curse. The soul attack became the final straw that crushed Luo Fei. Luo Fei's soul turned into starlight, scattering in the silent starry sky. His eyes rapidly lost their color, completely devoid of life. With Luo Fei's death, the binding force also disappeared. Lin Moya flicked his finger, releasing a ball of flame that instantly turned Luo Fei into a human torch. The soul that had just dissipated was reborn in a mysterious way within Luo Fei's body, completing the resurrection. Luo Fei had now become a new resurrected being. He knelt motionlessly before Lin Moya. Looking down at him, Lin Moya slowly asked, "How many humans have you killed in total?" Without hesitation, Luo Fei immediately answered, 499. 499, that's quite a number. With Luo Fei's methods, ordinary true gods would indeed find it difficult to resist. Lin Moya continued, "Have you ever found any premium stellar essence fires?" Luo Fei immediately responded, "I have, but it will take another 2 days." Explain in detail. Chapter 1088. Chapter 1088, 1088. Chapter 1088, hundreds of billions of kilometers, the fourth stellar essence fire cluster. Lin Moya obtained all of Luo Fei's gains. Luo Fei was very wealthy, having killed and plundered extensively on the battlefield over the years, amassing a great deal of loot. Just the stellar essence fires alone numbered 3,122. In addition, there were many other items. Lin Moya didn't bother to check them one by one and put them all away. Including what he obtained from the flame demon, Lin Moya now had over 6,000 stellar essence fires. While collecting these, he also learned a lot of information from Luo Fei. It turns out that premium stellar essence fires are formed by the fusion and evolution of ordinary stellar essence fires. At least 100 ordinary stellar essence fires must gather together to give birth to one premium stellar essence fire. Premium stellar essence fires have the effect of enhancing the fusion degree of spells, but the extent of the enhancement varies from person to person. As Lin Moya thought, as long as there are enough premium stellar essence fires, planetary-level spells can be upgraded to stellar-level spells. The key issue is that premium stellar essence fires are extremely rare and hard to come by. Luo Fei had searched for 6 years and only encountered 3. Each time, a fierce battle ensued, and he failed to obtain 2 of them, ending up as the loser. The one premium stellar essence fire he did obtain increased the fusion degree of one of his planetary-level spells from 40% to 80%, nearly doubling it. If he could find another one, he could upgrade it to a stellar-level spell. Unfortunately, Luo Fei had bad luck and never found another one. This time, he finally discovered another premium stellar essence fire in the process of forming and was preparing to seize it. Many others had also discovered it, and another fierce battle was inevitable. Luo Fei was not entirely confident, as there were many strong individuals in the third stellar essence fire cluster. Among them were several people Luo Fei admitted he couldn't defeat, so he planned to wait for the right moment, preferably striking when the others were fiercely competing. However, he knew that others would also be on guard, and it was uncertain who would ultimately obtain the premium stellar essence fire. Luo Fei calculated that he had at most a 30% chance of success. The premium stellar essence fire still needed a few days to fully form, and he happened to witness the battle between the flame demon and Lin Moya, seeing Lin Moya's soul power exhausted. So he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lin Moya. The Wing clan and the human race are mortal enemies, with a history of endless conflict. Ironically, the Wing clan and the demon clan are also mortal enemies. The relationships among them are very complex. Under Luo Fei's guidance, Lin Moya saw the premium stellar essence fire forming from a distance of 100,000 kilometers. The brilliant fireball burned brightly in the starry sky. Many stellar essence fires revolved around it, occasionally merging into it, becoming part of it. For stellar essence fires, this is their path to evolution. Premium stellar essence fires have the potential to develop consciousness and evolve into life forms. There have been such cases in the past. Once a premium stellar essence fire with consciousness appears, it becomes an even more valuable material. Regardless of the previous fusion degree, it can be upgraded to a stellar-level spell. However, the probability of developing consciousness is very low. Even if it does develop consciousness, no one here can subdue it, and it could become dangerous. To subdue a premium stellar essence fire, one needs at least the strength of a peak true god. If it has consciousness, then at least god king level strength is required. For someone like Luo Fei, who needs to fight across realms, subduing it becomes extremely difficult. Historically, when premium stellar essence fires developed consciousness, they often killed many 9th rank true gods. Lin Moyo asked many questions and learned a lot from Luo Fei. After all, Luo Fei had been here for many years and had considerable strength, so he knew much more than others. According to Luo Fei, beyond the 3rd stellar essence fire cluster, if one continues another 100 billion kilometers, they will reach the 4th stellar essence fire cluster. There, the number of premium stellar essence fires is greater, and there is a higher chance of encountering those with consciousness. However, getting there is extremely dangerous, with many dark stars and flash stars along the way. Upon arrival, one must also be wary of flash fires and finally subdue the premium stellar essence fires. Without god king level strength, it is almost certain death. Even if a god king comes, their strength will be suppressed to the 9th rank of true god, and it will still be dangerous. But such danger did not deter Lin Moyo. He knew where he needed to go next. The 4th stellar essence fire cluster, with its flash stars along the way, flash fires within the cluster, and premium stellar essence fires, was exactly what he needed. Such a good place, how could he not go? He ordered the resurrected Luo Fei to lure hostile races over the next 2 days. Facing several peak true gods at once would be troublesome. With a few days left, Lin Moyo also needed to make some preparations. He was determined to obtain the premium stellar essence fire. Luo Fei left to carry out his orders, while Lin Moyo concealed his presence. The starry sky is vast, and as long as he doesn't expose himself, it won't be easy for others to find him. Lin Moyo kept a distance of 500,000 kilometers from the premium stellar essence fire, a distance he could cover in just a few seconds. He kept the entire premium stellar essence fire under his watchful eye, ensuring no surprises. Half a day later, Luo Fei brought back the first target. This time, it was a member of the Silver Horn clan, another race that had once besieged the human race and was considered a mortal enemy. The Silver Horn clan is named for the silver horn on their heads. Their silver horns naturally contain the lightning law, and after reaching adulthood, they excel at manipulating the lightning law. Most Silver Horn clan members can transform the lightning law into the more powerful explosive lightning law. Luo Fei pretended to be weak, fleeing in front. The Silver Horn clan member chased relentlessly. Lin Moyo didn't know what Luo Fei had done to provoke him, but the Silver Horn clan member was extremely angry. The two chased and fled, quickly reaching the location Lin Moyo had prepared. Luo Fei suddenly turned, fully using the binding law, and his law domain expanded, with feather phantoms filling the starry sky, trapping the Silver Horn clan member. The Silver Horn clan member roared in anger, and his silver horn erupted with lightning. The lightning transformed into thousands of lightning beads, exploding in the starry sky. Amidst the thunderous explosions, Luo Fei's binding law became unstable, on the verge of collapse. Logically, Luo Fei should either flee or use soul manifestation for a final struggle. But Luo Fei did neither. He continued to control the Silver Horn clan member with his law. The Silver Horn clan member roared, "Your binding law has only restraining power, no killing effect. You are not my match. Dare to provoke me, just wait for death." Before he could finish speaking, thousands of skeleton god generals appeared, surrounding him from all directions. What are these things? The Silver Horn clan member was stunned, not understanding why so many skeletons suddenly appeared. Before he could react, he was engulfed by a dense barrage of sword chi. Trapped by Luo Fei, the Silver Horn clan member had no way to escape and could only endure the skeleton god generals' attacks. Each sword chi from the skeleton god generals reached the level of a 9th rank true god, each capable of causing him harm. In no time, he was covered in wounds, screaming in pain. Wave after wave of sword chi flew by, and his screams grew weaker until they finally ceased. Chapter 1089, Chapter 1089, 1089, Chapter 1089, Tricolor Essence Fire, Starry Sky Fishman Clan. The Silver Horn clan member died miserably. Lin Moyo's attack left no part of his body intact, almost completely dismembering him. He originally had a high-grade true god-level defensive treasure, but it was also completely shattered. With over 10,000 skeletons attacking in continuous waves, nearly 100,000 true god 9th rank sword chi fell upon him. How could he possibly withstand it? In the undying flame, the Silver Horn clan member's injuries healed, and his soul reassembled, granting him a brief life once more. Lin Moyo gave the same order to the Silver Horn clan member, instructing him and Luo Fei to act separately, attracting more people over. Lin Moyo remained in place, waiting for the prey to come to him. Soon, the second and third prey took the bait. Luo Fei's binding law was extremely effective, making it difficult for the prey to resist. In fact, Lin Moyo knew that his bone prison was equally effective, even stronger than Luo Fei's binding law. The main issue was his own level. The bone prison could at most trap enemies at the true god 5th or 6th rank. Eventually, Luo Fei stopped acting and left the task of attracting prey to other resurrected beings. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Lin Moyo now had 20 resurrected beings under his command. 2 days later, under Lin Moyo's watchful eye, the premium stellar essence fire fully formed. Red, orange, and yellow. It emitted a tricolor radiance, with the 3 colors intertwining within the flames, creating countless beautiful hues, mesmerizing to behold. Lin Moya knew that this premium stellar essence fire was also known as the tricolor essence fire. The tricolor essence fire is formed from about 100 ordinary stellar essence fires and is the most common type among premium stellar essence fires. Generally speaking, it can increase the fusion degree of spells by about 20% to 30%. However, it cannot transform planetary level spells into stellar level spells. Even if a planetary level spell's fusion degree has reached 99%, it is useless. Its limit is just that, with no way to surpass it. To elevate a planetary level spell to a stellar level spell, at least a 5-color essence fire is needed. Similarly, the tricolor essence fire cannot develop independent consciousness. Seeing that it was only a tricolor essence fire, Lin Moya felt a bit disappointed. However, obtaining a tricolor essence fire was still a fortunate opportunity, as it could significantly enhance the fusion degree of one of his planetary level spells. He currently had 6 spells at the planetary level. Among them, the soul calming spell taught by Antares could never be elevated to the stellar level and could be ignored. Among the remaining 5, the fusion degree of Summon Skeleton King was the lowest, at only 30%. This was the spell Lin Moya prioritized for enhancement. He wanted to see if, after Summon Skeleton King became a stellar level spell, it could combine with other summoning spells to form a 9-star spell system. The tricolor essence fire fully formed, radiating immense power, and the surrounding temperature rapidly increased, turning an area of 100,000 kilometers into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, shadows flickered, and the true gods who had been waiting for days revealed themselves, rushing towards the tricolor essence fire. Massive laws clashed in the starry sky, and a fierce battle erupted on the spot. The tricolor essence fire is mine. Anyone who dares to take it will be slaughtered by me. The speaker was a true god from the Bull Demon clan. The Bull Demon clan is known for their formidable combat strength and aggressive nature. Their temper is fiery, and they bow to no one. They are known for their stubbornness, even in death, with their horns always pointing skyward, symbolizing their defiance. The strong individual from the Bull Demon clan was named Nyoda, one of the people Luo Fei feared. Rubbish! A wild bull dares to boast. I'll chop off your head and drink to it. Another voice rang out, filled with arrogance and killing intent. This time, the speaker was a strong human. Among the various races in the great world, humans are not particularly gifted, and their combat strength at the same level is average. However, the human race always produces some geniuses capable of fighting across levels, suppressing other races. Lin Moya knew this person was named Qian Huang, someone who had previously caused trouble for Luo Fei, nearly killing him several times. As soon as Qian Huang finished speaking, a soft voice chimed in, "Why don't you two have a good fight? How about giving the tricolor essence fire to this princess?" Though the voice was soft, it carried an air of dominance. A beautiful woman, adorned with stars and moon, slowly flew over. She was draped in a light veil, her movements graceful, and with a wave of her delicate hand, starlight fell like rain. Nyoda and Qian Huang's expressions changed simultaneously, and they quickly retreated, clearly unwilling to confront the starlight. Lin Moya could sense the killing intent within the starlight. Though it was the starlight law, in her hands, it was filled with lethal intent. Her name was Yukingro, a princess of the Starry Sky Fishman clan. Among those Luo Fei feared, she ranked first. She appeared beautiful and graceful, her demeanor gentle, but in Luo Fei's description, she was an incredibly terrifying woman. The Starry Sky Fishman clan, despite having human in their name, had no relation to the human race. However, the two races were not enemies and had little interaction. The Starry Sky Fishman clan was very mysterious, and Lin Moya had only found a few brief mentions of them in the information he had read. But seeing Qian Huang and Nyoda's reactions, combined with Luo Fei's words, Lin Moya felt a hint of apprehension towards Yukingro. Lin Moya sensed that Yukingro was not ordinary. Her eyes did not seem to value the tricolor essence fire as much as others did. Unlike the greedy and possessive looks others had for the tricolor essence fire, her gaze seemed more like she was playing an interesting game, with true god peaks like Qian Huang and Nyoda merely her toys. Lin Moya remained still, planning to observe the situation. Yukingro laughed softly, "Since you two don't dare to fight, this princess will not be polite." With that, she gently waved her hand towards the tricolor essence fire, conjuring a delicate hand in the starry sky, reaching for the tricolor essence fire. In her palm was a teardrop-shaped object, capable of absorbing the tricolor essence fire. Nyoda's temper flared, and he roared, courting death. "Don't think I won't kill a woman." He shouted angrily, brandishing his weapon. A giant axe, several meters long, swept through the starry sky. In an instant, countless axe shadows, each over 1,000 meters long, appeared, slicing through Yukingro's hand projection. Qian Huang did not act but instead retreated a bit, clearly intending to watch the show. Yukingro laughed softly, sending out a shower of starlight. The starlight shattered the axe shadows on the spot. Then, the starlight transformed into arrows, shooting towards Nyoda. One axe to split the heavens. Nyoda did not dodge. With a roar, he swung his axe again. A massive axe, tens of thousands of meters long, appeared in the starry sky, shattering the starlight arrows and descending upon Yukingro. Yukingro continued to laugh softly, showing no fear. She didn't block the attack but instead looked to the side, as if giving up. In the direction of her gaze, a true god 9th rank member of the Flying Serpent clan suddenly disappeared, and Yukingro appeared in his place. The Flying Serpent clan member found himself in Yukingro's original position, bound and unable to move. Nyoda's axe, which had locked onto its target with soul power, now targeted the Flying Serpent clan member. "No!" The Flying Serpent clan member screamed in terror, but it was futile. Nyoda's axe shattered him into pieces on the spot. Chapter 1090. Chapter 1090, 1090. Chapter 1090, The Powerful Yukingro, Space Law. The entire world seemed to quiet down, and the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Anyone who saw this scene would feel a chill down their spine. No one knew how Yukingro did it, or why the positions of the two people switched. The Flying Serpent clan member inexplicably became Yukingro's scapegoat. The Starry Sky Fishman clan is very mysterious, and their information rarely circulates in the outside world. Therefore, few people understand their secret techniques. Most people only know that the Starry Sky Fishman clan is not to be trifled with and should be avoided if possible. Yukingro's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. Those who met her gaze quickly retreated, some in fear. The unknown is often the most terrifying. Damn it, take another axe from me. One axe to split the heavens. Nyoda, unwilling to accept defeat, swung his axe again. A massive axe shadow, tens of thousands of meters long, descended from the sky, aiming to crush Yukingro. Nyoda wore a cruel smile, his soul firmly locking onto Yukingro. Yukingro showed no fear, tilting her head playfully as she looked around. Everyone quickly retreated, fearing they would be the next Flying Serpent clan member. You'll do. Yukingro's gaze finally fell on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned, wondering why he was chosen. Could it be because he seemed the easiest to bully, with the weakest cultivation? Lin Moyo saw a space crack thinner than a hair appear in front of him. A force surged from the crack, like a pair of large hands trying to drag him in. At the same time, this force formed a space constraint, trying to trap him. A white light flashed on Lin Moyo's body, shattering the power of the space crack, leaving him unmoved. Yukingro let out a soft ha, surprised that her secret technique had failed. At this moment, the massive axe was already descending. Yukingro sighed softly, and a delicate longsword appeared in her hand. With a casual swing, the longsword sliced through the starry sky like cutting through glass, shattering the massive axe shadow. The difference in power was evident. Nyoda and Yukingro were simply not on the same level. Nyoda couldn't believe it. When Yukingro swung her sword, he felt like he was facing a god king, not someone of the same realm. Not only him, but Qian Huan also felt the same. Yukingro didn't take Nyoda seriously at all. To her, everything seemed like a game. She was now very interested in Lin Moyo, wondering why her usually infallible secret technique failed on him. She didn't know that Lin Moyo had a passive technique that made him immune to any abnormal status. If the space crack had directly tried to drag him in with brute force, Lin Moyo might have had to resist. But since it tried to bind him first, Lin Moyo was immune. As long as he wasn't bound, the subsequent force was not strong enough to affect him. Naturally, it had no impact on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo also looked at Yukingro with interest. Space law. He sensed that the law Yukingro used was indeed the space law. This was the first time he encountered someone who mastered a first-tier law. First-tier laws are extremely difficult to comprehend, almost 1 in a billion in the great world. Among the billions of humans, those who can comprehend a first-tier law are very few. Unexpectedly, Yukingro had comprehended the space law. The Starry Sky Fishman clan was not only mysterious but also powerful. Yukingro's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. You're interesting. Lin Moyo asked softly, why did you choose me? You know why, Yukingro laughed. It seems it's because my realm is not high enough. Lin Moyo sighed. The Starry Sky Fishman clan has no enmity with the human race. Aren't you afraid of causing a feud by doing this? Yukingro laughed. Little guy, do you think too highly of yourself? Would your human race feud with my Starry Sky Fishman clan over one person? Yukingro claimed to be a princess of the Starry Sky Fishman clan, but no one knew how significant her title was. However, from her words, it was clear that her status in the clan was not low. Lin Moyo said, some things are hard to say. Yukingro laughed, her waist swaying like a willow. This is getting more and more interesting. Lin Moyo also laughed. I also find it more interesting. I didn't expect to meet someone who mastered the space law. Yukingro's eyes showed surprise. You can tell it's the space law. Lin Moyo smiled, using the space law to bind the opponent and then switch positions. The princess's longsword is also entwined with the space law, greatly enhancing its power. Yukingro's surprise grew. She didn't expect Lin Moyo not only to recognize the law she mastered but also to analyze how she used it. His insight was beyond her expectations. Hearing their conversation, the surrounding people realized that Yukingro had mastered the space law. The space law is a first-tier law, and even among first-tier laws, it ranks highly. At the same realm and strength, a difference in law levels means a significant difference in power. How could they fight? Is it possible that my one axe to split the heavens was so easily broken because of the space law? Not an unfair loss. Nyoda swallowed and muttered. The Bull Demon clan has a straightforward and fiery personality. They admit defeat when they lose, without hiding it. Qian Huan was also secretly glad he didn't make a move. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have been humiliated. His strength was not much different from Nyoda's. If Nyoda couldn't defeat Yukingro, neither could he. Everyone finally understood why Yukingro didn't take them seriously from the beginning. Nyoda said, I don't want the tricolor essence fire anymore. Goodbye. Nyoda knew that if he continued, he might lose his life. The tricolor essence fire could be found again, but a lost life couldn't be regained. Yukingro turned to Nyoda, you attacked me twice. Do you think you can just leave? Nyoda was stunned. What does the princess want? Yukingro said, you attacked me twice, so I'll strike you once. If you survive, we're even. Nyoda's eyes darted around, and he said in a muffled voice, all right. He had no choice but to accept. He knew that facing Yukingro, who mastered the space law, he couldn't escape if she didn't let him. Nyoda shouted, and his horns glowed, his law domain expanding, and a heavy armor appeared on his body. Princess, please strike. Yukingro casually swung her sword, looking soft and weak, more like a dance than a battle. Nyoda's face changed drastically. In his eyes, a sword light flashed, tearing through his law domain like paper. The sword light, unstoppable, struck his heavy armor. The armor glowed, emitting a powerful aura. Everyone realized that the armor was a God King level treasure. Block it, block it. Nyoda roared, pushing the armor to its limit. After a 2-second stalemate, Nyoda screamed and was sent flying, his face filled with terror. In mid-air, he crushed a rune. A gentle light enveloped him, and he disappeared. Chapter 1091. Chapter 1091, 1091. Chapter 1091, The Spirit of the Magic Weapon, How About a Bet? Everyone was shocked by Yukingro's casual sword strike. Nyoda, a powerful member of the Nyo-Mo clan from the True God Peak, was severely injured and fled in embarrassment. The domain of laws was torn like a rag, and the Divine King's armor was almost shattered. This showed that Yukingro's sword strike had truly reached the Divine King level, and she possessed the strength to fight across realms. Fighting across realms was something many geniuses present could do, but fighting across realms, everyone looked at Yukingro in astonishment. When her beautiful eyes swept over them, they unconsciously stepped back. Qian Huang felt a bit lucky that he hadn't made a move, otherwise, he would have been the one injured. Only Lin Moya remained unmoved, not taking a single step back. But in the eyes of others, his immobility seemed like he was scared stiff. Yukingro sighed softly, after one sword strike, we are even, why run away? When she said this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Who couldn't see that Nyoda was severely injured? If he didn't leave, would he wait for his enemies to come after him? He wasn't stupid, of course, he had to leave as soon as possible. Several people had already secretly left to find Nyoda. Whether Nyoda could leave safely was still uncertain. Yukingro understood this very well, and she saw everyone's reactions. She showed a very innocent look, which made people even more afraid. After all, that wasn't true innocence. Some thought Yukingro was very scheming and deep. Lin Moyo, however, felt that Yukingro was like someone from another world, looking down on everyone as if playing a game. It had always been like this, and this feeling was getting stronger. Yukingro said softly, everyone, who else wants to compete with this princess for the three-colored spirit fire? Everyone remained silent, looking at the nearby three-colored spirit fire, then at Yukingro and her sword. Compared to the three-colored spirit fire, their lives were more important. Yukingro chuckled, since that's the case, please retreat 10 million kilometers and don't come near. Otherwise, this princess's sword has a bad temper. The long sword in her hand suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a loud and clear sword cry. Everyone's faces changed again, and someone exclaimed, a weapon spirit. Lin Moya was also slightly surprised, recalling information about weapon spirits. A weapon spirit, also known as the spirit of a magic weapon, refers to the intelligence born within a magic weapon. Once a magic weapon gains intelligence, its power increases significantly. Like a cultivator fighting across realms, the level of the magic weapon increases by at least 1, sometimes even 2 levels. Magic weapons are also divided into lower, middle, and upper grades within each level. His own soul-cutting sword and Battle King Tower were both upper-grade Divine King level magic weapons with great power, but they had no weapon spirits. If a lower-grade Divine King level magic weapon had a weapon spirit, its power could at least match a middle-grade Divine King level magic weapon. It could even compete with upper-grade Divine King level magic weapons. The long sword in Yukingro's hand was a lower-grade Divine King level magic weapon, but it had a weapon spirit. This meant that the sword's power was at least middle-grade Divine King level, possibly even upper-grade. But since it was originally a lower-grade Divine King level magic weapon, it was easier to wield. It could exert greater attack power with less effort. Lin Moyo had to admit that Yukingro's sword was better than his soul-cutting sword. True God Peak, mastering the laws of space, plus a Divine King level magic weapon with a weapon spirit. Yukingro indeed had the qualifications to be proud. After her sword revealed its weapon spirit, everyone's last bit of greed was cut off. One by one, they retreated, unwilling to risk their lives. Qian Huang also sighed, it seems this fire is not destined for me. Princess Kingro, I bid you farewell. Among everyone present, Qian Huang was a notable figure, and Yukingro looked at him differently, nodding slightly, no need to see me off. Qian Huang didn't hesitate and left. Lin Moya was moved, and all the resurrected ones also retreated. In an instant, everyone had retreated 10 million kilometers. Only Lin Moya remained, still standing there. Yukingro tilted her head, looking curious, why don't you leave? Facing Yukingro's innocence, Lin Moya smiled slightly, because I also want the three-colored spirit fire. Yukingro made a no sound, twirling her sword, aren't you afraid of death? Yes, Lin Moyo answered honestly. Who isn't afraid of death? He used to be unafraid, but not now. Yukingro asked curiously, if you're afraid, why don't you leave? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Lin Moya shook his head, who will win is still uncertain. Yukingro laughed, finding Lin Moya very interesting indeed. He seemed serious when he said that, as if he really believed it. A mere true god second stage, even if a genius, was too arrogant. Yukingro laughed for a while, you're quite interesting. It would be a pity to kill you. Lin Moya said, our human race and the starfish race have no enmity, so I don't want to kill you either. How about we make a bet? Yukingro's eyes sparkled, what kind of bet? Tell me. Lin Moya said, you strike me with your sword. If I survive, the three-colored spirit fire is mine, and you help me guard it while I absorb it, preventing others from disturbing me. Yukingro smiled, you're betting your life, but what's in it for me? Lin Moya said, if I die, everything on me is yours. Yukingro laughed even more, little guy, What do you have that I would want? Don't say something like stellar spirit fire, I don't want that. Lin Moyo extended his hand, and the soul-cutting sword appeared in his hand. How about this? I offer it as a bet. Yukingro glanced at it, an upper-grade Divine King level magic weapon, and a soul-type weapon at that. It seems quite good. Lin Moyo knew the soul-cutting sword was valuable enough to be a bet. Indeed, Yukingro was interested in the soul-cutting sword. Yukingro's eyes sparkled. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and take your treasure? Lin Moyo smiled. I said, who will win is still uncertain. I just don't want our races to become enemies. As he spoke, Lin Moyo gently moved the Black Star Beast leg given by Chu Xiong, simultaneously locking his soul onto Yukingro. Yukingro suddenly felt a sense of danger, a chill spreading from the depths of her soul. She felt as if she was facing a life and death crisis, ready to die at any moment. And this feeling was brought by the human boy in front of her. A mere true god second stage, yet he made her feel mortal danger. Even Juda and Qian Huang, such true god peak experts, she didn't take seriously. Now she had to look at Lin Moyo differently. This person really had the means to kill her. Yukingro smiled. Alright then, I'll strike you with my sword. If you survive, the three-colored spirit fire is yours. Chapter 1092. Chapter 1092 1092. Chapter 1092 Absorbing the three-colored spirit fire, Princess protects. Lin Moyo's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He had long anticipated that Yukingro would agree. The temptation of the soul-cutting sword was significant enough to make her agree to the bet. Lin Moyo not only used the soul-cutting sword to tempt her but also leveraged her pride. At the same time, he subtly indicated that he truly had the ability to fight her to the death. If she wanted to seize the soul-cutting sword, she would have to pay a great price, possibly even her life. Who would win was still uncertain. Lin Moyo was not joking. No matter how strong Yukingro was, she was only at the 9th stage of the True God realm. The Black Star Beast leg was enough to blow up an 8th stage Divine King. Blowing her up would not be a problem. The sword in Yukingro's hand glowed faintly, and the space around the sword showed numerous cracks. This sword carried Yukingro's space laws and was extremely powerful. Yukingro smiled. Little guy, this sword strike is 10 times stronger than the previous one. Her voice was pleasant, not as soft and sweet as the butterfly clan's, but very clear, like pearls falling into a jade plate. However, her voice also carried a chill. Lin Moyo knew this sword strike was very strong, at least at the Divine King level, but it was not a problem for him. He put away his bone armor, as it was useless against a Divine King level attack. He also wanted to avoid triggering any unnecessary trouble. Yukingro slashed out a sword light, which flashed in front of her and then appeared in front of Lin Moyo. The attack of the space laws could instantly cross billions of kilometers, making it impossible to dodge. The sword light exploded in front of Lin Moyo, completely engulfing him. In the Star of Spells, the skeletons collectively collapsed, quickly regenerated, and then collapsed again. They collapsed 5 times before stopping, and the power in the sword was exhausted, failing to activate the full rebirth talent. Lin Moyo realized he had overestimated the opponent's attack. Although this sword was stronger than Lu Hong's, it was still within the 1st stage of the Divine King realm. Through this sword, Lin Moyo understood that to activate his talent with one strike, it would require at least a 2nd stage Divine King level attack. As the sword light gradually dimmed, Lin Moyo's figure reappeared. Yukingro couldn't hide her surprise, staring with wide eyes. You're unharmed. Lin Moyo was unscathed, still standing there as if nothing had happened. Yukingro knew very well the power of her sword. How could Lin Moyo withstand it? Lin Moyo smiled. Should I be harmed? If Princess Kingro is not convinced, you can try another strike. Yukingro tilted her head, thinking hard, unable to understand why Lin Moyo was unharmed. He even allowed her to strike again, and from his confident demeanor, he wasn't bluffing. But with her pride, she couldn't bring herself to strike again. Yukingro put away her long sword. A bet is a bet. Since that's the case, the three-colored spirit fire is yours. Go ahead and absorb it. I will protect you. Lin Moyo bowed slightly to Yukingro. Thank you, Princess Kingro. Lin Moyo approached the three-colored spirit fire, his soul power slightly vibrating, and he opened his mouth to inhale, drawing a large amount of the three-colored spirit fire into his body. As soon as the three-colored spirit fire entered his body, it surged towards his soul, turning his entire soul world into a sea of fire. Lin Moyo had already planned to use it to enhance the fusion of Corpse Explosion. If it were the four-colored spirit fire, Lin Moyo might have chosen to enhance Summon Skeleton King, hoping to upgrade it to a stellar level spell. But it was clear that the three-colored spirit fire couldn't elevate a planetary level spell to a stellar level, making it pointless to use it on Summon Skeleton King. Summon Skeleton King would remain unusable until it reached the stellar level. A 1% fusion rate was the same as a 99% fusion rate, with no difference. Therefore, it was better to enhance Corpse Explosion, which would genuinely increase the spell's power. The soul world opened a passage, allowing the three-colored spirit fire to enter smoothly. Lin Moyo was about to guide it to the Corpse Explosion spell planet when the three-colored spirit fire seemed to find a new target and rushed towards the stellar fire seed. The stellar fire seed immediately began to absorb the three-colored spirit fire, emitting a stronger life force and starting to grow. This change surprised Lin Moyo. He hadn't expected the three-colored spirit fire to repair the stellar fire seed, but it made sense. The stellar fire was the essence of a star, and the stellar fire seed was the essence of the essence. The stellar fire seed was a treasure nurtured by the stellar fire. In its damaged state, it naturally attracted the attention of the stellar fire. The stellar fire also had the ability to repair the stellar fire seed. Thus, the two merged wonderfully. Lin Moya witnessed this miraculous event as all the cracks on the stellar fire seed's surface disappeared. It then bloomed like a fiery peony, forming a flower of flames. The stellar fire seed was finally repaired and entered a stage of growth. A warm current washed over Lin Moya, making him feel like he was basking in the spring breeze, truly feeling the warmth of spring. The fire seed bloomed into a flower, and now it just needed to mature before it could be used. The effect of the stellar fire seed was much better than the three-colored spirit fire, capable of elevating a spell from planetary to stellar level. Outside, Yukinro's eyes sparkled with curiosity about Lin Moya. This human gave her a different feeling from others, very distinctive. Despite being only at the second stage of the true god realm, he had such astonishing defense, surviving her sword strike unscathed. Yukinro knew that no one else present could withstand her sword strike. Only this guy in front of her remained a mystery. From the initial failure to use him as a scapegoat to the recent failure of her sword strike, a second stage true god possessing high-level divine king laws and even posing a life-threatening danger to her. Lin Moya was full of mysteries. The more mysterious he was, the more interested she became. It was like a game with unexpected changes, attracting her to solve the puzzle. At this moment, Lin Moya was completely enveloped in the three-colored spirit fire, turning into a man of fire. He sat cross-legged in the flames, calmly absorbing the three-colored spirit fire. The fire was shrinking at an astonishing speed. His absorption speed is fast. Could it be that his soul is stronger than mine? Yukinro muttered to herself. She had absorbed the three-colored spirit fire before, but her absorption speed was not as fast as Lin Moya's. The faster the absorption, the stronger the soul. Yukinro found it hard to believe that Lin Moya's soul could surpass hers. She looked away and saw an alien rushing towards them. His appearance broke the tranquility of the place. Yukinro frowned, courting death. The long sword appeared in her hand again, and she slashed towards the intruder. The sword light flashed, and a scream followed as the alien was sent flying back at an even faster speed. This sword strike made those who intended to approach retreat again, not daring to advance. Yukinro didn't say a word, her actions clearly telling everyone not to mess with her. Chapter 1093. Chapter 1093, 1093. Chapter 1093. If I don't protect him, who will protect him in the future? Some people noticed that Yukinro did not go to absorb the three-colored spirit fire. Lin Moya also saw that Lin Moya survived unscathed under what seemed to be a powerful sword strike. Some people had second thoughts, believing that Yukinro was just bluffing earlier and once again coveted the three-colored spirit fire. Some bold individuals even took direct action. As a result, Yukinro used her sword to give them a resounding slap. A ninth-stage true god was killed with one sword strike, leaving no bones behind. Everyone's little schemes were immediately put to rest. Yukinro's gaze turned slightly cold as she looked back at Lin Moya. At this moment, if she were to strike, she believed she could definitely kill Lin Moya, but she wouldn't do that. It didn't align with her character. Now she somewhat understood that she seemed to have been set up by Lin Moya. Lin Moya must have known he could withstand one or even two of her sword strikes. That's why he made this bet with her, using a high-grade Divine King artifact to lure her in. The fire on Lin Moya's body grew weaker and weaker until the three-colored spirit fire was completely absorbed. Lin Moya sighed inwardly. The stellar fire seed was just a little bit away from being fully nurtured. Now the flower had bloomed, but a few petals had not yet fully matured. The stellar fire seed burned fiercely, like a child eagerly waiting for the next mouthful of milk. If he could get another three-colored spirit fire, the stellar fire seed would be completely restored. After absorbing the fire, Lin Moya felt Yukinro's gaze and opened his eyes to see her smiling at him. But this smile made him feel a bit creepy. Little guy, you have a lot of thoughts and quite some guts to scheme against this princess. Yukinro spoke softly, her voice as gentle as her name, but in Lin Moya's eyes, it felt chilling. Lin Moya smiled slightly. Princess Kinro is as smart as ice and snow. Stop it. You humans are so full of thoughts. Flattery won't work on me, so save your breath. Yukinro interrupted Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled and said no more. After all, he had already absorbed the three-colored spirit fire. What more could she do? Lin Moya also knew that Yukinro wouldn't really harm him. Moreover, he wasn't afraid. Yukinro thought for a moment. How about this? Just consider that you owe me a favor, and we'll call it even. Lin Moya agreed without hesitation. All right. Yukinro's words gave him a way out, and Lin Moya naturally accepted it. Yukinro laughed softly. What's your name? Lin Moya, he answered truthfully. Yukinro nodded. Lin Moya, this princess will remember you. With that, Yukinro took a step and gradually turned into a phantom, disappearing like a bubble. Lin Moya knew she had left using the laws of space. Mastering the laws of space allowed one to travel through the void, ignoring distance. Lin Moya felt a bit envious, but he also had a trace of the laws of space. It just wasn't the right time to comprehend it yet. In the future, when he reached the divine sovereign realm, he would also master the laws of space. As soon as Yukinro left, many people who had retreated earlier came back. They feared Yukinro but did not fear Lin Moya. Someone with murderous intent asked, "Kid, what's your relationship with Yukinro? Why did she let you have the three-colored spirit fire?" Everyone believed that the sword strike Lin Moya endured was just for show. Otherwise, how could a mere second-stage true god withstand Yukinro's sword? They could only assume that Yukinro had gone easy on him. Someone looked Lin Moya up and down with ill intentions. "Kid, did you sell your looks?" The human race and the starfish race had very similar appearances, with only minor differences. Their aesthetics were also quite close. "Kid, you just absorbed the three-colored spirit fire. You must not have fully digested it. Hand over the excess, and I'll let you go." A second stage true god coming here must be quite capable, a genius of the human race. If you die here, the human race will be heartbroken. Little friend, do you want to play with this sister? Do you have any secrets? Share them with us. Lin Moya squinted his eyes, finding these people amusing. Without Yukingro to keep them in check, a bunch of scoundrels had come out. There were ferocious-looking races and bizarre-looking ones. There were both males and females, though some couldn't be called females but rather hermaphrodites. Most of them were beyond the human race's aesthetic standards, looking extremely ugly. As the killing intent boiled, Qian Huang flew over, standing in front of Lin Moya and facing the crowd with a roar, "Shut up! This is a genius of the human race. Who are you to criticize?" Qian Huang had the strength of a peak true god. Apart from Yukingro, he wasn't afraid of these people. "Qian Huang, although this guy is of the same race as you, we are many. Can you protect him? Yes, is it worth risking your life for a kid? Think it over. Your combat power isn't much stronger than ours. We don't mind killing one more." Qian Huang's face turned ugly. These people were right. If they joined forces, he wouldn't be able to protect Lin Moya. But Lin Moya was of the same race, and the human race had to help each other when outside. Qian Huang quickly made a decision. If I don't protect my kin today, how can I face my clan in the future? If I am in danger, who will protect me? Moreover, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay a price. Let's see how many I can drag down with me. Qian Huang took out his artifact, and the laws began to boil, ready to fight to the death. This attitude made others wary. Qian Huang was not weak, and if he fought to the death, he might really drag a few down with him. No one wanted to die, so no one dared to be the first to act. Qian Huang turned and whispered, "Little brother, I'll take you out of here." His eyes were resolute, and Lin Moya even sensed a determination to die from him. Facing hundreds of strong opponents of the same realm, the chances of Qian Huang getting out were slim. Lin Moya said, "Thank you, senior. It seems they are about to fight among themselves." Qian Huang was slightly stunned, and suddenly a scream rang out. A demon suddenly attacked, severely injuring a nearby alien. Then others also started fighting, attacking the aliens around them. The scene quickly became chaotic. The ones who started the fight were naturally the resurrected ones controlled by Lin Moya. Lin Moya had deliberately placed the resurrected ones among the crowd, and now they attacked. "What are you doing? We have no enmity, why attack me? Crazy, you're all crazy. Dare to hit me, you're courting death." The laws boiled, and various domains collided in the starry sky. Shouts and screams filled the air. The starry sky descended into chaos. Qian Huang didn't know what was happening, but he knew what to do. He shouted, "Quick, let's go." Taking advantage of the chaos, there was no better time to escape. He led the way, finding a direction and cutting a path with his large blade. Lin Moya smiled slightly and followed Qian Huang. Chapter 1094. Chapter 1094, 1094. Chapter 1094, If you can hit me, then talk. The direction chosen by Qian Huang happened to be the most chaotic one. Lin Moya followed closely behind. The battle there was extremely intense, but the more chaotic it was, the greater the opportunity for Qian Huang. He wielded his large blade, forcibly cutting a path through. "Qian Huang, don't think you can escape." Someone noticed Qian Huang trying to escape and immediately chased after him. But before they could catch up, a resurrected one had already blocked their way. "Get out of the way." With a roar, they were met with a shocking self-detonation. A resurrected one actually self-detonated on the spot, dragging two ninth-stage true gods down with it, blowing them to pieces. This self-detonation immediately brought many people back to their senses. Each of them became cautious, not daring to go all out, keeping some strength for self-preservation. Lin Moya's fingertips glowed slightly, silently casting, "Corpse explosion." Immediately, several explosions occurred, and amidst the screams, a few more corpses appeared. Corpses were weapons. As long as there were enough strong corpses, Lin Moya could destroy the world. Qian Huang led the way, and Lin Moya followed, casually killing a few along the way. The two finally broke out of the chaotic circle, flying tens of millions of kilometers before stopping. Qian Huang let out a long sigh of relief, finally escaped. Lin Moya cupped his fists towards Qian Huang. "Thank you, senior, for risking your life to save me." Qian Huang waved his hand. "We are both of the human race, it's what should be done." Lin Moya smiled, "Not everyone can do it. I am who I am, I don't care what others do. Little brother, you should leave quickly, it's already very dangerous here." Qian Huang advised kindly. He knew Lin Moya was not weak and could protect himself in a one-on-one situation. But the situation just now was not one-on-one at all. If it weren't for the sudden chaos and infighting, they might not have been able to escape. Lin Moya asked, "Senior, where are you planning to go?" Qian Huang said, "I plan to go back. I originally intended to return after obtaining this top-grade stellar fire, but I couldn't get it. There won't be any more top-grade stellar fires here for a while. You should leave too, little brother." Lin Moya knew that after a top-grade stellar fire was born, no new ones would appear for a while. This period could be as short as 10 days to half a month, or as long as several months to half a year. Lin Moya nodded. "All right, senior, be careful on your way back. My name is Lin Moya. If you have time in the future, you can come find me for a drink and a chat." Lin Moya took the initiative to introduce himself this time. Regardless of whether Qian Huang's actions were useful, Lin Moya remembered Qian Huang's kindness. In the choice between protecting himself and risking his life, Qian Huang chose to protect him, even at the cost of his own blood. This deeply moved Lin Moya. At this moment, Qian Huang's aura began to fluctuate violently, with a strange aura emanating from his soul, spreading in the starry sky. Qian Huang trembled slightly, revealing a bitter smile. I didn't expect to advance at this time. It seems I can't send you back. Qian Huang was about to advance to the Divine King realm. The advancement process was difficult to control, taking anywhere from a few days to several years. Moreover, during the advancement period, it was best not to be disturbed to achieve the best results. Qian Huang originally planned to return after competing for the top-grade Stellar Fire and then focus on advancing to the Divine King realm. Now, to protect Lin Moyu, a fierce battle broke out, causing his advancement to come early. Lin Moya naturally understood the importance of advancement. Advancement is crucial. I will protect you, senior, as you leave. Ha ha ha, Qian Huang, you're advancing here? What a great place you've chosen. A wild laugh echoed, and a mad bull stepped through the stars. Nyoda had returned, and his injuries were completely healed. Qian Huang's face changed. Damn, why did he come back at this time? Lin Moya said, he's here for you, senior. Lin Moya could feel that Nyoda had locked onto Qian Huang, clearly not wanting him to advance smoothly. Qian Huang's strength was on par with his, and normally he wouldn't be afraid of him. But now, in the state of advancement, he was not suitable for battle. Otherwise, if something went wrong during the advancement, it would be a huge loss. Lin Moya naturally understood this, whispering, Senior, you should leave first, find a place to advance, and I'll hold him off. Qian Huang was shocked. No, it's too dangerous. Lin Moya shook his head. No problem, he can't hurt me. Even if I'm not his match, I can still protect myself. Qian Huang looked at Lin Moya in confusion, unsure if he was telling the truth. Lin Moya said, Don't worry, Senior. Although my realm is not high, I am very good at defense. Even you Kingro found it difficult to kill me, let alone a mere mad bull. Senior, go quickly. Advancement is crucial. Qian Huang knew he couldn't hesitate at this moment. He cupped his fists towards Lin Moyo. Lin brother, I will remember this favor and repay it in the future. Senior, go quickly. Lin Moya didn't say much, just urged him. He had already turned his gaze towards Nyoda, his killing intent boiling, ready to act. Qian Huang took out a talisman and activated it, his body enveloped in a stream of light, flying towards the distance. The interstellar teleportation talisman could instantly teleport millions of kilometers. Moreover, Qian Huang would likely use more than one, possibly using one after another. Where do you think you're going? One axe to open the sky. Nyoda roared, swinging his axe in mid-air, trying to stop Qian Huang. Lin Moya snorted coldly, your opponent is me. In the starry sky, a large number of skeleton generals appeared, their sword energy intertwining, forcibly cutting off Nyoda's attack. Nyoda was stunned, looking at the numerous skeletons, and asked, what are these things? Lin Moya chuckled, things that can kill you. As he spoke, more skeleton generals appeared. In an instant, at least 10,000 skeleton generals surrounded Nyoda, their sword energy erupting, mixed with the laws of immortality, attacking Nyoda frantically. Get out of my way. Nyoda roared, opening his domain of laws. The starry sky was filled with overlapping axe shadows, fighting against the skeleton generals. One-on-one, the skeleton generals were no match for Nyoda. The skeleton general's combat power was only at the 9th stage of the True God realm, while Nyoda's combat power had reached the peak of the True God realm, with a gap between them. However, the skeleton generals had extremely strong defenses and could resurrect. With tens of thousands of skeleton generals, even if they couldn't kill Nyoda immediately, they could wear him down over time. Lin Moya watched as Qian Huang disappeared into the distance, completely out of sight, with no trace of his advancing aura. Even if Nyoda wanted to chase him, it was impossible. Nyoda also knew he couldn't catch up. He roared furiously, Kid, I'm going to kill you. Lin Moya chuckled, you can talk after you hit me. Surrounded by the skeleton generals, Nyoda couldn't break through. Lin Moya ignored him, his killing intent boiling, and turned back to the previous starry sky. The chaotic battle there continued, with many resurrected ones already dead or injured. But the opponents had also paid a heavy price, with many corpses floating in the starry sky. Lin Moya's arrival signaled the arrival of death. Chapter 1095. Chapter 1095, 1095. Chapter 1095. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. The chaotic situation had been brought under control, and the resurrected ones were mostly killed. Lin Moya saw that some didn't even have time to self-detonate before being killed. You actually dare to come back. Coming back alone, you're really not afraid of death. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Although I don't know why those guys suddenly went crazy, it must be related to you. The crowd roared angrily, filled with killing intent, and charged towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo pointed his finger, casting the fusion spell, Time Curse. This time, Lin Moya used all his strength, and the curse enveloped a vast area of the starry sky, almost covering a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The starry sky instantly turned blood red, and even the light of the stellar fire was suppressed. Screams echoed one after another, and everyone suffered soul attacks. Although they weren't injured, the pain was unbearable. In the starry sky, a million-meter white eye of the undead appeared, accompanied by the descent of the undead world. The gates of the undead world opened, and flames burned fiercely. Soul attacks followed one after another. Lin Moya knew he couldn't hurt them, but at least he wouldn't let them have an easy time. Skeleton generals and death dragon knights surged out madly, and over 1,000,000 undead troops surrounded a large area of the starry sky. Terrifying sword energy seemed to tear the starry sky apart, and the stellar fire exploded into beautiful fireballs. Dragon breath ignited the starry sky, burning with the laws of the undead. What is this? What kind of law is this? Such strong corrosive power. The law is filled with the aura of death. Is this the law of death? No, this power is stronger than the law of death. This is not a second-tier law, this is a first-tier law. And so many puppets, how does he have so many puppets? Is he a prince of the human race? Nearly 100 peak true gods from various races were stunned by Lin Moyo alone. Sword energy crisscrossed, dazzlingly bright, and dragon breath covered the sky. The strong ones from various races were in the midst of it, their vision obstructed, and even their soul power couldn't extend out. The eye of the undead gazed at the entire scene. If anyone dared to extend their soul power, they would be attacked. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, followed by screams. Lin Moyo detonated a corpse, instantly killing one person. The corpses here were all of 9th-stage true gods, enough to kill anyone present. The power of corpse explosion was extremely unreasonable, with the only limitation being distance. The spell itself had a range of only 400 meters, even with talent increasing it to kilometers. In the starry sky, 120 kilometers was almost face-to-face, nearly hugging each other. Whether it was the sword energy filling the starry sky or the omnipresent dragon breath, or the eye of the undead restricting soul power, all were prepared for corpse explosion. Corpse explosion was Lin Moyo's killing move prepared for these peak true gods. Boom! Another loud explosion, and amidst the screams, another peak true god was killed. Although soul power was difficult to extend, the death of someone, the disappearance of life force, was still sensed by other strong ones. The strong ones from various races immediately felt chills all over, their bodies cold. Lin Moyo had the power to kill them. Break through! A soul voice echoed in the starry sky, and someone began to try to break through. Lin Moyo sneered, too late. In less than a minute, under the cover of sword energy and dragon breath, the million undead troops had already surrounded these people, layer upon layer, impenetrable. Trying to break through was almost impossible. At this moment, Lin Moyo held a small bead in his hand. He casually squeezed it, and the bead shattered with a bang. The entire space instantly became stable, which also meant that most teleportation talismans and similar items would be ineffective. Space-fixing bead can stabilize 1,000,000 kilometers of starry sky, within which the effects of teleportation items will be restricted. The space-fixing bead was one of Lin Moyo's spoils of war from recent days. He couldn't even remember from whom he got it. Recently, he had obtained too many random things, most of which were useless, with only a few being useful. He had 3 such space-fixing beads, each from different people, making them excellent tools for chasing down enemies. Feeling the power of the space-fixing bead, everyone felt a heavy heart. They knew that today's battle was truly a fight to the death. Not only could they not escape, but Lin Moyo also couldn't escape. Kill! Amidst the angry shouts, one soul after another materialized. Laws became armor, laws became bodies, protecting their souls as they launched a frenzied attack. Skeleton generals were shattered into pieces but immediately restored to their original state. Even with soul materialization, they still found it difficult to break through. The skeleton generals fought fearlessly, even if they were to die, they would use their bones to trap the enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound, and with everything in place, Lin Moyo had no more concerns and began the slaughter. The skeletons had already collected the corpses for Lin Moyo to use. Lin Moyo shuttled through the sword light and dragon breath, using the vision of the undead, unaffected by it. With each explosion, a life was extinguished. Spare me, I have no enmity with the human race. I am not an enemy of the human race, please spare me. Some began to beg for mercy, but Lin Moyo ignored them, not intending to spare anyone. Even if some races had no old grudges with the human race, they had tried to kill him just now, creating new hatred. This was a battlefield, where old grudges and new hatreds were all paths to death. Lin Moyo was decisive in killing, never showing mercy to enemies. In the past, he had slaughtered cities, with millions dying by his hand. A mere 100 people were nothing. In Lin Moyo's eyes, these people were no different from others. Even if you were strong and had a high realm, it was just a bit more troublesome, nothing more. A few minutes later, the battlefield was completely silent, with no survivors. Lin Moyo still had 20 corpses in hand, all collected. The corpses of peak true gods could even harm divine kings. If used well, they might even kill a divine king. The starry sky returned to silence, and Lin Moyo put away the undead troops, turning to fly back in the direction he came from. The battle there was still ongoing, with 10,000 skeleton generals fiercely attacking Yoda. Nyoda's combat power was indeed strong, suppressing the skeleton generals. His heavy armor was dazzling, with strong defense, blocking the sword energy of the skeleton generals. It was also thanks to his armor that Nyoda could withstand Yukingro's sword. Seeing Lin Moyo's return, Nyoda sneered, "You're finally back." He roared, and a small bull emerged from his head. Soul materialization, the small bull charged through the skeletons, rushing towards Lin Moyo. Nyoda excelled in physical laws, creating a bull shadow tens of thousands of meters high in the starry sky, seemingly about to crush Lin Moyo. But in the next second, Nyoda's face showed fear. No! Amidst the screams, an explosion sounded. Lin Moyo mercilessly used corpse explosion on him, using a 9th stage true god's corpse. Nyoda's soul nearly collapsed, and his soul armor was shattered into pieces. Nyoda fled back to his body in a panic. Terrified, he turned and fled. At this moment, Lin Moyo's voice echoed in his ears, "If you dare to move, I'll kill you." Chapter 1096. Chapter 1096, 1096. Chapter 1096, The Oath of the Great World, serving for 100 years. Nyoda stood still, not daring to move. Even his breathing became lighter. He could feel that he was already locked onto by Lin Moyo. If he were to be attacked like just now, he would surely die. In the state of soul materialization, his soul armor was directly shattered, and his soul was injured. In his eyes, Lin Moyo was even more terrifying than Yukingro. Great Bull Demon King, what kind of killing god have I provoked? Clearly only at the second stage of the true god realm, how can he be so terrifying? Even more terrifying than that woman Yukingro. Nyota felt like crying but had no tears. He just wanted to go home now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come back. Now, he didn't dare to move or leave. Lin Moya walked up to Nyota and looked him up and down. Nyota was over 5 meters tall, much taller than the human race. When Lin Moya first left the small world, he had seen a god of the Bull Demon clan. The god of the Bull Demon clan was over 10 meters tall, much taller than Nyota in front of him. It seemed that the Bull Demon clan had this characteristic: the stronger the power, the larger the body. Nyota felt uneasy under Lin Moya's gaze, and sweat was already seeping from his forehead. What are your orders? Lin Moya chuckled, you are quite polite. Nyota forced a smile that was uglier than crying. In our Bull Demon clan, the strong are respected. You are stronger than me, so you deserve respect. Lin Moya laughed, your Bull Demon clan has no enmity with our human race. At least in the last Great War, your Bull Demon clan did not participate. Nyota nodded quickly, snorting heavily from his large nostrils. Yes, you are right. Our Bull Demon clan has no old grudges with the human race, and no recent. He couldn't finish his sentence. Seeing Lin Moya's half-smiling expression, Nyota realized that he had just been clamoring to kill Qian Huang. No recent grudges, how could he say that? Lin Moya looked at him, good that you know. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Swear an oath to the great world, serve me for 100 years, and I will set you free after 100 years. 2. I kill you now and set you completely free. Alright, make your choice. Lin Moya gave Nyota no room for negotiation. With these 2 choices, anyone with a brain would know what to choose. The oath to the great world was not something to be taken lightly. It would invoke the laws of the oath and be supervised by the great world. If the oath was broken, the consequences would be very serious. Nyota asked, you won't send me to my death, will you? He cherished his life, so he gritted his teeth and asked. 100 years was not unacceptable. After all, he was at the peak of the true god realm, and 100 years was not too long. But if Lin Moya kept sending him on life-threatening missions for 100 years, he might as well die now. Lin Moya said, my requirements are simple. I guarantee I won't send you to your death, I can promise that. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. Nyota smiled bitterly, do I have a choice? Then I will swear. Swear then, my name is Lin Moya said. Nyota's whole body surged with laws, and he began to swear. The oath to the great world was not something that could be achieved by just saying a few words. One had to invoke the laws of the whole body and then swear with the voice of the soul to succeed. Nyota's whole body surged with laws, and the voice of his soul echoed through the starry sky. I, Nyota of the Bull Demon clan, hereby swear to serve Lin Moya of the human race for 100 years from now. If I break this oath, I will die by the explosion of my laws. In the starry sky, a mysterious force descended, and his voice gathered into a light ball in the starry sky, known as the Oath Ball. The laws of the oath appeared, leaving an imprint on the Oath Ball. Lin Moya also left his imprint on it. Then the Oath Ball exploded and dissipated into the starry sky. Lin Moya felt a connection between himself and Nyota, and he could even give orders to Nyota directly through his consciousness. Nyota sighed helplessly, what are your orders, sir? Lin Moya said, it's simple. Stay here and help me collect top-grade stellar fire. That's it. Nyota was slightly stunned. He thought Lin Moya would make him do something complicated and dangerous. Just collecting top-grade stellar fire in the 3rd stellar fire group, was it that simple? Nyota couldn't believe it. He had been here for several years and was very familiar with the place. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone here. Lin Moya nodded, remember, I want you to collect, not absorb. When you collect the stellar fire, notify me, and I will come to take it. Nyota responded, got it. Lin Moya nodded, that's it then. With that, he turned and left, disappearing into the starry sky in an instant. Nyota looked at Lin Moya in wonder, sighing, the human race has really produced an incredible genius. Compared to Qian Huang, Lin Moya was much more terrifying in Nyota's eyes. With curiosity, he flew back to the previous place. Just now, Lin Moya had surrounded him with skeleton generals, and he had run away, not knowing what Lin Moya had done. Returning to the place where the 3-colored stellar fire was born, Nyota's face changed instantly. The remnants of the battle were still there, with various laws colliding in the starry sky, unable to calm down for a long time. Nyota's nose twitched, smelling the strong scent of blood. The Bull Demon clan had a keen sense of smell and could detect the scent of laws. Then he saw a large number of shattered corpses, all broken into pieces but still recognizable. These pieces belonged to different races, and Nyota gasped. He realized that something must have happened here in the few minutes after Lin Moya left him. All the peak true gods of various races are dead, killed by Lin Moya. This thought suddenly came to Nyota's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His hair stood on end, feeling a bit terrified. If he had been here at that time, would he have died too? Nyota decided to obediently follow Lin Moya's orders and collect stellar fire for him, to keep his life safe. This human was too terrifying, far more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Moya left the 3rd stellar fire group and flew towards the 4th stellar fire group. This time, he had to fly across hundreds of billions of kilometers of void, which would take at least 40 days. If he encountered any unexpected events along the way, it would take even longer. Hope I can encounter a flashing star. Although Lin Moya had a casual attitude, he still hoped to encounter a flashing star. After all, it could really enhance his physical body, a rare opportunity. Most races did not value the physical body, focusing more on the soul. but Lin Moyo believed that the physical body, as the carrier of the soul, was equally important. If possible, he hoped his physical body could be as strong as his soul. But for now, his physical body lagged far behind his soul. His soul had already reached the 4th grade, equivalent to the quality of a god's soul. But his physical body was still only at the super god level. If it weren't for the heart of flame continuously enhancing his physical body day by day, he might not even have a super god level physical body. For the human race, the enhancement of the physical body was passive, improving passively with overall enhancement. Generally speaking, the physical body would lag behind by 2 major realms. When reaching the Divine King realm, the physical body would reach the super god realm. The physical body of a god was only at the true god realm. Lin Moyo was now only 1 major realm behind, already surpassing most human cultivators. He continued to let the skeletons clear the way ahead, maintaining a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. After flying for 2 days, Lin Moyo had already flown over 5 billion kilometers. Suddenly, his vision went black, and a vast force crashed into him. Chapter 1097. Chapter 1097, 1097. Chapter 1097, Yukingro knocked unconscious by a flashing star. Yukingro was hit hard by a flashing star, flying millions of kilometers away like a shooting star, her entire body feeling as if it was about to fall apart, unable to move. This impact from the flashing star was even more terrifying than the last one, almost reaching the Divine King realm. Even the undead army in the spell star collapsed once. If it weren't for his passive spells and talents sharing the damage, he would have been shattered to pieces. However, Lin Moyo saw a dark star with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers flying in from the side at an astonishing speed, accurately hitting Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was knocked away again like a ball. The power of the dark star was much weaker compared to the flashing star. The flashing star carried a magical law, and the main impact came from this law. Lin Moyo endured the attack of the flashing star, and his skin, flesh, and bones became stronger, as if many impurities were squeezed out. Lin Moyo somewhat understood why most races did not like to cultivate the physical body. Because cultivating the physical body was too troublesome, from skin to flesh, then to bones, and even internal organs and bone marrow had to be cultivated one by one. It was not only time-consuming and laborious, but the effect was also not necessarily good. The most crucial point was that pure physical cultivation could not extend lifespan. No matter how strong the physical body was, it could not keep the soul immortal. Therefore, various races chose to cultivate the soul, continuously improving the soul's realm to extend life. Only with a long enough lifespan could one pursue higher realms. Cultivating the soul was the mainstream in the great world. Even those races with strong physical bodies, like the Dragon Clan, would not deliberately cultivate the physical body. Lin Moyo felt his physical body had strengthened again, almost reaching the 3rd or 4th stage of the super god level. Still weak, it would be great if there were more flashing stars and flashing fires. Let it be, can't force it. Lin Moyo sighed and set off again. In the following 10 days, he did not encounter any more flashing stars. However, the skeletons clearing the way ahead encountered flashing stars 3 times in a row. Lin Moyo was helpless, feeling that his luck was not as good as the skeletons. If others heard his thoughts, they would probably be so angry they would spit blood. While others avoided flashing stars, Lin Moyo wanted more to come. As he got closer to the 4th stellar fire group, Lin Moyo noticed that the number of dark stars was gradually increasing, becoming denser. Dark stars were like assassins in the night, whistling back and forth, bringing death. Lin Moyo even had the illusion of entering a meteorite belt, with an astonishing number of dark stars. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation of laws came, and the space rippled. Lin Moyo sensed the laws and wondered, why are they space laws? Is Yu Qingro here? There were very few people who could control space laws. Among all the people Lin Moyo had met, only Yu Qingro mastered space laws. At that time, Yu Qingro disappeared, and Lin Moyo did not know where she went. With her strength, she could indeed go to the 4th stellar fire group. With curiosity, Lin Moyo slightly changed direction and flew towards the source of the space laws. After flying tens of millions of kilometers, a large number of fragments suddenly flew from the distant sky. The fragments ranged from hundreds of meters in diameter to only a few dozen meters. These fragments were pieces of dark stars, densely packed like raindrops. A dark star has been shattered. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised. He could also shatter dark stars, but it was laborious and unnecessary. Among the countless fragments, Lin Moyo saw a white figure. It really is her. She seems to be in trouble. Yu Qingro was flying in the starry sky with the fragments, her eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. Lin Moyo did not think much, summoning a large number of skeletons to block the fragments like rain. At the same time, he flew over and caught Yu Qingro. Yu Qingro was indeed unconscious, her whole body wrapped in space laws, preventing the fragments from approaching. However, this unconscious use of space laws could not harm Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo caught her and checked, finding her body severely injured, with a force rampaging inside her. If her body were not strong enough, she would have been shattered to pieces. It's a flashing star. Lin Moyo immediately recognized that she had been hit by a flashing star. A force of the undying law flew out, entering her body. The force of life healed her injuries, but the power of the flashing star in her body could only be absorbed by herself. The power of the flashing star continuously damaged her body, while the force of life from the undying law continuously healed her body. After half a day, the power of the flashing star in Yu Qingro's body was finally exhausted. Lin Moyo immediately withdrew the force of life and retreated a distance. He knew Yu Qingro would wake up soon, and it was better to avoid any misunderstandings. Without him, it would have taken Yu Qingro 10 days to half a month to absorb the power of the flashing star. During this process, Lin Moya was also surprised by Yukinro's strong physical body. Her physical body had reached the true god realm, much stronger than his. He wondered if she had been cultivating her physical body or if the physical bodies of the Starfish clan were inherently strong. Yukinro's aura grew stronger, and the space laws around her gradually disappeared. With a groan, Yukinro opened her eyes. She saw Lin Moya not far away, and the confusion in her eyes quickly disappeared. "Why are you here?" She seemed unaware of what had happened, and Lin Moya breathed a sigh of relief. "I was passing by and saw you unconscious, so I stayed to make sure you were okay." Yukinro's eyes filled with a smile. "You didn't do anything bad to me, did you?" Her voice was soft, like a girl acting coy. But if anyone thought she was acting coy, they would probably be hit by space laws in the next second. Lin Moya looked at her calmly. "Do you want me to do something or not?" Yukinro snorted. "You have no sense of humor, not fun at all. Anyway, thank you this time. I owe you a favor. But your debt to me still stands, they don't cancel each other out." Lin Moya chuckled. "As you wish. Tell me what happened. With your strength, how did you end up unconscious?" Yukinro sighed. "Bad luck, I encountered double flashing stars. I only found one flashing star, but it turned out to be double flashing stars, a miscalculation." Lin Moya was slightly surprised and caught Yukinro's words. "You mean you found the flashing star? Can flashing stars be found?" Yukinro said, "Yes, but you can't." Lin Moya thought for a moment and guessed, "Is it because of space laws?" Yukinro giggled. "You guessed right. It's because of space laws. I can sense flashing stars through space laws and predict where they will appear. But why do you want to find flashing stars? Your human race doesn't seem to cultivate the physical body." Lin Moya said, "Just because others don't cultivate the physical body doesn't mean I don't. Is there really no other way besides space laws?" "Of course." Yukinro deliberately dragged her voice. "There is a way." She threw a shell to Lin Moya, and he could feel the aura of space laws from it. Yukinro said, "This is a treasure I personally refined. It can sense flashing stars within 500,000 kilometers. Consider it a thank you for helping me." Chapter 1098. Chapter 1098, 1098. Chapter 1098, Are you afraid this princess will eat you? Lin Moya watched Yukinro disappear into the distance, feeling a bit amused. This proud princess of the Starfish clan repaid her debt quickly, seizing the opportunity to return the favor. However, the favor he owed her was something he had to keep dragging on, not allowing it to be repaid. But to be honest, the shell was indeed useful to him. Using the shell, he could conveniently locate flashing stars to enhance his physical body. Lin Moya held the shell, which looked ordinary and unremarkable, still seemingly warm. This shell, could it be her personal belonging? This thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Moya activated the shell with a slight movement of his soul power. The shell emitted a faint glow, hazy and beautiful. If a flashing star appeared within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, the shell would point the direction with light. Lin Moya held the shell and continued towards the 4th stellar fire group, paying attention to the changes in the shell. After Lin Moya left, Yukinro appeared in the starry sky. She had actually been there all along, just in a different spacetime from Lin Moya, who hadn't noticed her presence. But Lin Moya's self-talk was clearly heard by her. A blush appeared on Yukinro's beautiful face, slightly annoyed. "Why did you have to say it out loud?" The shell was indeed her personal belonging, and even if Lin Moya knew, he shouldn't have said it. At that time, she didn't know what she was thinking, giving her personal shell to Lin Moya. Now thinking about it, she found it a bit unbelievable. Yukinro watched Lin Moya disappear into the starry sky, then took out a pearl. The pearl was white and round, shining beautifully in the starry sky. This pearl was also her personal belonging, never leaving her side. She activated the pearl using a unique method of the Starfish clan, and the pearl projected an image in the starry sky. The image recorded the events of the past few days, and she carefully watched what happened after she fell unconscious. She saw herself being hit by 2 flashing stars, their power almost collapsing her body. Fortunately, a dark star appeared, and she used its force to redirect some of the flashing star's power, shattering the dark star. But the immense impact, along with the force from the dark star, caused her to fall unconscious. It was indeed Lin Moya who saved her and helped her recover. Otherwise, she would have remained unconscious for at least 10 days to half a month, unable to recover so quickly. Lin Moya's method of saving her seemed very magical, possessing healing abilities. Yukinro felt a warmth on her back, where she had been in contact with Lin Moya, her face turning even redder. Seeing the end, when she was about to wake up, Lin Moya quickly retreated. She knew why Lin Moya did this, to avoid any misunderstanding. "Coward, does this princess look like she would eat you?" Yukinro stomped her foot, seemingly a bit angry. The space laws under her feet caused large cracks to appear in the starry sky. After a moment of anger, she snorted softly, "Interesting guy, see you again if fate allows." With that, her body became illusory and disappeared. After flying billions of kilometers, the shell in Lin Moya's hand suddenly became brilliant. The light formed an arrow, pointing in a direction. Without hesitation, Lin Moya flew in the direction indicated by the shell. The arrow grew shorter and shorter until it completely disappeared, and Lin Moya knew he had reached the designated location. The starry sky here seemed calm, with dark stars occasionally flying by tens of thousands of kilometers away, with no sign of flashing stars. Lin Moya chose to trust the shell's guidance, which also meant trusting Yukinro. After waiting quietly for half an hour, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. Lin Moyo, who had been stationary in the starry sky, was suddenly hit and flew out tens of thousands of kilometers at an astonishing speed. A flashing star flashed through the starry sky, lasting only 0.01 seconds before disappearing again. Lin Moya's entire body felt like it was falling apart, the power of the flashing star tearing through his flesh and rampaging inside his body. But after the rampage, his physical body would become stronger. Lin Moyo quickly recovered, standing quietly in the starry sky, his eyes filled with joy and excitement. It really can locate the position of flashing stars. This time, the flashing star's impact once again significantly enhanced his physical strength. Using the shell's guidance, he no longer needed to fly around aimlessly like a headless chicken. Efficiency would greatly improve. Yukingro had indeed done him a great favor, and Lin Moya's opinion of her changed, thinking she was actually quite nice. Although she had the pride of a princess and that aloof, playful gaze, she had indeed helped him. This favor, it seems, won't be easy to repay. Lin Moya sighed softly, stopped thinking about it, and continued forward with the shell in hand. Following the original route, Lin Moya continued towards the 4th Stellar Fire Group, while also searching for the positions of flashing stars along the way. Both the top-grade stellar fire and the flashing stars were of great use to him. Lin Moya didn't want to give up on either. Along the way, Lin Moya found several more flashing stars, each impact painful but something he gladly endured. It was truly a case of pain and pleasure. Finally, after flying for more than 70 days, Lin Moyo entered the domain of the 4th Stellar Fire Group. Ahead were countless starlights, dazzling and beautiful, far exceeding any stellar fire group he had seen before in both quantity and range. The 4th Stellar Fire Group was covered by the laws of the Great World, spanning 5 billion kilometers. In contrast, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Stellar Fire Groups only covered a range of 1 billion kilometers. The difference in the range covered by the laws of the Great World was significant. Lin Moyo felt the dense laws of the Great World in the starry sky, sensing the difference. The 4th Stellar Fire Group was vastly different from what he had seen before. The laws of the Great World here were more intense and suppressive. Whether a divine sovereign or a divine king, once here, they would be no different from an ordinary true god. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled, thinking that if a divine sovereign of the Stellar Fire clan came here, he might have a chance to kill them. Within the true god realm, he feared no one. He still had nearly 20 true god corpses in his hand, all of which were his weapons. At this moment, the shell in his hand lit up again, forming an arrow. The arrow pointed towards the Stellar Fire Group. Lin Moyo was initially surprised, then delighted. Could it be that the shell can also guide me to the position of flashing fire? Along the way, he had been hit by flashing stars no less than 10 times, significantly enhancing his physical body, almost reaching the limit of the super god realm. But the flashing stars only strengthened his skin, flesh, and bones. As for his internal organs, bone marrow, and blood, they needed the enhancement of flashing fire. Otherwise, having only a strong exterior would always be a flaw. The combination of flashing stars and flashing fire was the perfect body refinement. Without hesitation, Lin Moya flew in the direction indicated by the shell. After flying tens of thousands of kilometers, Lin Moya reached his destination and sat cross-legged in the void, waiting quietly. Chapter 1099. Chapter 1099, 1099. Chapter 1099, a different 4th Stellar Fire Group. A flame appeared silently, flashing in the starry sky. Lin Moya noticed it was similar to a flashing star, with a duration of less than 0.01 seconds. But this 0.01 second was enough to burn most true gods to death. The scorching flame carried mysterious laws, rising from within the body, first burning the internal organs and then penetrating the bone marrow. Lin Moya's entire body emitted heat, and his body temperature instantly rose above 100,000 degrees. If this temperature came from the outside, true gods could ignore it. But if it erupted from within, most true gods would find it hard to endure. For most true gods who haven't cultivated their physical bodies, their physical strength is not even at the super god level and remains fragile. Lin Moyo, relying on his passive spells, weakened and distributed the damage, enduring the burning of the flashing fire without a scratch. After the hellish experience came paradise. After the burning, the heat turned into coolness. His internal organs became purer and stronger. His heart beat more powerfully, each beat releasing a large amount of blood energy, making his body stronger. It seemed that under the effect of the flashing fire, the heart of flame also became stronger. The heart of flame could also refine the body, but it required a lot of time. However, the flashing star and flashing fire significantly shortened the required time, completing processes in a short time that would otherwise take hundreds or thousands of years. Lin Moya took a deep breath and continued forward, holding the shell. He had confirmed that the shell could also guide him to the location of flashing fire, which was an enormous gain for him. At the same time, he realized that the favor he owed seemed to be growing larger. Repaying kindness and avenging enmity were Lin Moya's principles. Owing such a large favor, Lin Moya didn't know how to repay it. Lin Moya began to fly towards the 4th Stellar Fire Group. The distance of 5 billion kilometers allowed him to find 2 more flashing fires along the way. The number of flashing fires seemed to be more than flashing stars and easier to find. The 4th Stellar Fire Group rapidly enlarged before his eyes, and the temperature sharply increased. When he was still tens of millions of kilometers away, the temperature had already exceeded 1 million degrees. Moreover, as he got closer, the temperature continued to rise. At this temperature, just standing here would ignite and burn a super god level being to death. Lin Moyo estimated that when the distance was reduced to 1 million kilometers, the temperature would exceed 10 million degrees. At that point, even ordinary true gods would find it very uncomfortable. As he continued to approach, the temperature kept rising, making it impossible for even ninth-stage true gods to move forward. Lin Moya stopped when he was still 50 million kilometers away, not continuing to approach. It wasn't because of the astonishing high temperature. The high temperature was unrelated to the laws and was purely caused by fire elements, to which Lin Moya was completely immune. Whether it was 10 million degrees or even 100 million degrees, as long as it was unrelated to the laws, it wouldn't affect him at all. Because he saw a different scene here. Outside the fourth stellar fire group, there were two huge fire rings. The fire rings were like the asteroid belts around some stars, horizontally and vertically enveloping the entire stellar fire group. From this perspective, the stellar fire group looked like a whole, completely different from what he had seen before. The fire rings were densely packed with stellar fires, flying at astonishing speeds within the rings. Lin Moya sensed danger from the fire rings, so he stopped. Without confirming safety, Lin Moya didn't want to take risks. With a thought, he sent out 100 skeleton god warriors to fly towards the stellar fire group. The skeleton god warriors scattered midway, flying in different directions. Like Lin Moya, the skeleton god warriors could ignore the high temperature. As long as they weren't directly hit by the stellar fires, they wouldn't be in danger. The journey was uneventful, and the skeleton god warriors quickly approached the fire rings, with only 100,000 kilometers left. Suddenly, the fire rings moved, and a large number of stellar fires flew out, raining down on the skeleton god warriors. The speed of the stellar fires was extremely fast, far surpassing the speed of the skeleton god warriors. 100,000 kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. The skeleton god warriors had no way to avoid it and could only take it head-on. The power of the stellar fires was immense, containing strong fire laws, directly burning the skeletons to ashes. The 100 skeleton god warriors sent by Lin Moya were instantly burned to death, without exception. Through the information returned by the skeletons, Lin Moya analyzed the situation. The speed of the stellar fires was at least 60,000 kilometers per second, more than double that of the skeleton god warriors, making it difficult to dodge. The attack power of the stellar fires was very strong, reaching the peak of the true god realm, which the skeleton god warriors couldn't withstand. Moreover, there were at least millions of stellar fires in the two fire rings, possibly exceeding 10 million, making it impossible to push through with numbers. After some analysis, Lin Moya realized that to break through, he would have to withstand the attacks of the stellar fires. But this level of attack was something ordinary peak true gods couldn't endure. Among the people he had met, neither Qian Huang nor Nyoda seemed capable of it. Yu Qingguo should be able to handle it. From this, he deduced that very few cultivators could operate within the fourth stellar fire group. Every peak true god who could operate here must have the strength to fight across realms, with combat power reaching the Divine King realm. Another possibility was that Divine Kings, enduring the suppression of their cultivation, came here. The reason Divine Kings came here was simple, to seek top-grade stellar fires. Like true gods, Divine Kings also needed top-grade stellar fires to enhance their spell levels. Once they reached the Divine Sovereign realm, their spell levels would be fixed. Except for extremely rare heaven-defying treasures, it was almost impossible to further enhance spell levels, so they had to come here to find top-grade stellar fires before the door closed. However, upon arriving here, the Divine King's realms would be suppressed to the peak of the True God realm. If the Divine Kings weren't geniuses themselves, their combat power would only be at the peak of the True God realm, possibly even inferior to those geniuses who could fight across realms. Divine Kings might even be killed by peak True Gods here, so the number of Divine Kings coming here wasn't large. Based on the data and the current situation, Lin Moya concluded that he shouldn't face too much danger here. Let's see if I can encounter any geniuses from other races. Lin Moya chuckled, spreading his wings of the undead, stepping on the lightspeed law ring, and shooting forward like a meteor. The fire rings gradually enlarged in his vision, and the stellar fires within became clearly visible. When the distance was reduced to 100,000 kilometers, the stellar fires in the fire rings shot out, aiming at Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't dodge, directly crashing into them. He had confidence in his defense and wasn't afraid at all. The stellar fires landed on Lin Moya, burning fiercely, turning him into a man of fire. Wrapped in stellar fires, Lin Moya continued to fly forward at high speed. The attacks of peak True Gods were nothing to Lin Moya. All the damage was weakened and transferred to the undead army. The undead army bore all the damage, with the Lich General continuously healing within the spell star. As long as the attack power didn't reach the Divine King realm, unable to instantly collapse the undead army, Lin Moya could endure indefinitely. Even standing within the stellar fires, bathing in the fires, wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 1100. Chapter 1100, 1100. Chapter 1100, Artificial Cultivation of Four-Colored Spirit Fire. Shu Lin Moya transformed into a fireball, crossed the fire rings, and rushed into the stellar fire group. The flames on his body were instantly extinguished, and the stellar fires left, returning to the fire rings. The two fire rings were like two gatekeepers, testing everyone who wanted to enter. If you passed the test, you could enter. If you failed, you would be burned to ashes. Once an intruder made a decision, there was no chance to regret it. Lin Moya passed the test and smoothly entered the stellar fire group. As he expected, the temperature here reached tens of millions of degrees, far beyond what a true god could endure. Ordinary true gods couldn't survive here. Only those geniuses with the strength to fight across realms or those who suppressed their cultivation to the Divine King realm could operate here. Even the fourth stellar fire group is so terrifying. If there is a fifth or even a sixth stellar fire group, what kind of people could pass through? If I go, can I withstand it? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Moya couldn't help but sweat for his boldness. One can be bold, but not reckless. For cultivators, boldness is necessary, but caution is also required. If you are timid, you will never reach the peak. If you lose caution, you may die at any time and won't live long. There were many stellar fires here. With a casual glance, there were hundreds, seemingly easy to collect. There was no need to fight to the death for a single stellar fire like in the first and second stellar fire groups. Those who had the ability to come here generally didn't care about ordinary stellar fires. They wanted top-grade stellar fires, not just 3-colored spirit fires, but preferably 4-colored or even 5-colored spirit fires. Only such fires could elevate planetary-level spells to stellar-level spells. Lin Moya was also searching for top-grade spirit fires. While moving, he scanned the stellar fire group. Top-grade stellar fires are formed by the convergence of ordinary stellar fires. Once they appear, there will be a commotion, making them easy to find. Moreover, the number of stellar fires here was astonishing, making the birth of top-grade stellar fires highly likely. Lin Moya searched along the edge of the stellar fire group, following his habit of narrowing the range from the outermost to the innermost circle. After searching for half a day, almost flying halfway around the stellar fire group, he found nothing. Instead, the shell in his hand suddenly lit up. An arrow of light pointed forward. Is there a flashing fire here? Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Although he hadn't found a top-grade stellar fire, finding a flashing fire was also good. His physical body had reached the limit of the super god level. With a few more encounters, he could break through to the true god level. By then, he would have both a true god level soul and body, significantly enhancing his combat power, especially his defense. Following the shell's guidance, Lin Moya quickly reached his destination. But he was a step late. The flashing fire had already appeared. The flashing fire flickered less than 10,000 kilometers away from him. Too late. Lin Moya sighed. After all, this was the stellar fire area, and he wasn't moving in a straight line, nor could he move at top speed, causing a delay of a few seconds. Just these few seconds cost him the chance to be refined by the flashing fire. But Lin Moya felt something was wrong. The flashing fire appeared right where a stellar fire was located. The flashing fire and the stellar fire collided, merging. Then the stellar fire mutated, emitting a strange aura. This aura had a strong attraction, like a magnet, drawing a large number of surrounding stellar fires. The stellar fires gathered together, beginning to sublimate and transform into a top-grade stellar fire. So that's how it is. Lin Moya finally understood how top-grade stellar fires were formed. It turned out that the collision of flashing fire and ordinary stellar fire caused the ordinary stellar fire to mutate, attracting other stellar fires. Eventually, a top-grade stellar fire was born. No wonder top-grade stellar fires are so hard to come by. The root cause is the flashing fire. Flashing fires are rare, and they must collide with ordinary stellar fires, with enough surrounding stellar fires to absorb and gather. Lin Moya imagined the entire process, realizing the low probability. Watching the stellar fires continuously fly over and join in, Lin Moya thought of another possibility. If he added more stellar fires, like adding fuel to a fire, could it become stronger? A 3-colored spirit fire requires the convergence of 100 ordinary stellar fires. A 4-colored spirit fire requires 200 ordinary stellar fires. A 5-colored spirit fire requires 400 ordinary stellar fires. If there were only 100 stellar fires around, only a 3-colored spirit fire could be born. If more stellar fires were added, could a 4-colored or even 5-colored spirit fire be created? For example, placing an ordinary stellar fire where a flashing fire is expected to appear. After it mutates, even if there are no surrounding stellar fires, as long as he has enough stellar fires on hand to supply it, could he artificially create a top-grade stellar fire? Lin Moya was startled by his bold idea. But thinking carefully, it seemed feasible. Lin Moya had always been bold, acting on his thoughts. He had plenty of stellar fires. In the 3rd stellar fire group, he had killed over 100 peak true gods. All the stellar fires they had accumulated over the years were his. When he counted the stellar fires, even he was shocked. The number of stellar fires exceeded 10,000. A total of 11,083 stellar fires lay quietly in his storage space, stored in various containers. Around the mutating top-grade stellar fire, 160 ordinary stellar fires had been attracted. If nothing unexpected happened, a 3-colored spirit fire would form in a day or two. Lin Moya added 50 stellar fires to it, and the flames instantly surged. The originally 100-kilometer starry sky turned into a sea of fire, expanding to 1,000 kilometers. The momentum and scale were completely different, not on the same level. Lin Moya knew that this time, a 4-colored spirit fire would be born. It seems the method is feasible. Lin Moya didn't continue adding stellar fires. Knowing the method worked, there was no need to rush. Flashing fires were found in many places and weren't particularly hard to find. Moreover, there should be others here. The aura of the top-grade spirit fire might attract others. A battle would be inevitable, and without knowing the strength of the enemies, Lin Moya wasn't kind enough to make wedding clothes for others. He waited quietly, watching the entire process of the spirit fire forming. The 4-colored spirit fire formed faster than he expected. The 3-colored spirit fire took 3 days to form. He thought the 4-colored spirit fire would take longer, but it was faster. In just 1 day, the 4-colored spirit fire was almost formed. The sea of fire quickly shrank, leaving only a 100-meter diameter flame. Red, orange, yellow, and green lights appeared simultaneously in the flame. The 4-colored spirit fire, with one more color than the 3-colored spirit fire, had several times the effect, with a chance to elevate planetary-level spells to stellar-level spells. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.